go.
Invincible.
Tell me like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Faster. Coming like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
So maybe being quite conservative here, FaZe. Normally we see them being a little bit more, I don't know, grabby towards the land, but here, Unity trying to make it out as well. Orange spun out. Now it's actually fast rail to get caught. That's by Fex, so some of these rotations are going to get punished, Rich.
Yeah, just because one, it's the bigger plum of land, and two, you have that priority compound up above. Close combat about to come in, getting caught on the roadside. They have made some noise. Grenades up, the pins out. If that just lands behind it or even takes out the vehicle, that'll be both for the Penguins going down. Bye-bye.
I hate it. Does he spot DA? I heard a shot and I think he knows what's happening. Nade to hand. DA, you better be careful. That's a good nade there. That could be putting Mert right back down. Sixmo in danger. Another nade comes in, but here come the Wildcat.
Again, perpendicular to the last round when we're looking at a mere 1 point. Ibby versus Ghostak, K-Mine versus Gaxi Norcus. Can they separate them? Probably not here. With Ibby going down, this makes it all that much harder.
Yeah, K-Mine's being surrounded on all fronts. A great player by... I'm happy.
You ever had a prison?
Last time around. Nope. I've never had the fun circles. I'm the one who wants them, and I never get them. And someone who's going to be getting traded out on will eventually be Reggie. But by this point, Elgar Garden...
I just want to see Gaxi just bail it out of a window and batter them. Oh, they didn't watch it on the back, and he's done it. He's jumped out. He's got 2 of them.
Why we're so surprised by it. The Wildcats waiting happily with Tornado Energy up above. You got Liquid on the other side of the road. You can't send it that deep at this sort of point. DA, let's see if they can make it count. DA a bit better known for it, but look at these names.
You saw them coming in very late game, just trying to deal with the scraps that they had to. Melman up high, though, with a minute. This shouldn't be him going too much further. That's a disgusting shot, because I don't believe he can be res unless anyone's actually up there. Flashbang initially comes through.
Ibby, K-Mine working towards a new angle, takes the high ground, takes down Spyro. Now it's going to be a 3v2, and here comes Batunin. He's got to make it count. That's 1, that's 2, and the third just slipped away.
Who else needs to find a home position here? Omicron. Actually running simultaneously with Unity. They've got here first, though. Unity now on the pull-up. Can they get any kills out of the back door? It's not going to happen this time round. The rest of the roster's here to feel the full force. And there is no response whatsoever.
I like the idea because it keeps control of basically their southeast side. Now they're going to know there's another team here. And sadly, for the boys making the cross,
both bikes getting together. They know they've got to send it somewhere. They've got to do some damage. They're going to go central map here. There's nowhere else really to go. What do you do? What do you call home? That's a bullet and a half from a distance. Go for the kill, go for the strike. That's what's happening. Push from down low. Just be extremely weak. Wobbles left and right. Hits the deck. He's got to get the heal off because they're both at about 5%. Maybe 10 coming off the back. There is a response though. Orchestrate from the heel. And he's straight down the barrel of the gun. This is insane. Ents, what happened? Entropic. Team who have been performing so far this weekend. They hold all the cards for now. TSM, this is going to be one hell of a job to get through this roster, especially when it's just 3 versus 3.
Yeah, that was a swift little double tap from Double. And Double's been a bit of a highlight player, if I'm honest. Fex.
They realize what? They know Vard. They shall knock through, damage them as well. Now they're on red alert.
They've got to get him down clean. They have. Okay, where's that final player? Vard's done the damage. Vazku's on the bush ridge. He wants to try and make it hurt, and he's going to at least get the fight against Fuzzface, but no.
A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's day number 3 here of PCSEU, and we are getting down to the nitty-gritty of things when it comes to Group A going up against Group C for the final day here of the week. My name's Kyle Harris, and joining me, as always, I have Avenger, and the name is Toby. I keep saying your full Twitter handle. I'm just getting you free plugs, to be perfectly honest. Well done, mate. That's good stuff. And, of course, today we're coming in to see the final stand for this week for these teams to try and get points on the board. Toby, we've already had 2 great days of games. Omicron Esports have finished their 2 days of games, and they are currently sitting at the top with 125 points.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing a great job. Obviously, day one completely outshined day two, but I don't think they could have done anything to be anywhere near what they performed on that first day of games. I mean, they racked up 82 points on day one. The closest we've had anyone be is actually Tempest. No way that's gonna be Elgiganten yesterday and Tempest on day one, tying at 62, right? So still a full 20 points behind, and that's taken into account that Omagan had 0 points on their final game of day one. So that's completely upsetting.
Yeah, and they managed to get even like a 5th place performance overall yesterday with the 43 points that they were able to accrue. So great stuff by Omagan for their week number 1. TSM decided to light things up when it came to their day number 2 as well. Martin, of course, in the first day, they only got themselves 32 points, but a 2nd place finish overall yesterday with those 58 points sits them in 2nd place right now.
Yeah, they nearly doubled their performance here in day 2 yesterday, so good to see from them. They had to step up. Like, even in the interview with Iroh, we saw like they were not satisfied with their performance from the day before, and even with the win, it didn't feel like they were just satisfied yet. So they continued, and they ended up in a great 90 points, which is gonna be it's gonna be fairly easy for them to get into the top 16. I would say.
Yeah, it seems so. So let's take a look back overall at what happened yesterday, Toby, because of course, whilst in 2nd place you got TSM, 3rd place you got FaZe, 4th place Liquid, 5th place you've got Omagan. The one team that really did actually stand out during yesterday was Elgiganten. Double win at the beginning. They got 1st place, 62 points. After having a 15th place day overall on day number 1, it was a massive shift for Elgiganten.
It sure was. I mean, it seemed like they worked out the issues that they had on day one, some early rotations where they ran into opponents, and also just being able to execute their plans faster. We saw whenever they had an engagement, it was like they practically had 2 kills on the opponents before the fights even started. I mean, Gax's ability to be the kind of up-close spring trap that he's like that whole style that he's been playing worked out really well yesterday, and I'm assuming to see them be able to continue to do so, because once he gets success in that, once he can either initiate the fight with the first kill instantly, or like kind of drag away attention and then have the likes of Norgis and Ghostar and Co peek over the top afterwards, they have so much firepower, and they showed yesterday.
And then one final team that I want to touch on from our couple of days worth of games here so far, Avenger, was actually Entropic, who was kind of, you know, they might not have, they were sitting middle of the pack yesterday, but they've really kind of caught the minds and imaginations of a few people when it comes to their play style and how they're able to play out some of their games so far in this kind of lobby.
Yeah, even though the best day for them was day 1, they continued to perform like average, a bit over average, so they ended up in a really good spot. Again, a team that will easily get into the top 16 here after the next day. I would say they don't need the last day to play even close to it. So it's good to see them like coming into this lobby and really showing and proving that they've been grinding and they've been at it for a long time.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the schedule for today, as we have 6 games coming at you. Overall, it will be triple Miramar and then triple Erangel remastered afterwards. Again, it does bear repeating that, of course, there are times there. However, because we're on an accelerated schedule, once a game is ready, after the first one is finished, then we will be getting into that. So, of course, you know, all these guys are playing from the comfort of their homes on their own PCs, so they are rapid fire going from these games to games to games. I'm excited for today, guys. Of course, going to A versus C here, the lobby is a bit shuffled around, of course, Toby.
Right.
There's some big names in there, of course, but there's some teams that really need to prove themselves today as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then one of the things that I want to keep an eye on, at least to start off on both maps, is now that Liquid ain't playing. I mean, we know Liquid like the center positions, Picado, Pochinki, and Bootcamp. Who's gonna go take it? Because we know Etiquette, I mean, they've even been fighting Liquid before in the center, in those positions. So I would assume that's just them taking over the spots they normally like to do. But I've also, I mean, even I've seen FaZe Clan have days where, oh wait, Liquid ain't playing today, let's just go take what they do. And they even tweeted out at one point, wait, it's actually kind of nice to rotate from the middle, you know? So I don't know, I mean, we don't know what's gonna happen, but I would assume to see Etiquette try to play both Pochinki and Picado.
Martin, thoughts before we go in?
It's obviously 12 of the team, like the 12 bottom teams, is from these 2 groups that is playing today. So we have a few teams that have had a one good day and is looking at it. FaZe Clan, Tempus. So I'm curious to see if some of these teams that are at the bottom that can have a great day and really throw themselves into the top 16 and maybe take some surprises with us.
We'll see. Let's get to it. It is Miramar, the first game of the day. Sims and Pansy, take it away.
Thanks, guys on the desk, and yeah, super excited to get this one started. I mean, groups A and C. Who's your highlight here? Who are you looking at? Which teams stand out to you in this lobby?
When you say stand out, it's more so for me a team that I want to see perform this time round. It's Raise Your Edge. Like in a previous one when we saw
Good
them
shout.
initially on day number 1, I don't quote me on this. I think they're dead last currently in the overall standings. Yes, they are. Just above them we have Adept, so another team that needs to steady up simultaneously. But Raise Your Edge for me is one that just didn't really perform on the very first day, and it's as simple as that. Like you need to get into that top 16. You do have another week and a second crack at the whip, so to speak, when we do come around this again. It is a second stage, group stage, but like it's better than what this team needs to be, right? I believe they're one of the teams that have been invited to all the PCS events, one of 6. So at that level of skill and that level of performance is what we expect to see. You just have to show it and you have to put it into play.
Yeah, spot on. I think you're right. I think I echo that sentiment that Raise Your Edge is definitely a team I want to see do better. I want to see them do well. Another Super Eastern Circle. This is wild. We've been seeing these so often now. I'm kind of surprised, and I wonder if it ends kind of where we've seen before. Oh, Rich, this would be a kill after your own heart, really, wouldn't it?
My favorite weapon. Go on, do it. Do it. Do it. Miss it. One more tick of damage on that thing and I'll run it late game. Just make it knock a level 2. I think it'd be a bit OP, but I would run that baby all day long. That is I love anything that's just any kind of Smith & Wessons. We've spoke about this before, to be honest with you. Any old style bolt action rifles, I'm all about that.
They're just exciting, right? They're just fun to watch. When you see it in action, it's like, hell yeah, this is my jam. Here we go. They've even given you a replay here, Rich. Look at that. That's some kindness right there. Oh, you even got a tag with it. Beautiful, yeah. Beautiful. I appreciate people supporting Pims, the duo. Thank you, guys in chat. It's good to see you too as well. Hopefully you're all enjoying this brilliant PUBG we get to watch. This has been a good time. It's been nice kind of catching up with everyone, seeing all the teams, how they're playing, and enjoying it with you guys at home. It's been a good time. I mean, and also I'm sure that's going to encourage the Atomicals spam in chat. The fans seem to be behind this player, so already, riling it up. I like it. I like it a whole lot. And again, obviously you guys at home, I do appreciate it. Any feedback on my mic? Apparently, I've messed around with settings. Chrome was out there to get me, so hopefully it's better today. You let me know. I appreciate it. But we can get focused on the game. Now, I'm not seeing any crazy hot drops, nothing too much. Everyone seems somewhat reserved in game 1. We've seen some really scrappy game 1s, though. We saw... Was it yesterday, I think, and even the day before, a couple of teams getting a lot of pressure very early on and losing out on people here and there. It did seem to stabilize after a while, but I guess, new lobby, new teams near you, got to kind of work out, okay, well, yeah, we're going to get a bit more pressure on this side, or these rotations are going to be a bit trickier. It's quite fun to see the teams having to, adapt so quickly in some scenarios.
I'm trying to take a look at where there's not a cutoff because we can't do any calculations at this stage throughout the competition. We've still got a full day of play left, and then we've still got a full weekend of group stages left next week. So we do it all again. Another, what is it? It's 18 games. Is my maths quick enough to be able to do it? So it's hard to actually set any kind of standard. I'm just seeing where teams are generally edging off. I mean, again, it's hard given the fact that some have played 2 maps and some have played 1. 16th place currently is at 28 points, so anyone below that's really going to have a difficult period regardless. It's the way you want to be from this time next Sunday at a bare minimum. But yeah, the teams that down at your bottom, kind of your bottom 5 at the moment, Raise Your Edge, 13 points, Adepts 14, 15, Haiku Misfits, and then up to 20th position. Better luck next time. Again, they're all a full day's play behind, so don't read too much into it. We're just kind of looking at where they are on the leaderboard compared to others that have kind of been and got the same amount of players. When you do have certain teams where you're up around that 30, 40 point mark and you've had the same level of play. I mean, a mark in day 1 was just, it set the gold standard, right? And it showed everybody what's capable if you put your mind to it and have a really good day.
Bang on with that. Now, something else that's standing out to me, want to see more from Raise Your Edge, of course. That's been a big kind of key factor in this one, in this game. They've got a great circle for it. Already seeing them tussling with Ents and the Wildcats, you're going to know it's a very comfortable eastern circle. They've got big ground, big split though, so it can be exploited and it can be dangerous. They need to be careful to, you know, keep a balance in regards to this. I want to see how they approach it. They are an aggressive team by nature, but that can also, you know, high risk, high reward. So we'll see how they do this time around. You've got Ents on their southeast side, and a little bit further northeast, you do have the Wildcats. And the Wildcats have been living up to their name. Another team that's certainly caught my attention in how they play. I love their aggression. I loved seeing how it worked out for them on Miramar specifically. So this is going to be a really nice test for them as to what they can actually achieve here.
Rupture becomes the first victim of the game, unfortunately by his teammate. BSD just gives him a cheeky knock. It's not a problem. They are central. There's no one really around compared to some of the pull-ups that we've seen. Certainly questionable when you accidentally knock a teammate. I mean, to be fair, we've all done it. You can even jump out of some of these cars a little bit too early, or they just catch you as they're rolling off in the distance. Level 3 geared up, though. On Scream, fast rail, wasted potential. Leaves the ammo. Clay doesn't need it. Forgets the 8 times unless he's going to trade out with his teammates and let them have it. But the AUG comes into play. Decent gun. Pretty linear spray pattern when it comes to it. It isn't as hard hitting as something like a Groza, or even if you want to set the MK14 to full automatic, which we have seen pros do in the past. Hell, we've even seen a couple of them run dual MKs. One for sniping, one for auto. But certainly a damn good gun regardless, and you will see people picking it up even if it is 5.56 ammunition. Circle-wise, decent chunk of water in. Does cause a bit of problems to the latter stage, or to the initial stages, should I say, excuse me. Gives teams not as much land to be able to play with. Interesting combination towards the north, although we would kind of expect this. Na'Vi, a cupboard area, they love to do at northwest area. We see them with these circles either coming towards the northern edges, or if potentially it goes down towards the south, that western coast. A few teams still out in the blue. I didn't actually realize that. We had some late stragglers all the way down on the south. Better luck next time. Last ones potentially to this circle. Need to be careful, especially when you've got teams like Redline. Tornado Energy, Raise Your Edge, setting up shop along that coastal road towards the water side. I suppose we'll get a better picture and a bigger story when this next circle shrinks. We'll see whereabouts we're going. I mean, hell, if it goes towards the south and keeps those islands in play, people will still be on check and wondering, could it happen?
Yep. And I'm so glad you mentioned Na'Vi, because they're a team to me that I'm more than happy to be seeing again. Their performance was stellar in the first time we got to witness them, so this is going to be fun for me. If they can continue any of that form, I'm hyped. And I want to see more Na'Vi interviews. That would make me super happy, but we'll see if they agree. Tempest, another team that I've thoroughly enjoyed watching, currently sitting in 6th. I think they're run in the tournament just past, their Erangel, you know, turnaround at the very end was beautiful. So I want more of that. I want to see if they can continue this sort of quite exciting form that they brought. Certainly a big takeaway for me in this, considering they're beating FaZe, you know, Red Zone Na'Vi, currently in the standings. This could be a fun one. This could be another big team to look at. We all know these players. I think everyone's aware of who they are, but they're definitely a highlight team. I don't need to mention FaZe as being the same sort of thing, you know, because everyone knows it. But, you know, if you put them pound for pound, you'd probably pick FaZe. But currently, Tempest, good numbers, good approach, fighting team. Something who's not been turning heads, sadly, for me again, is Ents. And I think you highlighted it yesterday. And I think you raised a really valid point when it comes to Ents, that we want to see them find that balance of aggression in the right ways. We want to see it, you know, swings and roundabouts. So, you know, being aggressive at the right time, finding that momentum.
I think we can re-emphasize what happened, what we spoke about yesterday with Ents, where in phase 1 of PEL, when we saw it way back when, it felt like they did have that comfort zone. They did have that liquid game that we saw last week at DreamHack, where it's, you know, no one else can beat us, so let's just go full pedal to the metal, job done. Everyone kind of changed and adapted and got better, and stayed stationary. We saw them going to phase 2, kind of became a problem and became prevalent, and everyone else noticed that as well. Now I'm seeing this phase of them where I don't really know what they want to do. I truly believe that this team performs best when it's put under pressure, as we saw in Berlin. We could see signs of life coming through. That final game, this is what they're capable of. in terms of the actual performances that we've had so far, it's not been great. Just because I think they play too passive is what I'm trying to get at. I was like, oh my word, that is a pull-up and a half. Welcome to the party, my friends. We wanted to see something from Raise Your Edge, and one player left standing in 10 minutes of the game is absolutely not it.
No, it is definitely not. Northern Lights manhandling them away from that compound, and that was a classic Raise Your Edge compound. Roll your mind back to the Chris era where you used to be in there with that Car 98 and everything else. Not to be the case anymore. Na'Vi getting their first bit of contact in the north against the Penguins. Na'Vi have walked through that. Seen better luck next time losing out on a player. Some of these teams now on the extremities definitely getting the first bit of attention. First little bit of contact, but it's dribs and drabs, barring Raise Your Edge, who just lost out on 3 players.
Yeah, that ain't good. Regardless, you've still got Nail Up Alive, who we've seen being a machine, but I mean, Christ, what can one player do against an entire lobby going down so early like that? I don't know. I didn't see the actual pull-up and the engagement in the scenario, how it unfolded. But certainly, from a scouting perspective, you have to question it. Usually, we'd see one player pull up on a bike, check it, make sure it's safe. There were players on foot, maybe on the car on the backside. I'm only theorizing here again. I didn't see the full, looking at the map, didn't see the full pull-up and how it unfolded. But it's just, it's a blow to a team where what happens with the mental game, right? How much mental fortitude do you have? You know you're already bottom of the table. It's day 3 here. It's the first weekend. It's game number 1. You've had a break on a Saturday. You've come in on a Sunday feeling great, feeling hype, feeling on a high. And potentially you might be going out in 16th. That is the lowest of the low way to start this run. And they do have one hell of a run behind them. It's okay having next week to play and saying, well, we've got another God knows how many games. We can just kind of reset our mind, get on with it again. No, absolutely not the case. You have to pick up as many points as you can this weekend, because it just becomes all that more difficult when other teams can try and jump you next.
Now let's take stock of where the circle currently is. We're looking at the east. We've got FaZe pretty well positioned. You have Ents, Tempus, the Wildcats, Adepts. It's all, everyone's kind of avoiding that top area, right? That kind of top piece just south of El Azahar. Everyone's kind of surrounding the hill that rolls up a touch. So it's going to be an edge game here. I'm seeing maybe a couple of teams maybe looking towards how do we get further afield, how do we get further ahead, but we're going to lose some teams here, Rich. I feel as though the south side could be that powder keg waiting to blow up, because we have ETG down there, the remainder of Raise Your Edge, better luck next time, Red Line, the Wildcats, Northern Lights, Tempest. That's a lot of teams in one area that, yes, it's got cover, but it's also quite open. You've got little bits and pieces to work with, but it's not brilliant. Now, actually, the Penguins just found Bestelok. That's a big loss for Na'Vi. He's kind of their point man, and Na'Vi, I don't think they can recover this either. Kemba can definitely put down some fire, keep him humble, but yeah, there's the flush. Zorf is going to find that, and the Penguins, again, not huge performers yet. We haven't seen, that height of maybe what they could bring. They're kind of sitting around, where are they? 18th, 21 points, currently tied with Ents. So put it in perspective, it's, they're surrounded by some pretty big teams down there in the lower regions of this run. But yeah, finding Bestelok is a big pickup, and they've already lost. There goes Nail Up. First team out. That's got to be, a real rough bit of feedback for the morale. You said it. You don't want to be going down in first. You don't want to be losing out like this. I mean, that's got to hurt, right? You're in last place and you've just gone out in last. Surely your mentality is in tatters now.
Yeah, it's a total of, so far for them, if you want to class this as one of the games, which you very well do, they're on the 7th now and they've got 7 kills. They're averaging 1 kill per game at present at Raise Your Edge. It's not good enough. I feel sorry for the boys. They've got to do something. They've got to pull it out of the bag. Again, like last week, me and you were screaming Nailup's name because he was just bodying everybody. The one game where he had, 10, 12 kills at one point? It's a night and day scenario. We'll see how game 2 fares better for them. It could just be one of those things where you just forget about it, shake it off, rinse and repeat, go again, try something else. Neps, though, fighting tooth and nail to keep a hold of this compound. All 4 players still on the feet. Not to be said, the same. Ooh, bit of a wall peak wonder. Gun goes up in the air and unfortunately can't commit towards the second knock. Armin left straggling. Don't think there's a res possible there. Not entirely sure where the rest of them are. Nope, Lolita, unless he's going to run in on this, that's a headshot in the butt. It's a very slow, steady crawl up that hillside. Oh, yeah, he's in. He's fine. Okay, we're safe for now, but 3 players dead. It's not great.
No, it's not. And where was that compound? It had been a worthwhile compound to take. I understand that. Adepts really held that quite well. They didn't seem too panicked with the whole squad pulling up on them. And actually, for Adepts, they could sit in this 2-2 if they get that res, which I'm sure they will. Or they could fold back towards Noki and get a very centralized position. Now, that's up to them. That's completely, you know, player's choice. But now let's look towards the north. Let's look at who's on this side. This is slightly northeast. This is Na'Vi still in that tussle with the Penguins. You have FaZe. You have, you know, a couple of others around this sort of area. The, you know, Wasted Potential, for example, the Misfits. They're all looking for a way in. There is a bit of a valley that runs through here in the north, so you could definitely still find a way in. There's room to be able to move, but there's a lot of teams here trying to get that timing right. They're looking for certain avenues of approach. Okay, do we want to move early and get ourselves in so we can fight out with safety? Or do we want to take our time and try and clear as we go to make sure no one's got our, you know, no one's behind us? Now, FaZe in a bit of a mirrored scenario, but look at Fuzzface's off angle he's trying to provide here. Now they've taken down one of the players. He could have crested that hill, but they seem aware of that on Wasted Potential. They seem very aware that this could be a problem. Now, in the other side, Senya has found Zorf, so that's vengeance for losing out on Bestelok earlier. So that's a nice little trade back in. So Na'Vi evening it up. I think that might be a 3v3 now. And knowing Na'Vi, they'll start to push on that. They'll start to work that out because they know there's a time limit on this. They're not currently in the new zone. FaZe, same scenario. They want to get some pressure building. They want to move faster. The Penguins disengage. They're heading towards Ents this time. Surely Ents are going to mop this up.
You'd have thought so. But all these teams that are fighting on the edge know that they have to be quick, because once they're done with this, others will be arriving on the scene. FaZe Clan needs to deal with Wasted Potential, because then Na'Vi have to make the move. Same goes for Ents. Once they've cleared out the Penguins, which they have done, they then need to turn and face towards Tempest, who are currently in the middle with a very, very strong compound. I'm surprised a lot more of these teams didn't edge towards the south, given the fact that generally we don't see Elazar circles. I've personally not seen one in a hell of a long time, if any, because of how it works with the kind of like the hillsides that run down towards it. It is encapsulated within its own little area. Everything runs towards it. So generally speaking, we don't get a circle that runs into it. With it being previous, it has pushed down to the south. Did expect to see a lot more bodies move from the south and transition down there, given the fact of where the position was. But people are making it work. FaZe Clan moved on to WP, again, for good reason, because they need to move fast for the next target that will be coming their way. Ents or Na'Vi, who falls to FaZe next? Who lines up within their sights? They don't really have to attack anybody at range for now. Tixter with the initial knock, but there is a response. Senya sees it, puts him down, that forced him now to go for the res. Kemba, up close and personal. I don't think they realized he was so close. 1 HP, can't go towards the blue, can't. If he gets touched by that thing, it's going to kill him instantly.
Kemba's in all kinds of trouble. He's on the run. He can't even get time to get the heal off. He's trying to get it done. Oh my god. No, Kemba, keep going. Keep going, buddy. Keep moving. Ents are going to be looking this way as well. You got FaZe on the other side. Kemba's sweating bullets here. Oh my gosh, it's so close. He's made it. He's good. He's fine. He's fine. He's going to get the heal off. Senya in the meantime is way out in the blue. And Na'Vi, normally pretty good at keeping their composure out in the blue, working in a little later. This time, too many teams in their way. They kind of ran into a full squad event. You had FaZe on the other side. They had to fight the Penguins. They struggled. There was too many teams there for them to handle. Now, Red Zone, a team that caught our attention, certainly got chats. I know Atomical is a fan favorite right now, but they've moved in very central, found a nice little dip, even got a crate if they feel, if they feel like being bold about it all. They can go and pick that up. Now, I don't know how safe it is. That's what we've got to look at. Is there high ground that's looking for this, or have they just nabbed a perfect position? Could be the matter. Now, the extremities, Rich, they are looking dicey. Southeast, I'm seeing 4 teams here battling it out already.
Yeah, better luck next time. Wildcats, Etiquette, all got to come in and fight for their own side of the circle. With the southeast being so populated, I think the bigger picture to that one when they arrive is how little land there is to work with. You'll have a few dips and divots here and there, but once you get into it, it's basically a roadside or bust. You can make it up towards the hill, which will give you some kind of survivability, but it's so vulnerable to Northern Lights' position. I don't really know where you go next. You've got to clean this one up, get it done. Wasted Potential just says, nope, had enough. So Mollers himself to deny any points for anybody. If whatever works for you, fair play. Still early on and probably could have sent it forward and maybe fought someone. She created with it AUG. Straight onto Art, back of the can. We'll continue now. And this is that roadside that I was speaking about. You're probably going to have to go a little bit further uphill before setting up shop because of how open it is. It's a very, very prone area. Kemba's still keeping FaZe Clan busy. They've not fully committed to the circle just yet. They're very aware that there are fights opening up around them. And again, they're in a position where it's not the safest and greatest point in the world. Once they come down that hill, they'll have the smokes and they'll have the utility, one would assume. But they will have to fight at the compound against Adepts. The only thing that worries me about Adepts, Lauren, is are they aware of what's coming around the corner?
I'm more worried about this Ents and Tempest fight. Tempest had such a prime position, and now Ents have kind of crept up. They've worked their way in, and they're right there with them. On the side, though, looking for a way to kind of avenge his fallen teammate of Pixel, but not many angles to work with here, and not in the new zone. They've got to work way forward, but has he been able to isolate where Ents are mentally? He might have worded out, and that might be a pretty good nade. It is. Gonna get the flush on Tixu. Now you've got Clib, you've still got Wookie Bookie, all here looking for a way to get back. And look at these fine angles they're trying to work with. AK to hand, Tommel has to do some work, but he's got teammates beside him. They can try and switch this round on it, swing a little south on them, see if they can pin them back to the blue again. Circle going to force him a little further forward. Squeaky out in the open, flushed out, forced out by the nade. Diggory's there as well, and they're looking for a trade back in, but you can see Tempest not giving them one. Tempest being quite collected, quite calm, but they also want to clear this out. You can see Diggory definitely saw Tommel's barrel of the gun there, so try to get some shots through, but Tempest are getting closer and closer, step by step, trying to eliminate the Finns here. Where's Rustamar in this? Is he helping out? Is there a good off angle? There is. That's caught Tommel. Now, Wookie Bookie trying to find one back. It's that back and forth. If you're Tempest, you want to keep Tommel alive. 3 players is pretty important here.
Walkie 2-on-2 scenario. I don't think either of these players are currently presence ready for how things will be unfolding. The instant flush comes through. There is a joint effort to push towards it. Tommel, will they be able to get him back on his feet in time? Probably not, given the circle's already moving. Take his meds, take his utility, and carry on the push. We spoke about FaZe Clan's push. This has worked out fine. They've actually scared off Adepts. Adepts have run from this. I am surprised they didn't stand their ground and fight it. Whether or not they didn't feel confident or not's a different question, but they're in a very weakened position now. Yes, they are more central than what they were previously, but it's still... Oh, it's nowhere near as good as the compound they were holding before unless they want to get involved. I've seen them push up hard here against Northern Lights. Northern Lights, the first one to answer, though. The deep finds Sumsy. Instant just retaliation here. Steps up to the challenge, and I like it. Low ball grenade. Didn't expect that. That's a nice 2-for-1. Very cheeky. Up and over we go. The Northern Lights can probably clear this one out and see it through. And Adepts are probably questioning themselves. Why do we move from that compound? Why do we sit and fight? Because now it comes down to Noki, the lone man band, the lone ranger, to try and hold on for place.
Yeah, and I'm liking this game. You know, I want to see more from Northern Lights. Maybe this is the time I get to see it. Still a FaZe, Red Zone in this, and I said Red Zone, they're getting beaten up by FaZe who've worked their way in. Red Zone being dived in on everyone. Northern Lights coming in, stealing some of those points. Mackendar goes down. A couple of the others all starting to fall, but Northern Lights have caught the attention of FaZe here. FaZe divide them up, but you do have the Wildcats working around the back, so you got to be careful of these guys. Let's look at where all these players are. And keep in mind, Kemba was just creeping in the shadows of FaZe. He saw them working up, he saw them finding their way in the circle, and he's just hid just underneath, working their way through, and he's just, built off the back of it. Really well played to him, and it's got him in the circle. It's actually a pretty big circle for the amount of teams. Keep in mind, we've got 12 players, so 2 full squads. Northern Lights with 4, FaZe with 4. Kemba solo, Noki solo, and 2 for the Wildcats.
Circle closes. Get the shift more towards the eastern side. No one really in a worse position compared to previous. Kemba still has to creep and peep. I suppose the Wildcats have the hardest job here because once they push onto a fight, another team will decide to third party this one. It's just who they go for first. They'll take a bit of a poke towards FaZe Clan, and that's whether or not Northern Lights kind of stick their head over and see if they can get involved at range. FaZe do have the height advantage on them, so you'd have thought that they're in the better spot for now. You have all 4 members, as you mentioned, so the Northern Lights. This won't be an easy one, and I expect both of these two teams to be in the final circle going head-to-toe against one another. Gustav's been left behind in the building, just to provide overwatch and make sure the backline's covered, which could be Kemba's demise, to be honest, once he comes out from the safety of the compound. If Gustav's looking that way, we'll finally see him banging dead to rights. Unless he's just hidden away. I'm not entirely sure what kind of viewership you're going to get from his angle that he has currently. It is downhill. Nocky's definitely not exposed, and he's hidden away. He's going to be an old snake in the grass.
There's a meme about me in chat and it's distracting me. I must look at the game. The Wildcats. So let's look at this position, Rich. If they go right, in the open phase. If they go left, Northern Lights. If they go up and over, all of them. How much utility do they have to get out of this situation, right? They're being kept alive by 2 cars and a prayer, and they're not in the next circle, the current circle, should I say. So they've got to kind of shift in a little bit. Maybe, oh, that's a big boy tag. Nice work. Was that Fuzzface? I think you got that. I'm hearing the mini, and wasn't sure it was Uber or Fuzz, but yeah, so it looks like the Wildcats have opted to face off against FaZe, which I guess pick your poison, right? Who would you rather feed here? And maybe they're going to be kind and share the wealth, and it looks like Northern Lights wanted a bit of that, but BSD gonna give it up to the blue there. FaZe do get one of the 2, and now we can see everything starting to unfold. Kemba and Nocky still sitting super quiet, super passive, playing out as, you know, they want second place. They probably won't get the win because, you know, you've got 2 full squads, but that second place is what you're eyeing up. That's what you want to be seeing. But now let's keep in mind this territory game. Now, up in the north, you didn't see it there. Gustav is holding the far northern side of the circle. He's trying to ensure that FaZe still have good information on this map. And again, closes in. This is a pretty fair game here. FaZe have lost out a bit of territory, I feel. Like, I don't know how much room they have to work with. If we could kind of see the ground there, there's kind of that in-between, that low ground they could get up to, but the same for Northern Lights. They both got quite even territory. You've got to argue the Northern Lights have more of it to play with, though. Their kind of ridgeline sits a bit more comfortably in the new circle.
Yeah, I totally agree with this one. I think FaZe have to do more work for Northern Lights in this circle. Northern Lights can kind of sit pretty, so you're looking for some kind of dink. Anything. Just some damage to force them into the into the heal. And then you can go for the run. The initial run comes through, the smokes are down, Uber, there you go, bang to right. You want the 50% health knocked off. This gives you a chance and ability to move. Fuzzface hits the deck within the smoke, and he's back on top with his med. You can now continue the run. Perfectus, a couple of bandages, gets him back on top. Boosters are on as well, so you're kind of okay. There is still 2 first aids, should he need it, from a big amount of damage, but opts to go for the bandages for now. By doing so, slows him down. He can't go for a full response. Speaking of response, is it time for Kemba to show his hand? Na'Vi were pinched and punched all over the place by a copious amount of teams earlier on that were denied access to the circle, but with 1 HP and a mere dream and a quick first aid, he's made it to the top 4.
Yeah, for Kemba, I feel like he's just trying to get into place. I think he's in the new circle, and again, if you're playing for positioning, second place. If he's forced to fight, he has to decide when's the right time to do so. Is a flush worth it? I don't know. That's the debate, right? So, let's see where we're at. Now, Northern Lights, their ridgeline runs pretty close to that center point. They're going to be pretty comfy on this. Kemba's decided it's go time now, and Gustav's received the pointy end of the stick. Kemba has now thrown a spanner in the works for FaZe, and Northern Lights could springboard off the back of this. They should start looking at how do we secure our route forward. Do they fall foul to a similar situation? Does Nocky maybe get one, or are they going to be aware of this? They've kind of slowed down the roll here. Kemba and Nocky have both gone to that western side. Now, FaZe, they are stuck. They're stuck on the southeast, but let's see what their terrain's like. Do they have the utility? Here we go. Nocky's found Kemba. That's going to be Kemba. Oh, no, Nocky. No, and 8C just got the nade. Kemba's the one-man machine. Northern Lights had just eyed him up. 3 players pushing at him. He wants none of this. Can he even survive long enough? Can he take anyone else with him? No, he gets put down. Na'Vi get 3rd place. Well played to Kemba to secure that. But it's definitely cost players their positions, their numbers. FaZe called out. This big rotation has just completely spun it around. Perfectus finds Uber, and now it's just Fuzzface and 80. 80 down to a one-shot. Fuzzface sees someone on the low ground. It's the deck. He's looking around. He's looking for a way forward. 80's fallen. It's all on Fuzzface. He gets one, though. Is he quick enough? Is he good enough to deal with the rest? The nades come in. He's down to 19 HP, and he's down dead. Northern Lights. That's the team I wanted to see. That's the team that can really hold it on and push it through at the end. I hadn't seen that sort of play from them, right? I hadn't seen that sort of performance yet. So, when everyone's hyping them up, Northern Lights, look at them, watch these guys play. I was like, okay, when I see, proof in the pudding, that ending, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, that's what you're kind of looking for. I'm trying to find so far. Their highest placing, I believe, was second, which we saw yesterday. So to jump into first straight off the bat, it's giving them the highest placement points that they've got so far in this competition. So decent work from them. They'll bag the 10. They get the frags as well. That rotate at the end, the kind of the trigger, the go sign was perfect. Whoever was IGL in that, it was coordinated so perfectly. Time to sweep up. Good job to Kemba, though, to take out, get a couple of frags and also bag third. That's really digging deep for Na'Vi and getting him some much-needed points.
Yeah, well played to basically everyone in that final circle. That was quite good fun. Guys on the desk, first look at, is it A against C? What are your thoughts on this one?
My thoughts to get it going is the big battle between these two big teams at the end, Northern Lights and FaZe, and Northern Lights are able to win it out. It may have gone differently, though, had FaZe consolidated themselves in a better position. Let's talk about this game. Let's look at the highlights here from our first game of the day. Toby, Northern Lights getting themselves the victory, 15 kills to their name.
Yeah, and it all started off there with Ray shirts and a kind of where can we go? Well, I guess we can crash this and see what happens kind of situation where they rack up 3 of 4 Ray shirt kills. And then, I mean, as Sim said as well, really smart timing on their, when they started sweeping. But I want to go back to the rotation prior to that. It was their timing to push from the south side up into the position where Red Zone initially was playing from, because the Red Zone, we were all complimenting them, saying they spotted it, they saw it was open, but they just went there too early. When they got up there, they were completely swamped. They were surrounded with people everywhere. When Northern Lights came up, they knew for a fact they had no one behind them, and they could more schematically push it in with the safety of not getting backstabbed. So really wise playing all the way through.
Yeah, definitely so. Speaking of backstabs, Avenger, when we look at how FaZe were trying to split in that kind of final moments with 10 players alive, it felt, to me at least, like they were a little bit stretched thinly. What are your thoughts?
They had to be in a position where they had to keep some high ground control, had to keep some control of the angle as well. If they committed too much to a side, it would have been super rough. But also came down to the terrain, like the layout of the terrain. NLT actually, or Northern Lights actually, had a really good position with this and decided to play from the saloon and took a really good position from the beginning, and it turned out really well for them. Also, Kemba taking down Gustav, and then Northern Lights managed to push on this position. It was just it was super well played by them, and the amount of control they had from the beginning was just so well thought of.
Here's the points coming in. Oh, it's unfortunate for Raise Your Edge so far, 16th place in this game, and so far overall they are 24th place, not having the best of times so far across their games. Let's take a look at the top. Northern Lights, 25 points with the 15 kills. FaZe, a nice game for them, 13 points coming in, and Na'Vi, 10 points thanks to those 5 kills as well. Toby, that's pretty good for some of our big names, and Northern Lights is absolutely smashing it when it comes to the kill leaders for today.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at the way it spread too, it wasn't just one guy out there racking up kills, and it's never really been that way on Northern Lights. It's always been a pretty even spread. You can see three players within 100 damage of one another. They were all out there. They had equal importance, I guess you can say, with the roles they were playing. When you're out there in the open, we saw Tempest kind of do the same thing. You gotta keep eyes on literally every angle, which kind of failed for FaZe in the end when Gustav did see Kemba.
And I believe we do have an interview ready with Northern Lights. We're going to hear from Batulins. Hello, Batulin. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Perfect. Hello, my friend. Firstly, congratulations on the victory here to start the day off. 15 kills as well. You guys were going up against FaZe towards the end of that game. Talk to me through your position and the fights.
About the fight with the FaZe clan, it was actually not difficult because Kemba helped us a lot. He killed one of FaZe and then knocked him, so actually because of Kempo we won this fight easily. Yeah, that's all what I can say about this fight.
Okay, thank you, Avenger.
Cool, Battlins. Obviously, you guys had a rough day yesterday. It's awesome for you guys to start with a good one. Why did you guys have such a rough day yesterday? Can you talk a bit to like why was it rough and what did you change coming into today?
Yeah, I really would like to talk about yesterday because first games on Miramar were super difficult for us because there are a lot of teams who play from the center, and we just haven't got any like place to play. Yeah, in those circles that were like all the compounds, the top compounds and the positions were taken by Omaken, Liquid, TA, FaZe Clan, Tornado, and all of the teams. So I as a captain, I didn't know what to do in those games. Yeah, so that's why it was actually difficult to take a lot of points yesterday.
All right, Toby.
When you pushed out from the, we can call it the saloon compound down by the road and went up north, did you know for a fact there was going to be no one behind you? Because it looked like you did. It looked like you knew if we just played slowly towards the hill, we can just continue to push forward without having to worry too much of anyone behind us.
Yeah, we had all the information about the map, about all the players and teams, so we had zero problems with the positioning in the circle.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Batulin. Any final shout-outs to fans, etc., or team that you'd like to give?
What did he say?
Any final words that you'd like to give to fans, team, anything?
Yeah, of course, to the fans. Can I say in Russian and in English? Both?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for all English-speaking and not only English fans. I'm very happy that we have not only Russian audience. And also, спасибо, ребята, всем, кто болеет за нас. Вот, не все получается, но мы будем стараться выкладываться на максимум, вот, и не отдавать свои игры, как было вчера. Все. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I like your bathrobe. We'll see you next time.
Good luck next games.
All right, that is Batulin. It's to be fair to Batulin and his team as a whole, they've made a fan out of me over the last couple of tournaments that they've been playing. They've been playing out of their mind. The organization, it's not necessarily the biggest name yet, but they're putting them on the map. They're doing so well for Northern Lights, and it's great to see. Of course, not only is this an important tournament for the players, but it's also an important tournament for charity as well, as $100,000 is not only going to the players, but is also going to charity, and you can contribute at home as well. All you have to do is follow the links below the Twitch that is currently available and follow the instructions there. And we can actually take a little bit of a look whilst we go on a break as exactly how to do that here for the PCS. And we are back. It was so long ago since you last heard from us. I know. But we're going on to game number 2 here in a few moments' time, and it will be Miramar once again. I want to actually go back to the topic that I was saying before we actually went to the charity moment there of Northern Lights really just kind of making a fan out of me. How about yourself, guys? I really want to hear your opinions on this because, Martin, I feel they've done phenomenally over the last couple of months.
Well, they've been they've been stepping up. They also had a few roster changes going into before the PGS. It's good to see them come up to this. I'm happy to see Batulins there as well. He's a very experienced player, and happy to see that he also takes, sometimes take the credit, but also takes the fall for yesterday. Like he's saying, I had a hard time as a captain yesterday. We were having a rough time. It's very nice to see he's really stepping up to the IGL and the capital role on this team. So it's nice to see.
Here's the points coming in. I'll get your thoughts in a moment, Toby, here, as we do have Northern Lights in 11th place right now. That win alone was able to move them up 5 positions to 53 points, Toby. So great stuff from them. And do you have thoughts when it comes to Northern Lights?
No, I mean, I completely, I completely agree with what Martin is saying. You have to be able, especially as a leader of your team, to say, guys, you know what, this one is on me. I did not know what we were supposed to do. And you could kind of tell with the way they were playing yesterday. It did seem extremely indecisive, whereas today you saw as soon as they got pushed by Razor Edge, they might not have been ready for that. I don't think any team would have been in that situation, but they were there immediately. They turned around, they won the fight, boom, move on to the next thing. When they moved out now of the compound to go to the hillside, they were there immediately. Where yesterday, it seemed like there was always, when one was going to the east, one was still looking towards the west. It was one of those, guys, what are we doing here? It seemed a little unorganized, and the fact that they can clean that up in one day, at least so far, is that's very impressive.
Yeah, definitely. We're just a minute or so out of the game here. Talk to me about some of the bigger names in this lobby. Do you think that they're going to have a bit of an easier time? When I look at Group A and C, I feel like there's a bigger divide from the top to the bottom, say, compared to like B, C. What are your thoughts, Martin, here?
Well, I think it's clear that we might have some very big teams that are gonna pull ahead. They're already ahead in the leaderboards, but I definitely think we're gonna see one of the teams, maybe two of the teams, just stepping up, because like there is always the same amount of points, so there's gonna be having to be like the 3rd, 4th, 5th place that are getting a lot of kills as well. So I think this is the chance for some of those teams that are very far behind at the moment to like really grab that opportunity and try to throw themselves up there, because right now and still I think our bottom 12 teams is the teams that haven't played more than 7 games so far. They have 5 more games to go, and I think they I mean, out of the 12 teams, like it's only going to be 8 of them that's going to be sitting outside the sub 16, so we'll see how they're going to be able to do.
All right, gents, it's time to get into the game. We're going to Miramar once again, and then after this, we only have one more Miramar remaining for day number 3 here. And then after that, it's Erangel Remastered all the way. We get the grand finale, the finish here to this week. And of course, then we are back next week for even more games. And then after that, we know our 16 teams, which are going to be fighting for all the money. We will get into it. Sims and Pansy, bring us game number 2.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, what a good game 1. Northern Lights sitting real pretty there. Also, yeah, that bathrobe was spicy. Big fan. Yeah, no, so far so good. I feel for me. I'm happy to see the lobby the way it kind of played out. I'm still a little bit gutted. Razor Edge just didn't have a game again. It was like this, this feels like, okay, so FaZe just stepped up. Northern Lights just, really started to go. We're starting to get all these kind of factors coming together. Na'Vi, yeah, they lost out early, but then suddenly you had, Kemba sneaking his way through. So, like, a lot of those, like, small win conditions, ticking off those boxes. I don't know what's happening with Razor Edge here. I'm struggling. I know that we normally only, interview the winners, but I'd love to hear, what they're struggling with here, what's costing them these games, what's causing them to slow down.
And I'm right in thinking last week, it was Miramar that was actually being one of their best maps and one of their better maps compared to Erangel. Like, yeah, I suppose you just got to brush it off, go again, and see how it goes. The only issue that I have is, do you start becoming a target for people? Do you see names on the feeds and do you think, okay, that's an easy kill for me? They're not playing at their best. Maybe they're mentally broken. We could just push on to them as a team and take advantage of that situation. Like there are points, and we've seen it before. We've seen it on LAN Hell at PEL, where teams would come off of those LAN stations and physically just ignore one another and just go their separate ways, sit on different couches, go listen to music, go outside and not speak to the team. That's a shot and a half. Granted, he probably doesn't have a helmet, but to dink him out the back of a can at that range, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, not bad, Ivis. Good job. I mean, maybe there's still life in the scar. Let's watch it again. Is this a little 1-tap? It was a 2-tap. It was a 2-tap. It was pretty spicy. It was pretty nice. The spirit of Break just turning in his grave in competitive PUBG, It's just like, the scar, is it viable again? Hello?
I can't believe that skin never came in.
Like, okay, look,
I'm
gonna get in shit for this, but like, I bought the Break skins. I got the little glovies. I got it all. I like the gloves the most, honestly. Like, I've got my outfit, but I like the gloves. I like it all. It's good. How did he not get a scar? Like, which?
It's just.
I mean, I don't have any skins, so true. Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, when I get a skin, maybe then I can mock them. You know, what should be our skin? You know, if it's a casting duo skin, what should we get?
Oof.
Yeah.
Well, we're going into barrel meta. That could be a good one. Your M4 is always your safety
Yeah.
net, right? M4 is always
Yeah, but
the
we're both
safety net.
garbage with a barrel too. So
Mm.
I don't know.
Seeing the on
have to
Reddit
think
and
about
stuff,
it.
God V's got the mini coming out. That thing looks good. That'll do
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Oh yeah. And he's God V as well. You know what I mean? Like it's got it all
It's just
going
gonna
for him.
sell like hotcakes, isn't it? That thing. Good lord.
Yep. I mean, you could do something really obscure, like the energy drink can, or you know what I mean, like something that when you pick it up, it turns into like a specific one. I don't know. It's look. We ain't gonna get them, so let's just move on. You know, my hopes and dreams have been dashed from the very start. Out in the west, the circle goes. We're kind of centralizing just north of Chumacera. That's gonna be kind of your middling point. My brain just went, "Where's Liquid?" No, because I was looking at Picardo. I was like, God, their logo is really weird today.
They're dead
God
already.
almighty. Wow, Rich. I can't believe you'd say that about Liquid.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
made
no,
one joke
please.
about Liquid, and the fans were ready to murder me. I wouldn't do it, Rich. It's a dangerous game to play. Speaking of a dangerous game, oh dear. Almost pulling up towards Tempest there. They're going to back away from this. Raise Your Edge, going to have to play a little bit more scared, and I know that kind of sucks, but if you're playing the way they're playing, they can't just, I don't know, it feels like they're just smacking their head against a wall at times here, so I'm hoping whatever issues they're having, they can resolve them, but keep 4 alive. Get late game 4 alive. Nice and easy.
Looking at this circle, another one that should be nice and easy for many a team. Barely any water in play, just skirting down the southern edge through Valdemar. A lot of teams starting to centralize, though. Northern Lights are already in there. Etiquette, Misfits. Tempest, Raise Your Edge, slowly but surely could be crossing paths. My only worry for Raise Your Edge is twofold. One, you talked about it. Do they start to begin to play scared? Do they start to question their own abilities? Do they start to hold back on scenarios in which we know that A, they will perform better fighting, or scenarios that they need to fight anyway for the next stage of the circle? The second part is that they're getting surrounded, which kind of worries me. Wildcats at the back, Tempest at the front, Red Zone's driving by them as well. It's a little concerning, especially when this is such a... Yes, I know, players and teams would like to go central as much as possible. That's not how you drive a car. But it becomes really unviable to move when so many teams box into it.
Northern Lights this time having maybe a connection issue or two to get their 4th player in, it seems. So sadly they're down to 3 here, but don't worry, the bathrobe bandit is still about, so they'll be perfectly fine. That's a skin he needs to get. Can we just appreciate like he needs that skin? Get the man a bathrobe in the game. That's what we're after. FaZe heading south, Ent still finding the way in the north. It's pretty busy. I guess they don't have to rush this time. Normally if you're like far off the north, you have to rush. Haiku just pulling up here. Oh no. No, that's not going to work, Haiku. Markelov comfortably picking that one apart, but can he suffer through the rest? There's 2 more players here now. I think there might be a third off to the side. If he can do more damage, this would be wonderful. He is very isolated here, Markelov. Not with his team. Tasked with doing this all himself. The esports putting a lot of pressure on this man, and so far, that's the first couple of bullets actually put back towards him, so he's doing the best he can here. Almost shot in the back, but holding on for dear life.
Yeah, 30. A party from the off angle. Armin's now trying to take a different route and a different approach, but he has to be careful himself because the same people will have an eye on him as to what Markelov's dealing with. Where's the rest of the roster, though? How far away are they? Okay, so they can't move, and currently on the map that I'm seeing, they are not moving for love nor money. They're pinned in by several different angles and several different teams. Urax is confirmed, down, dead, and done. Exit the server, rather unfortunately. Markelov's still trying to find a different angle onto the team of 4 directly in front of him, but unfortunately it was that third-party scenario, but ultimately his downfall. 1-2, thank you. Stolen away. Manic grabs the points. Misfits from up high. Full overwatch of all of this. Speaking of Overwatch, you can see this actual map at the moment. There is a fight kicking off at the very most northern reaches of this circle. I'm glad we switched to it. Nice timing on that one. WP and AD Adepts holding them dead to rights. They can maybe hold Noki down below in between the compounds, but the rest of them are slowly but surely rotating. And it's wasted potential that have to do all the work to cross this road here. Where are the vehicles? Okay, they got the bike there, but it's I'd like to see the rest of them just kind of get in these cars and bomb it away, to be honest with you. It's not a fight you want to be taking. It's pointless. It's worthless. There's so much land grab in front of you that you can go and, just go and grab. Penguins apparently can't drive, Lauren. Can they drive?
What do you think, Rich? What do you think? Do you think they can drive? No, they cannot drive. I'll get some real facts going pretty soon because the Adepts just lost out on Sunzi, and it looks like they're backing away from this. Yeah, they're already down to just two of them, Noki and Tundo, having to find a new way around. A couple of these teams struggling pretty early on, a little bit further north than I expected. The Penguins, prime position, Na'Vi, what a spot for them. They are laughing. They've kind of come in quite quietly, cautiously, not too bad, just taking their time out in the northwest. Slotted in, and there's no one near them. All the pressure, all the teams, all the build is to the east towards Picado, and maybe to the south and north slightly. Adepts could slot in behind them, but man, did Na'Vi just get away with a huge position here.
Yeah, with that swing, it puts them in prime territory. Take a look at this circle and kind of discuss it a little bit more. The hotspot has to be said, pretty much between where Na'Vi are going to hold, they can work their way. It's the same what we've seen teams do before. They'll hold this crossroads, and it gives you the pick of the bunch depending on where we go next. It could still, by all means, pull further down towards them. Pull further away towards them when Misfits actually is, excuse me. Pull further, and then teams like Battle Up next time, maybe even FaZe, they could be happy. This compound that the Misfits have is really strong at this moment in time. For this circle, it's a powerhouse, but they have to protect it. They have to have their full team front and center ready to receive any teams that want to take a crack at it. Everyone beginning the full rotate now. Moving towards the southernmost edges of it. The north still pretty empty. Adepts, WP, they disengage that fight, but they're kind of holding back on one another, and it's slowing each other down. It's going to be a very, very passive and progressive work into this circle. Penguins going for the 2-2, just below Power Grid and above Northern Lights as well. Northern Lights are bombed inside a building. They're on the opposing side of the road to the Misfits. I'm seeing shots just traded back and forth. Wildcats, not as loud as what they were on day number 1.
Yeah.
But certainly a team that doesn't want to be messed with. We'll see them show their hand later on in this game, no doubt, or later on in this series, potentially. Raise Your Edge, Tempest, very sparsely split. Same goes for Ents as well. It's all a bit messy, to be honest with you, down towards that southernmost eastern edge. It's kind of just all the teams, all the players are all separated, just trying to find a foothold and maybe work with what they can.
I'm not worried for the Penguins, considering they are sitting in the north, and we do know that no penguins obviously live in the North Pole. It's just not what they do. So hopefully for them they can head a little further south, because, you know, obviously in Antarctica they have no land-based predators. Pretty wild, you know. They're just beefy, dude. Beefy penguins.
There's no penguins in the North Pole?
Nope.
Oh. That
There
is
you
fact
go.
number
Fun
9 on
fact.
the internet.
It's alright, I learned that one from coolaustralia.org. Thank you. That sounds trustworthy. What do Australians know about penguins? Oh no, I've probably fallen for a trap there, but I'm gonna believe it wholeheartedly because I googled that, and Google is trustworthy. I hate chat so much.
Everything on the internet is
spam.
truthful.
Oh, the
Oh,
spam, dude. I just can't deal with it. The spam's getting to me. I need to just, like, actually focus on the game. Although the thing is, there's actually 16 teams alive here, and wow, FaZe. They've slotted back in their kind of traditional drop spot in a weird way. Like, remember and remind yourself, Na'Vi are the ones furthest out in this area, and now FaZe have gone, I know this area pretty darn well. Look at this, though. where do all these teams in the Southeast go? Because this area can house a decent amount of teams, right? It can definitely put a couple of teams in there more than it's got. Power Grid can certainly have a few. The Wildcats will probably shift up there, if not further north. But I'm looking at Tempest, Ents, Raise Your Edge, Redline, a couple of the others. Where are they going in this phase? Instantly on the move. Probably going to go to the phase compound, maybe? I'm actually not certain. Gustav's kind of heading a little bit further northeast or east than I expected. Maybe looking for a ditch here. They know this area like the back of their hand, bear in mind. Northern Lights definitely know it pretty well as well. They are down to 3 this round, which a little bit of a shame, but they're doing okay. Haiku with a very, very greedy 2-2 split. They could get crashed at this point. Teams are looking desperate for compounds to take over.
Now, that is the best case scenario if you can go for the 2-2 in this one, because honestly, I have no idea where this one goes. It's a matter of just kind of getting into the circle, praying, hoping, and begging for it to come your way. Eku and Co. out in the field. Rarity we see a circle directly on that compound, but it does give them so many points of entries. Once they're in, they're in. That's the only thing. You'll have to kind of stick it. This fight will have to come forward now as Gustav and Pussfist find themselves pinned up against the vehicles. Pulls overstepping the mark though, but he is someone who can answer back to scenarios like this. Unfortunately, doesn't go his way this time. He is instantly flushed. That is a bloodthirsty shot I've ever seen. One Tundo says no. Takes the point. Northern Lights also see this unfold. That's rather unlucky for FaZe Clan. That was their anchor point to the next circle. Should it be unfavorable for them to go more towards the eastern side? Raise Your Edge have turned up to the party. Thankfully, this time round it's only a solo player. Shiv, though, what's in the chamber? What can you do? It's time to step up. Shiv, initially, with the opener, with the flush as well. Monkey downside. And we spoke about the Wildcats. But if you go towards them, they've got some bite. You have to be careful. And there it is. Second one falls as well. Shiv up on top of the hill. Where's Nail up in all of this? Okay, he's just down below. But he's in a position, really, Lauren, that he can't support his teammates in any way, shape, or form. They're not going to go that way to him. In theory, they could go out in 16th here if they throw a grenade and get aggressive. If they deal with Shiv, that is. Oh, this is... It's actually kind of upsetting to watch. I feel genuinely sorry for him. Things just are going from bad to worse.
Yeah, Max, if they go out last again, headshot again. I mean, I loved watching this team be super aggressive and, like, you know, light it up. You had such big names, you know, doing such cool things. Monkey's about to die anyway. It's probably going to be down to 3, probably 2. At best case scenario, they're down to 2, right? And the Wildcats aren't going to back away from this. Why would they? They can just shuffle up a little bit, get into the new circle, and they're fine. They don't have to hurry. They've got no one pressuring them for a way longer amount of time. Did FaZe lose out on 2? I feel like they did here. I feel like they've lost out on a fair amount of players. Right, here we go. Shiv, what can you do? Please raise your edge. We want this. We need this. But
it's kind of what you said, though, Lauren. Like for Wildcats, really, it's in their best interest to A, clear this fight, and B, they have the man advantage, and if they've got the meds, why not press a team that they know is really looking worse for wear? They know that they're not playing aggressive or Raise Your Edge. They know that if they do this, it'll just make their competition and their life here even worse. They could deal with them, take the vehicles, and then move on. For them, it's just another nail in the coffin. Ents going for a big, old rotate straight through the middle with the vehicles. And here come the bullets, finally being seen. The wheels on the back are spinning around. Cars on fire. Bullets everywhere. They found some sort of a dip, but that's a little bit exposed from the back. That's the only problem. Look at Tixu already. Behind a rock, and now you kind of sit, you pray, and you hope. Itzy and Uber are still disconnected from one another. I'd eventually like to see those boys get together. Squeaky found Zeron, whether or not that was clearing out the backside. Oh, okay, so he's holding Monte Nuevo. That's fair. I can see that. Maybe going for some entry frags if they want to work their way down. Because you know teams will be coming this way. Tempest, Misfits, Ettigat as well. Everyone has to come down from that hillside, and now they're all being pinballed. Squeaky's position is causing so many teams so many problems. They have to opt to ignore him. And he's going to forcefully set the fight between Tempest and Misfits here. Him being there is acting like a pinball. He's bouncing them towards. He has gone down, I believe, during that. No, in fact, he hasn't. I'm telling a lie here. He's still up and running, but that's going to be a really nasty fight that now unfolds in Monte Nuevo because there's very little terrain.
Look at Wookie's angle. It's so filthy. He's going to see another player, and he should get the last. Oh, one more bullet would have done it. He's got to just hope there's no one else there so he can focus on this player. Nice little kind of cautious. Look at that shoulder peek there. Not overextending, not just wide peeking into it or fat peeking, as someone said yesterday. The point is, like, that was really well played by Wookie Bookie. Sadly for Tempest, they are down to 2. You highlighted it. This has been a death run. Squeaky being a pain in the ass, Na'Vi being a pain in the ass. Everyone over on that Monte Nuevo side is really costing them problems. I don't know what happened with FaZe. Maybe I missed it there. Maybe I'm not. I got caught out because I think those 2 players where Tundo and Nokia. Maybe Northern Lights got them, or maybe Adepts crashed them. I'm not 100% sure because it's Uber and 80 left alive, and it's a classic FaZe compound, but only with 2. Now in the south, you've got Na'Vi, and they're in a good spot as well. A little bit pinned in because that road will cost them a fair bit of movement, but Tempest trying to build their way through as well. They're going through this. They're going through the motions. They're trying to work their way through on Monte Nuevo. It's not easy, though. That is a very hard crunch area. And about to go crazy.
Raise your edge, 15th place. Disappointing, but it is what it is. There's nothing you can do. It wasn't helped by the Wildcats. They didn't help themselves to put themselves up against the blue, put themselves out of the picture, and now they're just melting away. They'll be melted off the server, 14th place, and move to his next fight. Red Zone, Penguins, WP. Who is the next one to fall? Fast Rail and Co. have the inside angle, but Haiku's here. They're coming up the hillside. They want to get involved in this one. They've left the Scythian end of the compound. It's bloodthirsty. It's dangerous. But if there's points they can pick up, then why the hell not? They need them. And they have the hillside. Go time to peek up over. There's one web second. Swings, fires, finds it. 13th place for the Nuclear Penguin. Good clean up here from Haiku, but now they have to deal with Red Zone. They hear noise, and they have to take this fight continuously.
Yeah, as soon as you start, you can't stop, right? It's just keep going until maybe one team makes it in, and more often than not, all the teams kind of end up dying in these situations. They're so far out in the corners, even if they beat every other team here, right? Even if, let's say, Red Zone this time, the remaining man of Red Zone gets maybe 1 or 2 kills, every other team knows you're coming down that hillside. So it's going to be tough for them to kind of convert that into anything beyond maybe one player snaking it. And made the mad dash. Squeaky actually made it. Did you see that? Just full sent, yeeted off the bike, got himself in. We do still see wasted potential holding on here. They do have a couple of players. I think it's 3 players standing in that corner. Better luck next time. This position has been the downfall of a couple of teams, but Tempest just kind of slotted into the spot that unravels this one. We've seen these circles play out before, and they have ended exactly where Tempest just went. We've seen the fields have endings. Na'Vi on the move, though. Big squad play. Kemba on foot. 2 of the vehicles. Tab on foot. Senya runs over Squeaky. Na'Vi, excellence again. Look at that hit. 2 in the vehicles got the attention, but can they make it further? Redline is waiting, and Kemba just got flushed. The men that were on foot have to face the music here. It's going to be very hard for them to get further forward because suddenly Redline has such good vision on them.
So well executed. Send some off in the vehicles and then send the hit squad over the road to deal with the problem that's in front of you. They remove ends from their position. They get the body boxes and they can loot up. Senya's a little bit further and deeper inside the circle with somewhere that they can swing to should they have to move, and no doubt they will do, unless this circle comes all the way to the south. Adept, same scenario as before, making up into the top 10, maybe even further with a very centralized position. For Haiku, you have to think back and say, was the risk-reward worth it? All 3 of you pushed out from the safety net of the base that you had. You had a good solid compound for what that circle was, and you went attacking. You got hungry for kills, but then Redline hit you head on afterwards, and you couldn't answer back, and now you're out, unfortunately, in top 10. Could they have done more? Hell, it's a question that we ask for many a teams. Could more have been done every single time they go out? I don't know. I'm not a pro. We won't discuss it to ladder extents further, but it would have been nice maybe to see all 4 of them trying to make an advancement on this and pick off Redline individually rather than 1 versus 2.
Senya overpeaked on that one. Marv got up close. Insta-flush too. And for Na'Vi, I mean, the problem is they did the hardest part, right? They made it across the road, but now they're just little by little Redline using those 4 players really, really well to kind of capitalize on the map control. Now, better luck next time might come across Na'Vi. Now, Na'Vi has 2 modes to slip into. Either they try and shuffle just into the circle. They play it quite slow, quite passive, but their run's not pretty. You saw Best Luck there in a bit of a bad spot. That can't be helped. They had to make the best of a bad situation, and they just try and play quiet and hope that maybe Redline spots out Better Luck next time, and they're able to kind of quench that bloodthirst coming out from Redline. However, for Bestelok, look at that run in front of him. Hardly any cover, high ground, Ivus already on the flank. It looks like Redline have got their sights set. Now, for Tempest, they need to find their way forward. But we are seeing the shots from Redline coming towards Better Luck next time. This was one of the win conditions that Na'Vi needs to slot one of their players into maybe a better spot. So they've been able to move the tab up. Bestelok is still just hitting the deck. Tab's gone for it. Tab's gone for the aggression, but Ivus's off angle is massive. That tag shows that he wasn't safe, but Bestelok helped him out as well. Na'Vi are trying to work this one out. They're not going down just yet. They're trying to find a way forward. That was a long old shot from Bestelok too. Better Luck next time, got in their cars and sent it. FaZe on the move as well. We have, wasted potential up in the north, slotting in here. This will be the biggest fight, and Ivus going down. Na'Vi, this is a 2v4. They could do well in, but Marv's off angle, just up on top, is going to catch him out. Or at least one of these players. There's not much more to be said about that. Surely he can't actually find both. Maybe he can. Marv, is he about to throw the pan at him? Bestelok, not sure what he can get out of this now.
He's been sat watching for a while his teammates get the res. Wookie puts an ender to Better Luck next time. Fast Rail comes onto Wookie as well. That's from all the way up in the hillside. And now that fight's made some noise here. FaZe Clan are just over the ridgeline to them, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's their time to strike. Maybe they can, given the fact of Northern Lights and WP have huge amounts of viewership over all of these teams by being on those hillsides. I mean, look at that. Even when you look outside of this Batoula, you can see everyone on the opposing side of the road, and they all have to cross eventually. Not this circle. FaZe is safe just for now. That safety net will soon be removed. If they can loot body boxes off a Tempest, take the smoke nades and build the wall, then they get across the road. Maybe get to the vehicles directly in front of them. But the question is, do they know where Adepts are? Adepts just hit the deck and sent it central. They've been there for a while. They've not been firing, not been showing face. Uber's pulled the bike up. Looks like he is going to hit the res here, and why not? You've still got time to do it. Get it out of the blue and get prepared, because this will be the send of the life. They either die on this rotation, or maybe they even manage to win out the 2 versus 2 battle directly in front of them. If Noki doesn't expect it, it could be scary.
Yeah, but if it's not going to be Adepts, it'll be wasted potential. If it's not wasted potential, it'll be Northern Lights. Sadly, playing from the low ground, everyone's looking at you. Na'Vi still have Bestelok alive. Redline is still trying to keep that in mind. You can see the fire going across the battlefield. That's from south to north this time. We've mostly been looking at it as a west-east situation. As FaZe going to start putting down those smokes, we do see Fast Rail finding Noki. This might almost encourage FaZe to be able to speed things up here, but Fast Rail, tag from above. That's Northern Lights getting involved, and suddenly, FaZe, everything came together for them to make the cross happen. They've actually pulled up. They're in the new circle, and I don't want to say safe, but they're in. Everything fell in the right place. The flush comes out, but now Fast Rail. Can he undo it? Where the shots? Fast Rail. You needed those to land. And yes, it was a quick kind of, let's see if I can do some damage and back away, but I was hoping one of those mini shots would have found its place.
The circumstances that unraveled them to FaZe to make it across the road was just phenomenal. Now Fast Rail's forced out into the blue. And he needed those initial shots, as you talked about, from FaZe Clan, by now having to run around and work his way back to his roster, put out a player some out of position. He goes down and out towards the blue with the shots coming through. Mestelodge up close against the tree. Isn't actually burning, so he's kind of safe for now. The second one might flow around and grab him, though. Ubra and Eitzip still working hand-in-hand tandemly to try and maybe take down these players of WP. Navi goes out in 6. Eki falls as well. Sophia, wasted potential. Well, the hillside, you missed those initial shots off back of FaZe, and they just battered you. They've jumped over the position. They've removed you from the server. That's damn good work. If they found Tundo, that is a hell of a lot of pieces of the puzzle that's come to play. So don't get me wrong, the fought for this ground that they have now. But my God, it's been a knife edge the entire time.
Yeah, Tundo's found 80 though. This is a really hard position to remove. If you look at the headshot angle, the nade's going to do... Why did you peek it? Why did you peek it? You could have waited on the nade. Why did you peek it? Oh, Uber, I love watching you play, and you're such a good player. You didn't need to do it. I mean, it is what it is. Let's move on. It is what it is. We have Northern Lights with 3. Keep in mind, they came in with 3. They didn't lose out on a player. We're just here to see that bathrobe. We are here for the bathrobe victory. Chat and get behind this. I don't care if you like Redline or not. They've got 13 kills. They're doing wonderfully. Marv had 8 of them. They're great. But what we need is the bathrobe to come back. We need it. We need to see it. Redline, if you take that away from me, that simple joy, I will be devastated. We already have a bit of a tank coming towards one of the Redline players. We need to see Redline manage this, considering the Northern Lights have the high ground. They have good room to move as well. Redline have to go against the odds. They're looking for a way. They need a one-man pick. They need to pick one of these Northern Lights players, and then they can work from there. But look at this open ground between them. It's no man's land.
How many kills the Northern Lights on? He's hit 13. They pick up these two. That's and they win this match. That's 50 points in 2 games. That's savage if they pull this one off. What a way for the championship Sunday, but a Sunday nonetheless. Rather sick to see, but Redline still fueling the tank. Meds have already hit. This allows maybe Northern Lights to reposition. I can see Batula and Perfectix. They don't realize the hit squad's coming around for them. They're getting an off angle onto this one. If they can find QBE, Fricky has no idea. He has no idea where they are now. They've silhouetted, they've shown their hand, but they've also realized where he is. Nades are being cycled, and here we go. Initial damage made, pushed up against the blue. It's time to strike. 6 times is there. The wiggle, the wobble, it's good, but it's not great. It's even better for the Northern Lights. That is a phenomenal finish. It was only 5 kills, excuse me. I thought it was in the 10 stroke or 12 area. 5 kills, but still, a 15-point game. 2 wins in a row is absolutely solid work.
Yeah, it's sick. I mean, they played the super well. Sorry, the bells are going. You're just gonna have to bear with it. Normally, I'm in games, so it kind of hides it. But no, like it was a really well played out game. They came in with 3 players. I guess their 4th had a connection problem. You just got to start the lobby. It is what it is, right? Online games. We move on. For me though, seeing them be quite reserved, because you're not going to go fighting every fight when you're down to 3 players from the very offset, right? You're going to kind of take your time on it, going to try and play smart, and they did that. And all I want to see is the man in the robe again. So I hope that's the case. The fans seem to like him too. But anyway, before we get to potentially the fun interview, we have to listen to the terrible death. So hopefully they can just shuffle quickly through to the amazing interview we might have if we're lucky.
I'll take it. I can roll with the punches. It's fine. We're not as bad as you think, Pansy. We'll show you. We'll get you. Anyway, regardless, Avenger
I
and
could hear
Toby
all the
joining.
bells ring in the background.
Yeah, it's
same.
dung dung.
Ding, dong,
Notre Dame,
ding,
the
dong,
bells,
ding,
the
dong.
bells. Anyway, Northern Lights, another win once again here after back-to-back, including 5 kills. That's 20 kills across 2 games with 2 wins as well. Martin, this is very big for Northern Lights, obviously just putting up fantastic results.
The rotation, the macro rotation that put them straight in the middle after they saw the circle cut pop, like, it was just so well played of them. Very coherent, very good movement, and they were able to stay there for some time. A few times they got some pressure, but it didn't really matter. They managed to stay three strong. But yeah, it was great to see. Interesting movements, but Redline as well. I mean, 8 kills on Marv. That's a story as well.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Redline obviously really, really popping off there when it came to getting the 2nd place there, Toby, on that kind of east side of some of those final circles. And they kind of dominated a lot of the east side for the most part.
Yeah, but they were playing it really slow. I don't think they were actually inside a circle itself before, I want to say circle 5 or 6. They were playing a really slow south side. But when they got in, I mean, they just started slaughtering. They had the opportunity to play very slow early on, and they had the firepower, they had the cavalry utility to take some of these fights against teams who were very, very damaged already. So great plays from them. And all, I mean, when you're out, every time you're out in the open having those engagements, it becomes tricky because there's so many things to keep track of at the same time. But they really managed to do so. You can see here, I mean, long distance fights everywhere, but you also have to make sure that the snake that's right next to you is not trying to peek you. There are so many things going on. So for them to be able to get so many kills in kind of the danger zone where they were is very impressive.
Yeah, definitely. And as we look at some of these final moments here, one thing that really did stand out to me was actually FaZe managed to get into some of those final circles across the road, Martin, but then were undone by the efforts of AD.
Well, I mean, at depth they managed to hold it well, and it was just a clutch situation, like a 3-point clutch. Super well played, very nice to see for Adepts, obviously. But like the FaZe Clan kind of stumbled upon themselves. They sent 2 guys over early. They didn't have to. They lost them there, which was obviously a rough situation for them. And they could have ended on second, or maybe even taking the win if they were actually 4 guys strong. And not losing 2 guys there by pushing over too early, in my opinion.
And you can see here Navi even getting a few more kills here and there.
here
Here we go.
Tundo.
And he just ran out of shots from his clip there, and unfortunately dies to the grenade after as well. And here are the points coming in, as we do have Etigate Esports, unfortunately for them, getting themselves 0 points. Razor Edge gets 1 point, but they are not going to be happy with the 15th place that they got in this game whatsoever. They really need to be stepping things up now as one of our big name organizations. And then up towards the top, as much as Northern Lights got the victory with the 5 kills, Redline stood out tall here when it came to the 13 kill points and wasted potential. Toby, 10 kills under their belt. Sophia got quite a few of those popping off.
Yeah, I mean, and the weird thing about that is, I feel like they could have had even more. I mean, the way they were playing, they kind of allowed for FaZe Clan to push in. I don't feel like their focus points, they played it really well in the early game to make sure no one pushed them from behind. But whenever they knew we have the space, we can start looking around. You can see both Fastwell and Sophia up there with kills. They let too many people in. I mean, they were as she was saying, tower defense games. They were leeching too much. I mean, they were simply allowing for FaZe Clan crossing the road while they were looking at Adepts. In my opinion, all their eyes should have been on FaZe. They cannot cross the road. Once they're done, now we can start focusing on the guys that are down the hill, because they are not an immediate threat to us.
All right, it's time we get back Batulin from Northern Lights. Welcome back, friend. Got to be feeling good after 2 wins.
Yeah, actually, we played the 3-man squad this game because the only player on the map was didn't have he can't no able to join this game. Yeah, so we played the 3-man squad this game.
Oh, that's why.
Oh, easy.
Yeah,
I guess that's also why you guys didn't go too aggressive throughout the game. Like you tried to just stay as 3 guys alive. Yeah, I could see that. Very nice movement though as well. You were very aware of that 3rd circle when that popped. You had to be in that position, right?
Yeah. We were just we just need a good circle. We just have to sit in the compound or somewhere else and farm 5 kills as we did. Yeah, and win the game. And yeah, the game showed us a nice circle win because of the heals. The 4th circle, went to the. We knew where the circle gonna end. So we were ready to rotate in this check.
Nice.
Yeah.
Toby?
I mean, I was just thinking, because now you talked about yesterday, you took it on your shoulders as well and said there were situations where you as in-game leader, you just didn't know what to do because you had other teams trying to fight the middle. I was looking in particular for that now. You guys were in your vehicles. I mean, pretty much before the circle even popped sometimes, you were like, we gotta go take center, we gotta go do it right now. So as Martin said, congratulations, but also for you as an in-game leader. I mean, as much as you want to take the blame when things go wrong, doesn't it feel really good when you make a plan now and then everything just like works the way that you want it to? Because that's really difficult to do in PUBG.
Yeah, of course. I feel actually really confident today, and the game are being played easily than yesterday because most of teams today are not that I don't know, maybe experienced, maybe they don't have so much fast timings. Because of that, we can play our game, and that's why today is a very good day for us. Yesterday was difficult because of the teams also.
Yeah. Yeah, good lobby, I think. So, final question, Batulins. The bathrobe. Is this what you always wear for gaming? Porn tournaments? What is it?
What? Which one?
The bathrobe that you're wearing.
This one?
Yeah.
Always for gaming? Or
Yeah, of course. If I able to wear it on the
Can we
land
see it on
tournaments,
land?
I'm gonna do it.
that has to happen.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much,
Nice
Batulin.
question,
We'll
nice
let
question.
you go.
Yeah.
Good luck in the future games.
Thank you.
All right, that is Batulin. We had to get it in right after the first time.
Of course,
I missed my opportunity the first time. We had to get it in. Northern Lights, 2 wins in a row. Fantastic stuff for them. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them again today, if we see more of Batulins in his bathrobe. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, we are going to have one more game of Miramar for you, and then we're going to Erangel Remastered. We'll see you in a few for more PCS.
So maybe aware that there could be something. Shiv is looking down low, so he may spot Drade in any second. Now as they come round, he does see him! Oh, but Drayden gets Hacksteady down. He sees Shiv coming as well through the bush. He can't spot him, catches the headshot. Shiv taken low. Drayden's going to push. He gets around there, and Reciprocity will fall in second place. Coming in on the hillside, so if one of these shows themselves, Sigsy will have the angle. There it is in the picture. There's a little cheeky peeky from Chris there. Catching him out. Sigsy's looking to try and catch him out. Chris peeks around. The nade catches him though, so it's a back and forth between the two.
Back to back. FaZe Clan did say it's time to strike, but they may have left it too late. They should have gone a little bit earlier, but nevertheless, all 4 members are here. Uber instantly knocked down, but has level 3 gear, can survive this. Aitzy. Comes back onto Wanted.
He's gonna get the flash. He's able to back away from this. Oh my god, Snark, that was so... Wait, what?
Third party.
Once again, always great to look back at some of those moments, and if you got them right, very well done to you as well. Joining us, we have Avenger and Toby here for our final game of Miramar of the day. Guys, the big question. Does Batulins, does his bathrobe, do Northern Lights go 3 in a row? Martin.
That would be sick. I mean, we haven't seen it yet. It could happen. If they have 4 guys alive in this game and they manage to all get in, then obviously it would be great to see. But I like they have a big caution now. They have a great lead, and I think they can just keep this momentum, keep this confidence going. And I think we're going to see a lot more top 3 finishes, maybe even more wins for them today.
Take a look at the points coming in here, and once again, the shift is Northern Lights, 3 places up with 68 points right now in 8th place. And it speaks volumes, Toby, when we have that interview with Batulins, and he's saying they feel really good about the game today. So when you've got that kind of feel, that kind of force behind you, that you've got to be in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it showcases exactly what we were talking about the other day, how 1 or 2 teams taken or like removed or added to a group can completely change up the dynamic. Yeah. Yesterday, they couldn't find any space in the middle because they are playing a playstyle which is very... I mean, I kind of want to call them the CIS Team Liquid. When you see how early they rotate towards center positions... No, but I mean, I'm serious about it. When you see how they play, it's very mirrored in how, at least early on rotation-wise, it's very mirrored in how Team Liquid likes to go about their rotations early on and which type of positions they try to go for. So if all the circles favored where Liquid were playing from, given that they're playing a center position on both maps, then they would normally beat them to it. Therefore, as Battlin said in the first interview today, they don't get the spots they want to get because Liquid beat them to it. And today, given that they're not here, they simply have that much more space. I looked back here in the break just a few minutes ago to see they are pretty much the only team that commits early towards those center positions, and they're getting them today. So, I mean, if they can do that again in the last game, if no one dares to like compete with their aggression, I don't see why they couldn't win games for sure.
Yeah, maybe. Aurora Borealis at the moment, for the first 2 games, they light things up. And we have one more Miramar coming up. And again, do remember, it is an accelerated schedule to a certain extent. So once the games are ready, we get them going. And in fact, we're just a few seconds out before we get into our next game, Avenger. Final thoughts before we go into our last Miramar?
Well, I would like to see in all lives to get 3 in a row, but I'm also curious to see if some of the other teams are able to pick up and see like there's a lot of space in the middle, because as Toby said, there's a lot of space in the middle right now. So I think a lot more teams should be picking up with that after reviewing the games here while we're talking, and then really get into that and take some more advantage of that being open in the middle.
All right, let's get into it. It's our final game of Miramar for the day as we send you over to the commentary team once again here. It's our duo. It's the 2 super gingers. One denies it. Don't let her fool you. It's Sims and it's Pansy.
You waited that long. He held on to my throw from it, and he's just called me a ginger. You know what? That's uncalled for, James. That's uncalled for. You can't.
It's not
You
offensive.
can't do that to me, dude. It's not nice, though, is it?
Whoa. BM.
I'm strawberry blonde. Go away. Let me hold on to this. All right. Ah,
Very
he's
proud of
upset me.
my-
He has
Orange locks.
orange locks. Oh, good stuff. You know what, James? Fair play. Absolutely fair play. I love it. We are going to be starting in the southeast, heading up towards the northwest. We have, I guess, teams going further north might have a little bit of a struggle with this, but I feel as though, and you've got to feel as though they have backup drops available, just because, you know, sometimes the north just simply isn't accessible. Rich, the desk said it. They're not the desk, but you get what I mean. That middle area, there's room. There's a little bit more play to that. You know, I'm hoping someone reads towards that now. Which teams do you like to see capitalize on that potentially?
I think it's going to be difficult now the circle's in play to see where people really want to go. Obviously, the eastern side will become a really great rotational path. Na'Vi could get vehicles and go towards their homeland. Why not? Cobalt area and surrounding areas, it's within this circle. You don't want to go too far, just in case we don't get that northern shift, which is what they would need to play off the back of that. Oh, God, with a circle like this, I suppose it's really still anyone's game. We have seen many things unfold around the crater fields time and time again. We've seen many things unfold around the El Pozo fields. These kind of fields that are one in the bang in the center, playing around that. We don't get any generalized circles within there, but more towards the just below Cobalt area, and then you go further down, Pozo and surrounding areas is just a nightmare scenario. TMP in the cars and on the move. I like this. Get the hell up there. Get up early. See what happens. This is kind of anyone's real game at the moment, and anyone's real area, especially with the first one, as you just don't know where it's going to go. I do feel sorry, however, for a lot of teams that are more down towards this southeast area and this southeast approach. They have to approach it carefully. I want to see some good scouting here. I don't want to see stupid teams dying and wiping on rotation. I want to see one person on a bike checking buildings, seeing what's there, seeing what's proactive, you know. I've given ENCE quite a lot of criticism throughout this competition thus far, but if there's one thing that we do, we see them surviving edge circles, we see them playing edge. It's that they know how to get into these kind of and weave the way in. It's really strange. We don't hear nothing from them, and all of a sudden they just appear from nowhere, and they've just been sat on the edge all the time, working their way through teams and making it work, so to speak. I suppose really there's very little we can say off this one until we know where the next circle is and some kind of home location and usual circle or a memorable circle that we kind of know where it's going to be. Certainly what we should be expecting to see is a few people put out of place and out of position by moving early. I don't want to see any late rotations. This is the one thing I'll be disappointed if I see really late rotations all the way up against the blue and then teams dying needlessly because they've not scouted properly. That'll be disappointing. With something like this, it's a prime time for it to happen. I don't want to see it.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty fair. Now let's look at who's in the really good positions there. We've talked to the people who are quite far out. Let's look at who's in there. Wasted Potential, massive position. Na'Vi, FaZe, Northern Lights, Haiku, and the Penguins. As been said. Raise your edge, go on the Northern Swing. Northern Lights getting a lot of early attention. This is from the Penguins. were some nice shots coming there. They didn't land as crisply as I'd like, but yeah, Perfectus having to pull up. Try and ensure that he doesn't get picked up for free here. And really nice gear for Hellscream too.
I suppose if he's down there on his own, he will be able to loot those. The broken garages will give them decent amount to work with. He's not forcing the fight, and I don't blame him. I'm kind of okay with that. Just carry on doing usual thing. Whether Perfectix wants to advance on this one, or wait for his teammates to give him support and just wait for the pickup, I'd be okay with the pickup unless they actually want this compound, in which case they know that a solo player in there is a viable option to push in it, confirm it, take it from them. And it looks like that's exactly what I'm going to do. They haven't really had no massive amounts of response. That's a shot while getting out from the top. You have successfully awoken the beast. You fuck the bear and you get in the claws. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Pretty frustrating for Hellscream. He had a really nice little setup. 3 vest. Whoa! Woof! Yeah, I guess don't do that. I mean, Northern Lights had to play with 3 last round, so they were being a little bit more passive. We get to see them being a little bit more aggressive this time. Raise Your Edge also quite close to the other Penguins. There's 3 others still waddling around the map. And Shiv, hopefully aware there could be players nearby. I don't know how much information they have. They've kind of rocked up in the northern side, so we'll see if they're fully aware of what could be around them. Zorf might... I think Shiv's going to notice this. No. The Na'Vi getting their first bit of contact. They're in a nice position here, quite far towards the west. Very close by towards FaZe as well, but the Misfit's going to be swinging past.
Wrong time to pull up. Wrong compound to be pulling up at. Looks like they will continue the approach towards it, though, at least. Certainly saw one of them who wanted to commit to the calls. Whether anymore get fed away from that. Let's not forget, and you kind of saw it on the map there, FaZe is lurking. They're looking for a place to call home. They'll be listening to all these shots going down. Gives them more information. Where's a place they don't want to be approaching to. It is going to be quite close, though, especially if both vehicles going over at the same time. I'll be unlucky. Could actually pay off for them, to be honest with you, if they don't know where they're going to be. Oh, yes, they did go over in the end. That's rather unlucky for Furax. They're not having a best of run with these Mirados and Vans. Uphill struggle. Continue the road, at least. They do have 3 up, so where they'll go, we'll soon find out. Raise Your Edge have made it in. They're by covered area. It's going to be lucky for them. Very, very sparsely separated, which is kind of concerning. There is no one in the middle to actually get a res off if needed. Sophia with the shots onto Fuzzface. Do FaZe take this one head on, or do they avoid it again? They've seen a few fights so far. They're going for the usual 2-2 split. Edgy bets. Bunker down. Take a couple of compounds, see where the circle works to. Ents, late rotation. Better luck next time. Same scenario, but at least they're inside the circle. Red line. Adepts, they'll be the last ones to make it here, all the way down south. Ents is the one that we kind of, for me, want to see A, something happen in this game. Some big points, some big numbers. But B, if a fight unfolds between them or Wildcats, because Wildcats are on the tail, so it depends if they've actually been seen and they get chased after. This is something very Ents that we've seen a few times, where they opt to go up through the Oasis area, kind of traverse that, really go late. That's an old PEL thing we saw from Ents back in the day. When you when this map comes back up though, Lauren, take a look at Raise Your Edge's positioning and you can give me your thoughts on that.
I see it. I feel like if it was a traditional day for Raise Your Edge, absolutely support it. You know, if you're feeling it, go off. I think you're risking it a little bit, just because I guess in the circle it's not so divisive, but it can be. If it goes north, then they're going to have a lot of teams kind of shifting around them, so they can easily get overwhelmed. But I don't mind it for now. It's too much territory to maintain in this 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1. They do need to kind of come back together and maybe have a 2-2 if they do want to kind of contain as much ground as they have. We'll see how well they survive when they have Ents or maybe the Wildcats nearby. You could have the Penguins getting close. Na'Vi could shuffle north if they want to. FaZe could be a potential threat down the line. So yeah, it's okay for now. What isn't okay is Tempest. They've been having a bit of a hit and miss day. They've been struggling to pull their players up, and it seems like that's the same case here. They've lost out to ETG. Wookie Bookie going down, no trade coming back in, and ETG are taking the compound from them too.
Not the best of positions, to be honest with you, particularly this fight. I mean, no one wants to be in a fight at the best of times, but you don't really gain too much from this. With the circle how it is at the moment, you're looking at very lucky if it goes towards like Obert area. Get a northern circle. Huge chances of the southern swing. We'll see if Pixel can get in off in this one. Markloff down. A little bit of a tank. Good grenade though comes through. Knocks him on his backside. Now it comes down to a one-man standing,
fight.
I believe. Oh yeah, this is
Na'Vi against FaZe.
Look at this as well. The backups arrive because they're being shot at. I wonder if they called for this or this is just them reconsolidating themselves to get... No, they're not coming straight back here, so they've not seen... They've seen Na'Vi, surely they have.
Oh, Gustav just got completely surrounded. Both players peeking at the same time. The Senya flush it in the end, but Tab got the knock. Uber now, they're backed away. FaZe are on the back foot, but look at Bestlock's position. That completely outdoes them. Tab there finds Uber. This is clinical. This is swift. This is Na'Vi outplaying FaZe. And honestly, in a circle like this, I'm surprised. I know that sounds a little bit almost condescending, but FaZe are normally very strong. They all hold their own sort of ground normally, but look at Na'Vi just sweeping through this, keeping control. Now, they didn't expect while the other teams wasted potential turn up. Senya's been knocked. Now, I'm not sure if a flush is available. They're pretty close. They're not that far away. They're slightly southeast of Na'Vi's position, and FaZe are running north, so they're kind of behind and to the right. So they can definitely have some vision here, and it's Raise Your Edge to pile in as well. FaZe, there's no escape in this.
I suppose that shows firsthand the detriment of a 2-2 split. When a team like Na'Vi pulls up and you bring all your players together and tie them up as a unit, it's too little too late. You know, in a scenario where it's two players, there is a bit of remorse though. Alright, that's a big scalp to take. Pestalozzi taken, 1 point, so some revenge and a point, and a bit of damage towards Na'Vi. Their scout, their sniffer dog, send him out. We've seen him before time and time. That's what Pestalozzi is good at doing. He goes away, finds a position, because he can just hold his own as a solo unit. He is so damn good and so damn decisive. This circle, again, I'm not a big fan because you kind of have this hook towards the bottom side where we never get these circles ending on. You have a lot of mountain ridges in play. If you get the hard shift towards the north, above Crater Fields, bump. If not, we go just below Pozo or surrounding. That's still... I mean, we could get the hard swing up towards that northern area, but for me, this is a Pozo fight through and through. If I was IGL in this, I'd be saying, right, boys, we've got to move to Pozo. I'd be kind of concerned for a lot of teams that... there is still a chance, don't get me wrong, towards that hillside where we see Northern Lights and Haiku fighting out. But if this pulls towards Pozo, it's so ram-packed is that you just simply cannot get towards it with the amount of teams they've already got a foothold in there. Raise your edge. It's time to shine, boys. Where do you go? How do you approach this? And what do you do? Do you stay stationary or do you move out?
Was Tomo looking to go all the way around towards Alcantara? I don't think he has enough meds in this circle to get through that. The problem is now he has to go past... If he wants to do the same thing, he's going to have to go past FaZe and Na'Vi. Keep your eyes on the kill feed if he makes it or not. I'm pretty sure you'll find out soon. Pozo's currently housing, what, 3 teams? You could argue 4, as Redline's pretty close. Red Zone, not too far away either. It looks like a north and south split with teams' ideas as to where this might be going. Raise Your Edge getting into the Crater Fields. Na'Vi and FaZe both kind of mirroring each other, although Na'Vi are currently holding 3 and FaZe have 2. Northern Lights. Good positioning for them. They can just watch everyone below them just scrambling around like little ants.
Slow and steady wins the race. Apparently not for that vehicle. Fatulin. Daji up in flames. Easy point. ETG still trying to find where the next foothold is. Because at the moment, you're driving toward WP. Ooh, wasted potential. I suppose they're on the other side of the cliff face. That is a saving grace. Another team enters El Pozo. Na'Vi have arrived. Oh boy, that city is looking hot right now.
Well, at least Razor Edge is still doing something. They've managed to find one of the players. I want to see more, though. They have to kind of have a highlight game to get back on my radar here. And I know it's kind of harsh because we've seen them do well in the past, but we need to see more. Deep's just been found by one of the Wildcats, so maybe over-peaking there a little bit, getting too comfortable.
Red zone, red line, back-to-back, just around that hillside. Red line, you said, it's another team we could class as Pozo. They're going towards the backside of it. They'll hold the field themselves. Need to be careful and that red zone doesn't have any kind of field of vision on them. Northern Lights, big safety net for them. Back of that hillside, no one really around. Tommel is in no man's land, unfortunately. Feel a bit sorry for him. Completely miles away and disconnected from the rest of these fights. Wildcats may still keep the vehicles so they can move. That is a really, really obscure circle. One that favors hugely. Wasted potential. Big compound to hold. It's in a couple of teams,
You know, Rich,
fighting multiple
I'm gonna
areas
shut
in
my
that one.
windows. You pause for a sec. I'll be right back.
The bells are becoming problematic for Lauren. The bells have tolled for Tommel. He's down and out rather unfortunately. Assuming that was Tempest in 16th position. Wasted potential, begin to fall. Fast rail, first one, first victim. IT finds him, pushes him. Face Clan working the way in here. 1, 2, thank you. Mika on the other hand. Easy kills for him. Red line. Oh god, that's a stand and a half straight through the city center. Both of them are dead. We lose two teams back to back.
Yeah, I think Pozo's going to be kind of popping, and I know I need Jesus in my life, but, you know, it needs to calm down a little bit. Very loud. Adepts holding the building. They are in the new circle. They're currently kind of the line that's drawn as such. Red line are behind Na'Vi or what remains of them, so that's still a factor, and Noki just holds the ground, just going to hold the push. Senja sadly can't do much about that, really. Going to be picked up by the nade, flushed out. Na'Vi had a good position on this circle, but weren't able to convert it to much more. That tussle with FaZe clearly slowed them down, and Na'Vi opted to go further south, right? They went for that southern swing, ended up in Pozo. FaZe stayed kind of northern, but now they have Ents and they have wasted potential quite nearby. So not much safety for them. You see Sophia already finding 80. It's only 2 left for FaZe, so they can't really deal with losing out on a player here. Otherwise, it's going to be snake time for Fuzzface.
Yeah, if they go aggro on this one, just clear out what's left of FaZe, for them this once again holds the compound. Mika with a very high angle. Could be problematic. I'd actually like, to be fair, to see Sophia and co push onto this, him and Airkeep. Fuzzface is a very strong individual as a player and as a fragger. It won't be the easiest run in the world. Oh, that is so many dead people. The hell just happened there? Nuclear Penguin's gone. Batulin also, Northern Lights still fragging away, picking up points slowly but surely. Fuzzface doesn't realize how lucky he's been by rotating slowly down the hillside. He's actually going to be out of the line of sight, I believe, of Ents, who've now rocked up to this party as well. So, wasted potential. They might get the shock here. They might be looking for Fuzzface as a solo snake and end up finding a load of fins behind the hillside by accident.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an awkward spot to fight on as well because the terrain's kind of disconnected from each other. You can't necessarily come up from every single angle, so there's only certain routes. Oh, Tomo, what's Tier 1 entertainment, Tier 7 head. I mean, it's just amazing. I love Tomo so much. Mika going on the pusher, that's pretty wild. Rushing into a Fuzzface, one by one they come. And they have managed to outdo him. Leaping off the cliffs, they managed to sweep away. Now, obviously, Ents have heard all of this. And if we could just get a clip of just Tomil just rolling into the blue. Just play it over and over again for me. I'd honestly be so happy. But there's probably other things to be looking at, I guess. The south side, Sully, no more resolution than before. Yes, Na'Vi is still alive. They have Kemba and Tab there. You have Adept still holding the edge of the circle. Redline have shuffled in a little bit further towards the east. Better luck next time. Have all 4 players. Misfits still sitting strong. And it's basically Pozo and then a couple of hillsides. This is going to be really hard for those teams in the north, especially northeast. How do they find a way in here?
I'm trying to think if the circle can even finish up on the hillside. If that's also the same train of thought from the players, you'd be wondering, should we come down now? Should we move away from this? Raise your edge, Wildcats, Northern Lights. Loads of work to do. Loads and loads of work. Na'Vi seem to have a different opinion, and they're actually working their way to the north. Either that, or they're just trying to work their way out of line of sight of people, but there's so many teams looking that way, there's nothing really you can do. I'd expect Kemba to fall simultaneously. Yeah, the blue's here for him. He's been claimed. He might not even be able to have time to get the heal off. Bye-bye, Na'Vi. 12th position. Squeaky holding, raise your edge, gunpoint from the crater's edge into the crater fields. Wildcats still have to make the run. I honestly feel for Raise Your Edge and Wildcats here, there's no way out of this one. They've got an open valley to do, and 2 teams just staring down the barrel at them. Whichever teams take the point, that's the big question. It's not if they die, it's when they die.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what Northern Lights do now that they're in having a couple of players. Right, having all 4 players this time. It's going to be pretty fun. Raise Your Edge, try and make the run, and it's going to be Ents to claim a few. The Wildcats have gone down. Too surprising at that point. The spray from Squeaky, surprisingly really good from that range. Perfectus nabs the kill away, but that's pretty good work. And yeah, it's a bit of a land grab between the 2, but with points and players instead of land. That was a really bad analogy. Well done, Lauren. It's only your job to talk about video games. But Nail-Up is also found. But is the flush going to come through for Ents, or will Northern Lights steal that away? Ooh, Spyro's just managed to knock himself. So it looks like Squeaky has got the points, but while all this happened, Northern Lights have started to get a little bit more attention than maybe they'd like. Ents have quickly turned their attention towards them, and now the fire's coming in from Haiku. It's coming from Red Zone. All the players that had some sort of vision towards this, even though not particularly safe on the circle, have looked up towards that hill, and they've seen 3 or 4 players silhouetting. Northern Lights just went from having 4 players alive to just 1.
Shiv somehow managed to make it into the circle. Bombs in on the bike, and the rest of his teammate falling from behind him, but he's alive and well for now. Ents working the way around behind Northern Light. This could be the dagger in the back. They're going for the reses. They don't realize the Finns have the information and know their position on them. Keep an eye on that kill feed because Northern Lights could be going down sharply. Squeaky, God knows how, spots Shiv, dinks him. He's done. 10th's better than 16th and 15th, but it's still not great for Raise Your Edge without not too many frags in the bag as well. Ents have actually disconnected from the fight they were pushing. I really thought Northern Lights were done for there. I suppose now they've finished off Raise Your Edge, I thought, well, there's a better entry point to this one. We might as well take it, because when you crest around that mountainside, really, what do you have to work with? Absolutely jack. Yeah. Heku and Red Zone are going to be feeling the full force of that as well. I suppose that's the issue, right? Yeah. All these teams over here have just... all roads lead to Pozo now, and anyone that's in Pozo's happy.
Bang on. I don't think anyone's particularly safe up here. They're all waiting for each other to die, right? I was like, hopefully you guys move first. Hopefully we can get the points and you trying to make the run, and Northern Lights are going to be doing that. But towards Haiku, they've decided to ignore this Ents threat that was building, kind of make sure that the terrain keeps them somewhat safe. When you think about it, that big rock's only going to be so accessible for so long until the blue kind of covers it off. We are seeing Red Zone considering a way out, but Haiku's not allowing them much room to leave. Amon does go down eventually. Atomical does find him, and Macindog's already in the car on the go. Atomical desperately wants his teammate up. Maybe he can even get him on his feet. Macindog's already on the move, going to look towards that little ridge line. Probably able to prone there as well. Spyro on the play. You're looking to try and avoid wasted potential there. The bigger oh my god, did it reach him? Oh, that was so close, that molly. Ents trying to make their hike down the hill as well. Rustamar gets found by 1, and let's see if any of them get a trade back. The nades there, they've got high ground, but it's very hard to fight down into these lower ground areas. Everyone can just kind of sit under the rocks. You can see all the nades coming out. Squeak and Pixie looking to clear this out, and they're doing okay, but there's still threats.
There is, and they're from afar as well, Lauren. That knock that initially came through by WP was actually stolen Better luck next time. Front and center compound outside of Pozo. Height advantage looking through the little windows. They can get involved in all these fights. I like the ideology from Makandat to be able to move up here and try and pin Northern Lights outside of the circle or dead to rights. But it's still a 3 versus 1. It's still Northern Lights. They have utility. You can tell by his health. It's looking rather scarce. The initial molly, he got lucky on that one. If those flames had even licked him, he'd have been dead. More mollies come through. NLT know where he is, and they want to get rid of him. If they do that, they might stand a chance of being able to just lay down on the plateau and prone for survivability. Vehicle smoking, not fully dead yet. Red zone best position for now, but no, actually, I'm talking rubbish. Look at that. That is just an open, straight riverbed down.
Yeah.
No one really in the north should survive this. This is looking,
How much utility
if they
would it
don't
need?
get pushed, yeah, to smoke all that up.
8 smokes on
Better
Squeaky.
luck
I mean,
next
he's
time.
given it a good try. Maybe Squeaky could do something. 8 smokes, 3'd up. He's got the gear and he's got the utility. 7 kills for Ents. This is good. I mean, you know, we wanted to see more from them, but every team is about to look this way. I mean, if 2 players make it off this hillside, I'll be really impressed. It's going to be very hard for most of these teams. And here we go. We're already seeing Red Zone trying to make their play. Maybe going to try and just frag out, right? Like, the plan might be get the kills in front of us, because as soon as we leave this plateau, we are super open to Pozo. Already 8 Adepts diving in. You've got everyone else just trying to find this sort of damage. Northern Lights receiving a face full of it as well. Spyro's down a little bit lower. Ents trying to get a little bit of an angle on it. Noki's already found one of Redline. That's Ivus gone. So again, we're seeing all the teams on the hillside struggling to move off it. Red Zone finding Ents, finding Northern Lights. These are the kills they want to get. That's 5 kills for them now. That could be 6. It is. Not bad at all. Northern Lights get eliminated. Ents now try and make the run. They get put down as well. We're down to 5 teams. And Red Zone, do they make it off this hillside?
This has all just been brought to a head by better luck next time controlling that front compound. The priority compound, the major compound, you can call it whatever you like. It's dominating the map. You can jump up on the side walls of it, and you can look through the little portholes, windows. Your body isn't exposed. You can get your gun over there. You're pretty safe. Will you silhouette now and again? Yes, of course you will, to a maximum with a sniper. Oh, look at this. They're just being mowed down. And that's the power of that building in this scenario. 2 teams remaining. And well, Misfits, they are outside of it. Kind of an even standoff at the moment. Circle favorable to no one. That's a bit of a misplay. The initial engagement like that, that should open the doors. They should push on this. With 2 standing, they should absolutely use that knock and go on it.
I mean, even if they don't have to push the players, just take the ground, right? Like, if you look at the way the circle's cut, Better Luck next time could, like, really just strangle this one out. Really bring it home against the Misfits. He knows where another player is. That information will be called. It will be said. Be like, okay, one here by, you know, the dump truck. Okay, let's find out where the other player is. Just these 2 teams, and their positioning from earlier on in Pozo has definitely helped things out. So the flush should be coming anytime soon, or the bleed out, really. 10 seconds till the circle moves. I don't know how long the Misfits can really hold on to this. Zombrie's looking for a way to make a move, but I think Arctics should be watching that, if not Fate. Yeah, they've got that all sewn up. They know these scenarios, they know the lines. Unless a player mistake happens, this should be Better Luck next time's game every day of the week. Molly goes in, another avenue of approach denied. And, well, not a bad shot, but they need more of those.
Being gate kept properly here, the lads. It's rather unfortunate. Smokes up. Gives them some kind of movement. Better luck next time. Have a lot of utility. They could just commit to it all. Big headshot. Big nade. 1 man standing, and they've got to know where he is. All the information in the world. There is a response with the 2 times, but I don't think it's going to be good. This should be wrapped up anytime soon. Fire through the smoke. Hiding behind the dump truck. Can you get any remorse? Can you get any kills? No, you cannot. Nice clean sweep. Better luck next time. They come from the back lines. They get the kill, and more importantly, they get the win. Plenty of frags to boot as well. 7 kills. That's pretty decent. 17-point game. Can't argue with it.
No, you really can't. I think anyone at this point can definitely start eyeing up, how much can we jump in this? Keep in mind, yeah, the top end of the kind of current standings, I'd say, is looking not set in stone, but you have some, pretty good forerunning positions coming out from some of these teams. But that middle pack area, you could definitely do some big jumps here. If you're one of the teams who kind of sat in the middle, getting a win, couple of kills, you'll be pretty happy with that. So good to see Bedlock next time making something out of that situation there. I mean, yes, you were in Pozo and all the other teams were, well, not all, but most of the other teams were on the hill. You were kind of told that's the one you should win, but they managed it. They did it well. They kept it clean and they got the points in the bag. Let's head back to the desk and hear what they had to say about this one.
Yes, we are back indeed here. Bedlock next time get themselves the victory. They didn't need any more luck. They got it. Congratulations to them. Going up against Misfits towards the end there as well. And these two teams, Toby, are two teams that really need some points on the board. So it's very good for them to be able to actually put their stake in the ground quite quickly here in this game.
Oh yeah, you can say that at the very least. They have not had a great quarterfinals. Of course, we're only getting closer to halfway there, so things could turn around for them next week. But they have not been able to show up against some of these. I think you can say without offending anyone, probably more experienced teams in the tournament. But I mean, it's all fair. To be fair, there will be 8 teams that don't go through to the finals. Don't take that as a big defeat, though, especially if you're a team that might be new at playing together, because you are playing against, obviously the best in Europe, but also probably some of the best in the world. I mean, they are some of the best in the world, right? So it's not a big loss if you made it this far. So so for both of them to get to the late game, great effort put in. They did get a little lucky, I guess you can say, with the circles. We were looking that from Samuel there. We were looking at it and we were saying if it shifts north, everyone in the Pozo is screwed. If it goes downhill, everyone up the hill is screwed. Unfortunately, they got the bit up the circle.
Yeah, indeed. Martin, looking at the circles and how they shifted throughout this game, actually quite unique. We haven't really seen these kinds of circles for a little while. A lot of center ups, and then obviously finishing up near that Pozo area.
Yeah, it's a kind of a special area also because of the tendencies with the land ratio and the fourth circle and all of the mountains that are around. We really haven't seen too much endings around that. I remember one some time ago also in a big tournament where it actually ended on the top of the mountain, just like south of the hill and the crater. So that was also just deep. Yeah. But it was very nice to see here from Better Luck next time. They really needed this. This might be the kind of the kickstart to push them in to potentially being on the hunt for the top 16. I think this might put them in the top 16, but they obviously need to up their average placements and points per game if they want to stay in there for the 16 or for the 12 next game they're playing next week.
Yeah, it needs to be their launch pad. Let's take a look at the points coming in here. And up to the top, we have Better Luck next time with 7 kills. Northern Lights still found themselves in a second place finish when it comes to points allocated with 9 kills. Jeez, they're just on fire today. So 11 kills 11 points in total, I should say. And Misfits, despite getting themselves the second place finish, only 2 kills through their name. It really felt like, Toby, you were mentioning whilst we were actually watching the games. Unfortunately for those El Pozo teams, they were like, where is all our fun? Where's all our kills? Where's all our picks?
All the engagements were taking place either on the hilltop or north of it. And that's, I mean, I gotta give credits both actually to ENCE and to Northern Lights for holding off the way that they did. We talked about how Wasted Potential played up against FaZe in the game prior. And they did everything that I feel like Wasted Potential didn't do right. In this situation, you do not look into the circle before you've made sure there's no one coming behind you. And they played it well. I mean, ENCE, even though they don't win it, I don't think anyone would expect them to with the circle going down to El Pozo. So actually a really good game for them. Also a team that has been struggling a little over this tournament.
Yeah, Adepts, I think, also got themselves a 3rd place here, so not too bad in terms of placement points overall. And as we do look at things, obviously, as much as there were so many teams up towards that north position that were battling for each other, and Toby, you said that they weren't going to be able to do much at all, they still got a lot of kills between each other, Martin, which meant obviously they're sponging up a lot of the points from this lobby when it's kind of in that unusual scenario.
In terms of points, they might be on the hunt to take down the record we had from day one from Amaken, but we'll see how far they're able to get. Their Angel games, they really need to step up. They're able to play extremely well here in Miramar, at least.
Yeah, Northern Lights is who you're referring to. Very important. All right, well, we're going to a break here, ladies and gents. And then when we return, we have Erangel Remastered on the way. It's 3 games, it's PCS, it's day 3, all the 3s. We'll see you in 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PCS. We did pretty well, actually, with that last guest round. We got 5 out of the 6 players. We missed Set. That was the only player we missed during there. Tell us in Twitch chat how you fared with that last round as well. We are now moving on to Erangel Remastered here for all of these teams to try and get their last points in for the week. Before then, they have a extended period of break, and then next week they'll be playing the same things once again, just in a slightly different order. And Toby, it's Erangel Remastered once again. It's been thoroughly enjoyable, and we've seen so far Northern Lights get a first place, and then get a second place on points in the third game. So far, it's absolutely been their day. They're in 5th place now.
Yeah, they have fired their way up the leaderboard, and you gotta, keep in mind that they, I don't want to say only, but yesterday they didn't manage to rag up more than 40 points, right? Which of course still is pretty good, but they're already, already almost there for today. If not, they should be past that. Actually, they should be way past that at this point.
I know, yesterday was 28 points, I think, if it's Northern Lights.
Either way, stats and doing that live, it doesn't always work. What I'm trying to say is they've been doing a really good job today, as you guys also agree. And now I'm curious to see how it will work out for them on Erangel, and also again the debate that we had prior to the game starting today. Is it gonna be Etiquette that just jumps up and takes over control of Pochinki? I would assume it to be, but that should open up a lot more space down towards the likes of Ferropeer and just like around the West Bridge in general, because we saw a lot, especially in Game 1 yesterday, there was a massive cluster of teams trying to make something happen down there. So maybe them moving up towards Pochinki could open up some more space.
In fact, there was an entire team just in Ferropeer solely, if I recall, yesterday.
Yeah,
which,
exactly.
Yeah, no extra splits going on for there, but there was a lot of splits across the map, regardless of that, as you're mentioning. Avenger moving into Erangel Remastered. What are you looking out for here? Because, of course, it's the 3 last opportunities for these teams to really score some points.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we're going to have any like contests in terms of drop spots and how much space there's going to be on the map for these teams. So also, are we going to have some of these big teams that we expect to be able to perform in a lobby like this to step up as well? Like, I'd like to see a win from FaZe, especially here in Erangel. I would like to see them step up. And also, can all the Lights get a triple win here on Erangel? That would be sick to have 3 wins in one day.
Definitely would be. Yesterday, we did see FaZe eventually get themselves the win towards the end of the day. Before that, it was a bit of a rocky road. They got themselves a 3rd place on the board throughout yesterday as well. Toby, a 5th place coming in throughout the day too. But this is we were saying it before, right? It feels to me at least like this is the lobby where they can really make something happen. And we've already seen that from Northern Lights. There's no reason technically FaZe shouldn't be able to do it too.
No, yesterday we saw them in all the 3 games they played on Erangel. They looted 3 different spots, right? So they're clearly not really dependent on having a set place to go anymore. There's always been, but FaZe will always go to Military Power. Then they started including the west side of Military, and now it seems like they'll just go wherever they see fit. Fuss has said in interviews as well, they're not too dependent on any set drops in particular. But I feel like the big one here, kind of the elephant in the room, is Ratio Edge. When are they gonna turn that ship around? Because right now it's sailing in one direction, that's towards the end of the world.
Yeah, it's sailing away from Erangel Remastered, if anything. We have two Northern Lights win and 1 Better Luck Next Time win here. For Better Luck Next Time, that's a very important win for them. They were kind of down towards the bottom half of the leaderboard. And of course, we have Misfits, who got themselves to 2nd place, but again, kind of down there as well. So those teams are really looking out for more and more points here. Martin, do you think Raise Your Edge can turn things around in the next 3 games for this week?
I sure hope so. They need to. They need to step up now. They do have 12 games next week as well, but they definitely need to step up now. It's pretty obvious, and I hope that now a map change could be what they needed to kind of refresh and reset everything.
Well, let's get it done then. It is the grassy pastures as we are heading to Erangel, and we'll be starting up towards that north side. Let's go to the commentary team here for all the action from Erangel.
Yep, let's dive right into it. No messing around here. From north to southeast, a little bit of a kind of cut across towards Novo rather than straight down towards the melee base itself. Should play pretty well unless you're going Primorsk maybe, or I guess Quarry's a bit of a reach. But I'm sure they'll survive. This is the first look we get to see with Ava C. The groups we're seeing, of course. A little bit of a new look, a little bit of a different lobby. Some teams clearly benefiting and some not so much. But Rich, where'd your mind go here straight away?
I want to follow on what Toby said. It's unfortunately the Raise Your Edge ship has been sailing in the wrong direction. And there's only one way to go now at this point. You've got to look towards it. You've got to look forward. There's 3 more maps left of this weekend. Not just of today, but of this weekend completely. You want to end on a high note. Just, for God's sake, at least get up there. Get 20, 30, 40 points under the belt so you've got something to work with next week. A couple of little differences that we kind of want to touch on. I don't know what's going on in Severny, in and around Severny. That's kind of busy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams lingering around that area. Raise Your Edge.
That looks like the
Ends
perfectly
not too
centered
far
server.
from them. Oh, yeah, look at that. Not too far. It's it's almost the perfect one. Wookie. I'm guessing he must have clipped the building while it was landing. Bless him. Just landed badly, broke his ankles, but Tommel has a bandage. This is fine. This is fine. FaZe Clan, home turf. Usual position for them. We've not seen. We have seen signs of FaZe. I'm not gonna. What is going? Is an SLR. What are you trying to achieve here? Run him over. What are you trying?
He's flipped the
All
car. He's
4
flipped the
players
car
are
over.
now- Oh, if he does this is just.
Oh my god, this is
absolutely
10 head.
Phenomenal. Oh my god.
Oh, no,
my god,
2
oh my
head,
god.
2 head, 10 head.
Oh! What is that?
It didn't kill him.
I did-
I don't know. I don't know. Why are they all on bikes? Why is it a bike gang? What is this? But look, next time I've just turned into like a 90s movie bike gang and the poor CIS players on the run. I thought they're normally the bad guys in the movies, but no. Look at these guys, they're ramming them! Richard, what is this game, dude?
This is like some galactic brain maneuver right now. Like all of a sudden, Better Luck Next Time have just turned into Thanos and decided that Na'Vi are the first victim. Snap the fingers, and potentially away they go. In less than 3 minutes of the server, Na'Vi has been dismembered.
The
third one's here as well.
I don't give a crap. Let's just do it again. He's done it
Is he
again.
gonna get all 4 of them? Do it. Get all 4. Go on.
Please,
For the
please.
montage.
Oh, no
You-
bullets. But he got him.
Oh, I don't believe it. All right, stick that on Reddit. Get it on Reddit. Get it to the top.
It's like, in my head, it's like, you know the introduction. Have you ever seen Demolition Man, the movie? It's like,
Yes.
it's Wesley Snipes and, is it Sylvester Stallone? One of those,
It
one of
is.
those. And
It
it's
is
like
both.
the years, like 2000, and LA has turned into a wasteland. And I just want to, like, in my head, I just imagine those bikes, like, just tearing around. Oh, that was the best thing I've ever seen, dude. That is production. Can we see it again? Like, I know there's probably other stuff going on, but I just want to see that first bit again when he's just like ramming
Yep.
him with a
Oh.
bike. Like,
Oh, you know what? Someone needs to make the meme now. Anyone who's good at it, do the part where Navi's car spins round. You see all 4 players, and it just goes to be continued. Dun 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 dun. You just see all 4 of them just staring at the dude on the bike. Like, holy shit! What was that?
oh, that's amazing. Like, if I'm Navi, I'm so pissed. Like, I'm so mad if I'm Navi. Like, you're mad and you're not, right? Like, what can you do? You're
It's
just sat
amazing.
there like,
It's
"Alright."
amazing.
we've just been like galaxy brained. I need a drink. Hold on. I'm just gonna.
Oh,
There it is.
good
Yeah,
lord, this is
honestly,
incredible.
that's made me so happy. That's some dystopian future shit right there, but that's unreal.
Imagine like
and-
if they
it's not
qualify
me.
by 4 points with a play like that. That's pretty. You know, it is points. I know it's not about placements, but 4 frags is still 4 frags, no matter which way you look at it.
This is amazing. Like, the thing is as well, when you've done something like that in the opening moments of a game, can we just remake the lobbies? Because, like, no one's gonna care about this lobby now. You know what I mean? Like, everyone at home, like, and you know, they're trying to do something cool here. They're doing all beep beeps and pulling up. Nah, it's not a bike ramming a car, is it?
Oh god, there was no fear in that at all. No fear. Yeah, big fan. That's a confidence boost if I've ever seen one. Still struggling to compose myself after what we've just witnessed. That's phenomenal. It truly is amazing.
Like
Oh. Okay. Circle. Let's fixate on the rest of the game now. Navi's gone. Honestly, I don't think they ever started. Raise your edge. Central map. Still on the rotate, though. Where you going to go? School and apartments. Nail up K98. Shiv on the back foot. Keep IQ just held firmly while the rest of them get themselves together. Ends are centralized here as well. Left-hand side off your screen. They're going to be in the lower parts. The upper parts, Pachinki, whatever you want to call it. The broken land that just moves away from it and swings down. They're not on their own, though. ETG is there. So it's going to be a very condensed area towards this left-hand side of where we were previously. FaZe Clan off the normal, usual drop location, mill to power. They'll work their way in slowly but surely. Maybe kind of just go on these 2-2s. This is kind of what FaZe Clan does. You can see players just, they'll never go alone. They'll always be separated, but at least have backup. Get out, take a peek, see what's what, see if anyone's in compounds and where position is available to them. Wasted potential, miles away still. All the way up. They are in the circle, but like same with Northern Lights, they are miles away from the center. Most outer rims. We have Red Zone moving towards Rodshawk. They're coming down as well. I'm not entirely sure where they'll go from there. I'm just trying to kind of picture in my mind if they'll make an advancement from Ros Hill all the way down to school, because if they do, between them, Ents and ETG, that could be a really, really rough run.
Can I be honest, Rich? I'm so excited to see Twitch chat get to see that, because they haven't caught up yet. Like there's a big delay, obviously. If you guys are obviously listening now, right? You're gonna there's this. Is it like it's a long delay to say the least? It's like minutes, almost 10 minutes, I think. Yeah. So I can't wait for them to see this. I'm so excited to just see like minds blown. But yeah, I mean the circle is really central. That's one thing that's like blown my mind as well, is that this is one of the most centralized circles we've had in a very long time. Everything's available, right? Like, yeah, it will move away from water, but north and south both contains water, so it kind of neutralizes that point, right? So for me, this is a really fun game. I think this is where you're going to see IGLs have a little bit more involvement in prediction, and we'll see if there's maybe a hard shift that could completely change things up. Yeah, this could be a fun one to watch play out. No one's really had to reach either, so if you want to look at it this way, this should be the most fair and even showing of what all these teams can do, excluding that start. All right, like that doesn't count. But beyond that, you've got, no one's had to reach here, right? No one's had to like go super out of their way. No one's had to like, across the map. Not a particular hard shift either. Shifting right towards the middle. Again, this is gonna be one of those circles, I feel, that you might lose maybe 5 players here, max 10. But then you're going to see that shift, and suddenly it's going to be game on. That's going to be the difference maker. Because again, this could still go a multitude of ways. With 3 teams heading towards Pachinki, maybe there could be more teams lost. But as I said, this is plenty of room. There's plenty of available areas that could still work, whichever way you want to cut it.
Yeah, when the circle updated, there was outside of it. There's a couple of stragglers, don't get me wrong, but still,
yeah,
for everyone to be set ready for the update, kind of some loose knowledge of where it would be going. It speaks volumes about the knowledge, it speaks volumes about the information, it speaks volumes about tendencies, but it's a safety net, right? You can be inside this one. It's where do you go, though? I mean, really, for this one, it could still swing anywhere. Anywhere is viable, anywhere is open. Wasted potential, still a bit slow. I don't like staying where they are. Just once the map comes up, you'll see they are as far up as Rodshawk as possible. I'd expect them maybe to shift a little bit further and deeper inwards, maybe towards apartments. If they can scour it and realize it's open, they've got to get through Shiv and Udyr first. Big 2-2 from Raise Your Edge here. They've got to do something. We set this tone at the start of it. I want to see a big fragging win. I want to see some momentum. I want to see some energy. Set them alight, see what they can do. Give them that, just be able to work off of that. So you got 3 more games in front of you. You get the points, and you end the weekend at least not dead last.
there's no excuses for this one to not be a good game, right? You could say anything else. Circles were bad to watch, this and that. This is the most fair and even game you're gonna see, apart from Na'Vi, right? So we just need to wait it out. Keep eyes on rotations, see where people opt to go for. Kind of take note yourselves. If if you're watching a certain team, how do they play it? We do see better luck next time. The the storyline unto itself, which is Artix being a hilarious gamer, and I absolutely love it. A lot of the teams kind of looking around Potato Hill. No one's actually on it, though. That is actually still readily available. Adepts might take that, actually. They're heading slap bang in towards it. Most teams are pretty okay with this. A couple of shots coming in from the east fields of Pachinki, a couple from the south, just southeast of the ridgeline that splits the two that they're currently driving on. But for now, everyone pretty happy. Phase out into the east, big split for them. Tempest, big terrain. You gotta look towards maybe the northwest. It's pretty populated, I think. Wasted Potential and Ents are very close by, but we've seen Ents share that area before, and it is often shared. So it's we're waiting for the hard shifts. That's it. We're waiting for those hard shifts now.
That's kind of where it's at, right? We see where it becomes, and you kind of laid the founders at least. Eventually, in this next circle, potentially, is where everyone being so alive makes it a nightmare to cast and a nightmare to observe, because everyone's just dying across the battlefield. Focuses a little bit more towards that Potato Hill now. Remember, up there, we do have a bit more terrain to play off of. We have that dugout, entrenchment, old disused army area. So someone can kind of work around that and play off the back of that. You'd have to expect now to see what FaZe Clan move in. Northern Lights, Penguins, Red Zone, raise your edge slowly but surely. I don't think they'll go too far up that hill because they still know Hiku's there. They could take the apartment blocks and go up into the top levels of it and maybe try and get a snipe or two off. Harder conflicts that need to happen, or will happen, should I say. It's on this western embankment. Look at that. Ends, Wasted Potential, Misfits. Zeron's going to try and find a place for them to live. If Misfits want to disengage from that, I'm okay with that. Northern Lights have been lucky by moving fast. They have a decent compound here. Can't really fight too much because it's all uphill behind them, so there's no real line of sight. FaZe Clan's just going for the main road. They want all of that area to themselves.
Certainly do, and the funny part being, that Potato Hill was so open until the Depths took it, and we were watching that just before the circle shift. Now everyone's gonna kind of filter onto that hillside. So for the Misfits, gonna see one. Nah, didn't fancy that. All right, fair enough. I guess they're not in the circle either. Maybe he can relay that information to his teammates who are slightly further ahead. He's got a teammate in the kind of solo house in the Pachinki Fields, which is in the circle. So this is the information relay, but you better be ready. Here comes the pull-up. Oh no, that's one. That's a flush. He needs to reload. Here comes the flood. Down you go. I feel like maybe there could have been more the more that he's done. Pretty good damage from the grave. Oh my god, what is this? Oh, what game? Oh, dude, this is nuts. Okay. I don't get it. It's a weird game.
Did he pre-molly the floor then?
I guess? I don't know. My brain's just not... I don't know, dude.
It's kind of weird. I suppose at that point when we said how many teams are over on that embankment, there's nothing really more you can do. Send it with the vehicles and hope for the best. Scooby's found by Tommel. AKM, what other gun would he had? Continuously using that and putting it to damn good use. I'm seeing Ents moving on Misfits as well now. That's still over on that western side. ETG, decent place for them. They have the farmhouse hangars just outside of Pachinki. FaZe Clan's slowly progressing down its main road. They've been there for a while, just watching and waiting. Gustavs moves toward the front of the pack. Northern Lights still won't be able to see them. However, Red Zone is there to give them a challenge. Circle goes, and look at that, in the vehicles and ready to fly. ETG and Redline. They're not going to be sharing. They'll disconnect from it. Redline says, okay, let's not get greedy here, boys. Let's pull back. But all three compounds within that vicinity have already gone.
Oh no, I'm seeing Best of Luck getting mad in chat. Dude, wait for next game, man. Better luck next time, better be worried. If you're gonna do that, you're starting something. But yeah, this is the hard shift we were waiting on, right? There's 15 teams still in the lobby, pretty comfy, 55 players. This sort of hard shift is gonna mean like maybe 4 or 5 teams could now lose out. There's not enough space for all of them. They're definitely not gonna share nicely, so here we go. FaZe gonna punish the first few. I don't see any trains coming back in so far. Northern Lights even being kind of caught up in this. They're probably gonna be eliminated at this rate. It looks like they've kind of been caught while they were paying a little bit more attention towards Red Zone. So the kind of split between the two has meant that right now FaZe have come out the victors. Northern Lights are just down to Perfectus. There's the first team gone. We've got to look at Raise Your Edge, ENCE, Haiku, Wasted Potential, Adepts, all these teams, and a Team Nade. That's bounced off the tree, hasn't it? Feels bad, dude. Or yeah, I don't know. It's. Let's see what happened. Did it hit the tree? Oh, this is actually way earlier. This is the Northern Lights situation, yeah. So good timing from FaZe to turn up and just mop up a lot of those points for them. Misfits, sadly with only 3 in this lobby, but taking the frustration out. Better luck next time. Na'Vi probably smiling about that. Even losing a player or two must feel pretty good. But beyond that, we are starting to see, you know, dribs and drabs of teams left. Perfectus having to be very careful.
There you go. Enjoy that one.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
how
what are you
you,
gonna do, right? 13 teams.
That's how you deal with it. But by those 2 teams being rid of now, that's really opening it up for FaZe Clan. They can control the top of the hill. It's where we swing to next. All the priority compounds down below them are lit. There is no chance that you can really do much with them, even making an assault upon them. I don't know if FaZe Clan took vehicles with them. We've seen a few times where Uber had just dragged one along slowly but surely, but might not have done it this time round. Wildcats, Kings of the Hill, all the way on top of Potato. Levent is disconnected from the roster.
Yep.
Raise Your Edge, unfortunately, have to take this fight because if they don't, they're ping-balled into FaZe Clan, and I can actually see on one of the maps that FaZe Clan does know their presence and is moving down upon them. So we've got 3 teams potentially about to knock the living bats of hell out of one another. This is all the way on the northern side of the circle. This is the other 2 as well. This is on the other side of it. So 1, 2, 3. We got 5 teams. ENCE versus AD, IW versus Raise Your Edge, and then FaZe Clan in the back of Raise Your Edge. This is going to get spicy. If all these teams rotate to Potato Hill as well, we might lose 3 of them.
Now keep in mind there is new terrain up here. There are trenches. There's like a little bit more divots to play off. So if you are actually on the top of the hill, you're pretty entrenched. You're actually playing it very nicely. Now Rushmar's getting a lot of tension here, and he's not finishing off these kills quick enough because look who's on the flank. Look who's behind all 3 of the ENCE players. This could be a big shutdown if he gets it right. Here comes the timing, but look who's shooting back at him. It's Rupture. It wasn't even ENCE that managed to control the Adepts player, although they did get the knock and the flush. The shots from the side from the Wildcats was the biggest hindrance here for them. And now we're seeing everyone else piling towards the north. FaZe even still looking this way. Look at this circle. You know, as said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams up here probably dead, and I think Raise Your Edge are about to go out as well.
Oh no, another low position. 13th is just appalling. It's not good. It's not good, boys. We gotta fix this. Onwards and upwards. ENCE, top of the hill. Time to get the vehicles and get the hell out. Circle moving in 7. Get your meds, get whatever you need, loot the body boxes and crack on. Where's the potential? Still out there, still lurking and lingering. They can use this tree line and hillside for cover. They could even just walk it into the circle, to be honest. Would it be rough? Yes, absolutely, because of the houses that below them. AWM in play at this point, they might just say, no, stuff it, we don't need it, take the level 3s and crack on. Here comes the ENCE run. Engines off, try and silently maybe hit a tree and pull up on one of them. Gustav sees Rupture on the other side of the map. That's still top of the hillside. That is IW versus FaZe Clan, 4 versus 4, all up on both sides. But the problem is, I can certainly see on the map, and again, this is where we said it'd get really busy because we have a multitude of fights and different angles we need to get a hold of. Redline sees the FaZe Clan IW fight. Watch for any of these players once this blue's been removed and they have to move forward, maybe getting dinked up from down low. They will play on the outskirts of the blue and they will try and finish this fight off. If they can do it cleanly, then maybe they go up and over. Rather than running down into the open arms of the teams, maybe they just follow the blue, run it round to the tree line. Honestly, I think that's going to be the best case scenario for FaZe. Why bother going down? You know all the teams are down below. You've already had pop shots fired your way.
They still have to get past on these players. 80 really good spray then with Fuzzface in tow. They have to just make it down. The problem is, even if they did follow it around, you're just in a more vertical region. It's pick your poison. You know, if you see the Wildcats make it out, then sure, maybe it was viable. For now, for FaZe, I think they just have to try and find a way to slot in. They're using the kind of treetops as cover for now, and it will work. It will keep them safe until they kind of get a little bit towards the lower ground. That's why they're mostly worried about who's like on a more equal level. So Redline, for example, you can see the limited amount of vision that you're getting trying to shoot these players. Lots of tags coming out, but FaZe can try and keep them at distance. That's a bit unfortunate for Uber. Does get knocked there, and now you're going to see teams who are on a similar level, like, you know, everyone else piling into this. Don't think that res is going to come through Fuzzface. I think he might be desperately trying it, but might have to just acknowledge the fact that that one's beyond them. FaZe did get 7 kills this game, though, and Fuzzface is still alive, so there is a chance he could do a bit more. And with this northern circle, actually, this is pretty good for them. You got to look at the south here. All these guys are going to have to do the same thing, right? It's like suddenly, oh, we were in a good position. Now we have to do that sort of gauntlet run.
It's phenomenal they managed to stay alive. We'll say then. Same goes for BSD, but you do have the tree line cover, so fair play, whatever works. I don't think we'll see too much from any of those players that are up there. They'll all just prone down, wait the circle out, try and move for the placement. Most strongest position now is ETG. They sent it straight away from those huge farmhouse compounds outside of Pachinki. They were already in the vehicles before the circle closed in. Fuzzface gone down. FaZe Clan 10th. That helps out BSD and Noki with a bit more breathing space. Better luck next time. Oh wow, Artie. 6 kills on him. 4K in less than 4 minutes to this map. What a living legend so far of this map. Niku's still holding. Pixel onto Dull. Ooh, almost. I thought we were going to go the right way, to be honest with you. Wildcats down. They're out of the competition. And Tempest have built themselves a beautiful little fortification here. It's central of the map.
Lovely.
They're using the trees and the dip in the road. Build that up and use it for cover. Big fan. Like, to say there's no compounds left, they're making that one work.
I feel they need to clear the northeast side, and then they're really comfy, and it looks like that's where they're focusing on to start with. Just because they're going to be kind of, obviously at this foothill, yes, you have the vehicles there, but the smokes can only keep you up for so long. And they'd like to have one side secured. It doesn't matter which side, really, but you need at least one area where you can prone down and be okay. I guess to them, the southeast might be that side. They might have to readjust their cover for this, because you've got the almost two full squads staring at you right now. You've got ETG and Redline, which is a lot of players to deal with, and luckily, for Tempest, they're both fighting each other, so that kind of alleviated that pressure that was building towards them. The south side's kind of resolved, and better luck next time, after that spicy start, they're still in the game. So if I were them, sitting I think currently in what, 16th, 15th here, they're trying to get qualified. That's what they're eyeing up. You've just pissed off Na'Vi, so you better make sure you do well in this game. You get your points in this game, otherwise you're going to have some trouble down the line. However, ETG have started to wind up a little bit towards Redline. They found a few who tried to move up early. They've kind of mirrored what Tempest have done in regards to, you know, using this one line that runs through. ETG trying to leave the compound, but Wasted Potential says no. Nice shot from Micah there. Going to use this plateau very well, and this centralizes slap bang on Tempest.
Yeah, it's a great spot for them because now everyone has to flood down the foothills towards them. They are... Let's kind of set the tone here. There are weak spots in this one, especially in this position. And at the moment, they've been held up by a copious amount of smokes. Been put down when one's ending, so they're using them lightly. But saving grace is that there is only one person behind them. That's one player from Misfits, and everybody else is more on between the north to the south, running through western area. They'll probably kick the hell out of one another. Potential we get a Tommel interview here, which I'm sure many a fan will be interested in seeing. That's an AWM as well. I'm looking towards one of the Tempest players. I'm hoping that's Wookie Bucky, because you know he certainly is a man who can with a snipe in his hand.
Adepts with only Noki here going to be looking for a way down. Might actually be a real problem to Redline. I'm not sure if they've had much of a scuffle yet, or he's going to have seen him through the smoke. And then not looking his way at all. This could be a double. This could be them done, I think. Yeah, nice pickup from Noki. Good timing. Really playing patient. Going to see Clib as well now. Now, ETG will probably be his downfall eventually, and I think he's realizing that. That's why the smoke's going up pretty quick. And, oh no, better luck next time. Getting spotted out. Kissik's gone down. Noki has eventually fallen to ETG as expected.
Things I'm looking forward to is hearing Martin's and Toby's opinion on what happens now with better luck next time, how that affects Na'Vi. Were they trying to set a statement? Is there any knock-on effect from that? Will they get hunted back? Was it done purposely? And mainly any bigger pictures that can evolve from that.
I mean,
sure
like,
the
alright,
guys
let's
will
put
give
it
their
this way.
opinion.
If you're gonna, like, you know, not aim for a team, but you do something like that super early on, why would you pick Na'Vi? Like, your position currently is right on the edge. You're in 16th, right? You're looking to try and get up from that. You're trying to build from that. You're around that 50-point marker. Pick on someone little. Just, you know, don't go to Na'Vi. Like, we've never seen them do that sort of stuff, though. Na'Vi is a very reserved team, I feel. They play, like, you know, a gentlemanly game, but I don't know now. I don't know. Look, as I said, we'll see if we get carry on what the plan is. Beyond that, for now, we've got to focus on what's in front of us. So 3 teams alive. We have Tempest, 3 standing. That's big for them. We have ETG. I think they've actually got all 4 as well. Full squad standing, and that's a problem for the remaining Misfit.
You hear that noise, it's very distinct what it is. Silenced AWM coming your way, hits him in the chest. He hasn't gone down just yet, but it certainly has time to remove durability. Clip, beats the board, doesn't need it, never mind, I'm talking rubbish. Misfit goes down, Tommel follows up with that one, that's the SKS. Working with the Orm in tandem, they've now removed the final enemy behind them. They can look onward. All 4 players fanned out, 2 of them bleeding at the wayside for ETG. Nades, slowly but surely, rolling in. Wookie gone down. Marksman now removed and maybe some line of sight. Nades will start to follow through. Getting the player back on the feet, but this one certainly is on the edge of a sword here for ETG. More smokes to play off of, and it's them that have to do all the work.
Yeah, right now, Tempest have everything they need. Look at the circle positioning they have. Yes, they've lost out on Wookie Bookie. That's a shame for sure, but look at the difference in the positioning here. If they lose out, they've made errors, right? Like, that's how I see it. If you lose out to a mutant at this point, I mean, I'm not having that. Tempest are a very well-established team. This plateau could be a problem down the line if maybe they have to play to it. It's a less of an area, but now ETG have managed to suffer their way through this. They're still alive with 3, so, you know, for Tempest, pull yourselves back together. Don't allow them to run off the hill. You know, keep focused on that southwest swing, which is exactly what they're doing. Tomil's the guardian of that. Markelov's looking to exploit it, though. He's kind of creeping his way forward, using the smoke that potentially either Tomil or some of the others put down on Tempest to get a little closer. Maybe bring those guns to bear. Maybe do a little bit more damage.
Again.
Clib. Ooh, Clib's done work here.
Really
I mean,
been the man of the hour for this conflict. Initial one, final one up, and that's it. Tempest win. 10-kill game. And a win off the back of it. I think we both got a bit jouted there on the clip throw, but yeah, I think we were both saying the exact same thing. Like, the knocks that initially came from him to actually open up that engagement, the 2 fell initially. They put the smoke, so don't get me wrong, they lost Wookie at the start of it, throughout the middle part of it, should I say. But to be able to kind of hold that angle, use the smoke so we could advance up the hill, and just stop them on the swoop down, like, that's a solid win, especially when you're so centralized on the map by how many angles there are from a vulnerability perspective. That's a hard-fought match, is that?
It is. I'm really impressed with Clib's play at the end, but also Tempest just getting to that position as well, that kind of send into that ditch that you highlighted really well. It was quite a surprising way to do it. And speaking of surprising, I still can't get over the start of this game, and I'm sure the desk is going to love talking about that. Let's get over there. No more wasting time. Hopefully we get to even watch it back. Guys, what do you make of it?
Well, of course, Tempest won this game with 10 kills, but nobody cares.
Hey!
Well, we kind of care. We slightly care.
Okay.
Because
Hey.
there was something at the beginning of this game that will go down in history as one of the greatest PUBG esports moments of all time, Martin and Toby. And of course, it was the bike and the cars. Let's just wait. Let's just watch it again.
Let's just watch it.
Oh. And he gets out, trying to punch
And he
him.
goes instantly for the boxing match. He loses that as well.
I like
love it.
I like the effort. I mean, we were discussing it, right? What could Na'Vi have done different in that situation? Once you're in the US, once the bike is after you, what could they have done? And we were saying the only thing they could have done, literally jump out of the car. When you hear that he has an SLR, jump out and start punching. And unfortunately, despite them trying to do so, it didn't really work out.
Like as
And
many
also
as
last a little
possible,
bit.
just try and group up somehow.
The
It's
amount of
just-
pull-ups in this game, this one as well. I love this, like the pull-up
Yeah.
and pushes. I love it. All of that.
Utter insanity, I think, for this
But
game.
if-
Utter insanity.
If that's what we get from Better Luck Next Time winning games, can they win more games? Like, I want more crazy stuff like that. The confidence from that win alone is just crazy to pull up. Obviously, there's multiple things to it as well. You have the part of him having the luck of there being a bike, and also one of the first guns he loot is an SLR that it gives you kind of the confidence to drive after somebody and try to get the kills from that. But 4 points from the beginning from that is obviously amazing.
Toby?
Yeah, man, I just gotta say that as much as we laugh about it and how crazy and how that should never happen type situation it is an absurdly good read on his part.
Yeah.
In a competitive game, I know you just won a game, so yes, she has momentum carries over and whatnot. People deciding to do stuff like that, that doesn't happen, but they land next to each other. He sees them all jump into the US and he goes, guys, there's a good chance. I don't even think you have time to give the info across. It's just chase right now, because there's nothing they can do that will keep us from getting these kills. So, I mean, as much as we laugh about it, as I say, it is an insanely great, like, instant reaction to an opportunity to get killed.
It's the perfect storm of situation, and they capitalize on it very, very well to create epic moments. And that's the only way I can describe it, really. Here's the points for now, as we have 3 teams getting 0 points. Nuclear Penguins, Raise Your Edge, and Na'Vi. Unfortunately for them, they are going to be Moody Na'Vi boys. As we have up towards the top, Tempest does get themselves the 10 kill points as well as the 10 placement points. And I was joking earlier, of course we do care about that. It's just that ridiculous moment did happen. For Tempest, 10 kills and having the circles go towards them time and time again, Martin, here really aided them, and they get a big victory off of it.
I actually feel like their macro is just on point here. The read to send it to this ridge here and them saying, okay, guys, we have enough smokes, we have enough overall, just enough accessories and utilities to kind of go into this position. They need like 10, 12 smokes to be able to like get there and then stand their ground there, because they had red line above them. And they had Danilo behind them. Like there was a lot of pressure from them, like from the behind, and they had to defend that. So they were able to read that really well.
Artix, not only top of damage, but top of kills as well, after getting those 4 at the very beginning. Big stuff from Artix. He's going to go down in history as one of the playmakers when it comes to PUBG esports. Just phenomenal stuff. You can say what you want about that moment, but he is MVP of this game 100%. But we're going to listen to another one of the MVPs here. It's Clib from Tempest who was able to get the victory here. Clib, it's the 3rd time we've seen you. How are you doing, friend?
I'm doing very good. Nice to be back.
Nice to have you back. Nice to have you back. Asking you some questions. Obviously, you guys got the victory there. Fantastic stuff. The circles pretty much heavily favored you guys. Were you aware of any dire threats that were kind of coming your way towards the end of that game? Are the things that you had to prioritize going into those final moments?
I mean, we knew we had to take the northern ridge to actually like play inside the zone, because the northeast compound was in and the western compound was in as well. So we kind of had to like just take the ridge and just smoke and lay low for a bit and play the end game, and it worked out.
Martin?
I want to ask, what happened in the first 3 games today, man?
Rough zones and a bit of unlucky timings and some unlucky games, I guess.
I'm happy you got back into it. Now you're actually, I think you're going to be in 2nd overall, so it's getting very close to the 100 and 110 point kind of kind of mark where you need to break into the top 16. What? I don't have any more questions. Sorry about that. That's you two.
You can ask one more. It's okay.
No,
Go for it,
no, it's you. No, we don't have time.
No, okay, fair enough. I want to hear, Clip, how, because you talked about yesterday about taking space and kind of forcing other teams away. How do you feel like today and yesterday plays different? Because we talked to Battlein and he said that yesterday they didn't have room to do anything because like teams like DA and Liquid and so on and so forth were always in the middle taking control. But I've seen you guys today. I mean, especially in the first game, you went up on the hill on Miramar, you just took control and dared. Do you feel like you have more room to do that today compared to yesterday?
It depends on the circles. Like the first game, we got all the space in the world all of a sudden, and it's just because like it's so hard to play that you have one thing in the middle that you can actually play, and I guess people just want to play it on that. So we just took it for once and it worked out, kind of.
Cool. So to finish this up, I actually have another question, which is, I don't know if you were paying attention to the kill feed at the beginning of the game, but if you were, did you see Na'Vi all go down, and did you wonder what was going on over there? Or?
We saw, I think it was BL killing them early. Didn't know exactly what happened. I thought we thought
he doesn't know yet.
Oh, you're gonna have a lot of fun watching that.
Good highlight clip.
Yeah, crazy.
Very good highlight clip.
It's gonna be fun.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Clip. Any final shout-outs that you want to give to fans, etc.?
Spam these emotes. We love them.
Spam the emotes. Perfect. Thank you very much, Clip. Good luck in the next game.
Thank you.
Okay. Martin was AFK whilst it was going down, and then he came back. He'd got some food, and we were like, Martin, get ready, watch the stream. And he's like, why? What happened? And I was like, well, we're envious of you because you get to relive this moment. And now I'm envious of all the players who get to relive this moment as well. It was ridiculous, Martin. It truly was.
Yeah, I was like, you guys were hyping it up so much. I was kind of disappointed, actually. You guys are like, this is a top 5 moment of like I've ever seen. I was like, oh my god, this is another captain moment or what? I mean, it's crazy, but I wouldn't like it's in top 10 probably. But you guys are hyping up as like it was another captain moment. It's obviously a pretty cool pull up and stuff, but you guys are having it way too much, and I got a little disappointed. I mean, it was a sick pull up.
I gotta say, I think it's harder to shoot 4 people out of a car than throw 1 grenade. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
In the old name meta.
That's true.
Top 10. I can't believe it. All right. Well, whatever, Martin. We're gonna look at the points coming in.
They had nothing to do. Like they were just in a car, naked, afraid. Like they didn't have anything to defend themselves with. 6 jumps, Tempest. What?
Wow,
that's massive.
That talks to how close our top 8 is. It's very close. But yeah, look nice for Tempest to jump up ahead and get into 2nd place.
Yeah, definitely so. 93 points at the moment. Of course, they've got a few games left to play out. Maybe they can catch up with Omukan. That would be massive for them here for the first 3 days. FaZe Clan in 6th place at the moment. They stand steadfast, and obviously TSM, Team Liquid, and Entropic had to fall down a little bit thanks to that leap up from Tempest. So interesting stuff, interesting moves coming out here. Anything that you take away from this, Toby?
No, I mean, I think this game, ironically enough, actually played out a lot like our last Miramar game did, except for down the hill, there wasn't a big city people were trying to get into. It was all those split compounds. And you could just tell, I mean, A, you have to get up Potato Mountain. If you make it up there, great. Now you have to fight the teams there. B, now you have to get down on the other side, and the teams on the other side, the Tempest and co., they were just ready and waiting. I mean, they were playing it well, and I wanted to ask Clip as well, because it's such a difficult thing to do, and Sims talked about it too. When you go into the center position there, you are exposed. You need those smokes to keep you covered, and also you kind of have to play with with an eye in the back at all times. So despite you looking in one direction, you have to have a lot of confidence in your teammates to hold the angles you are not, because you will pretty much at all times be exposed to an opponent from somewhere, and you need your teammates to kind of keep him away.
Another one of the teams, Martin, that's did pretty well off the back of this is Etiquette. They did need the points pushing up into the higher positions. It was a little bit of a shame for them that are caught very much so up against the blue, against a very strong position by Tempest, but they made a meal out of it towards the end.
I mean, it's super nice for them to get a 2nd place and 12 points total. They needed it. it put them up a good amount, but like they need to stick with this. They need to get a better performance. Otherwise, they're not going to be in the top 16, and they're not going to make it into our final 16, unfortunately. Also, look, you were asking about the leaderboard. I was surprised to see N still down there. Like they definitely need to step up as well. I know we do have another weekend, but they need to step up, especially these last 2 matches here.
All right, time to get to it. It's our second last game of the day, the penultimate match here on Erangel Remastered, as we head over to Sims and Pansy once again. Let's hope for some craziness. Take it away.
Rich, where are we looking, mate? Where are our eyes going? Because mine are looking at Na'Vi. Do they go for revenge, or are they going to be sensible adults about this?
Yeah, there's a multitude of different things we need to ask ourselves about that one. Was it a play for position? Was it a play to set a statement? Was it generalized BM? Or was it just an opportunity? Because it was an opportunity that he saw, and as Martin said, he landed. It was the perfect setup. You get the SLI, you get the vehicles. Like, okay, well, we're Lewid. We can go for this. They do loot rather close to one another. I can already see Senya looking away. Keeps looking over his shoulders. It says, okay, who's up there? I would like to see if Na'Vi decide to get some guns and go after them. They're not a team that tends to do that. You touched on it in the latter round. Like when we see Liquid on servers with them and we get a millibase circle, they just let Liquid fly by on the bridge. They never even approach them. They don't bother.
Yeah, they're not.
No.
They're not that sort of team, right? It's almost like you got to do a lot to anger Na'Vi. They seem to go about their own game plan. The whole game style is literally, we'll chill out till late game. We don't even need to get involved early on. Speaking of being involved early on, this is a bit different. Nova with 2 teams in it, someone in a boat. Why are we in public games? Who's done this? That's in the real lobby.
Oh no, what is going on? Fast rail, straight off the bat, necked with a mutant. There is a response, however, from distance. No, there's going to be no scopes, no nothing on any of these guys. That's a 4 times on the floor, I believe. Spyro can't, dent even. Oh, okay, careful, Spyro. Careful. That'll do it. Now he needs to be kept on check. Yeah, it's a straight up public match, right? Everyone else separated. Fast rail, I think, unrecoverable unless
VSS.
he could have something.
VSS. Level 3 best at a VSS. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that. You're freaking geared up. You're looking good. Oh, no, don't do that. Don't ruin my freaking fun. Just stop it. No, Perfectus, stop peeking. Where are your teammates? Are they all dead?
That's why you can do it. That's why you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 3 times, right?
Yeah.
Chilling. Just straight chilling.
No best, but the helmet will allow him to do it. Circle. It's over on the East Coast. Plenty of water in play. A lot of work. I suppose it kind of couldn't have been a worse circle given the flight path. It puts a lot of people out of position, more towards that western side. Ends the Debs, Na'Vi, Red Zone. A lot of people have to do some work. I'm currently questioning myself in my head. Do better luck next time. Keep up the aggression. Do they go and camp the edge of the circle? Do they go and try and bodyguard this edge and bouncer it, and maybe even get some more frags off the back of it? Fast rail has fallen, unfortunately.
Look at these sweet guns, Rich. VSS and the Tommy gun. It's the big meta. It's like this next level thing that, you know, is coming out.
The Tommy's had a buff in this match. It's had a buff.
I mean, everything's viable in the right scenario, right? I've always defended the VSS, I mean...
I know you're a VSS fan. Still don't like the 249. Even I don't like it now. Ooh, inside. I thought that was upstairs. That's a shot and a half. He actually did get the guy downstairs, so I don't think she created actually. Expected it to go through the window. Very little HP. Now we see the push come through. Obscure different corner, and it's just kind of it's messy. There's no nice things to say about this. It's messy.
They killed the player who had the VSS and the Tommy gun. I'm devastated. BSD, though, trying to hold down the building, but now you've got 4 Haiku players coming your way. Probably a nade, a molly. Something's going to get you off those stairs. You're not going to get away with it. Don't even need it. Peek's advantage. Swings in, swings out. Job done. Goodbye, the Wildcats. We're seeing a lot of attention put towards that area. This is I'm still down in Novo. You've got a bit of time on this. Northern Lights, I mean, it's just a weird fight. Like, no one wins in this, because they'll probably come out maybe, like, with a couple of players live, maybe 2 for one of the teams that wins it, and by that point it's like, well, that's it. Guess that's us not making it across the bridge, and Deep's now punished Micah pretty badly. Deep, though, can't make this peak. The ledge is just a little too high, so he's actually pushing it. That's some big moves from Deep. This is very aggressive sort of stuff, and I wonder if you can get into this house a little bit sneakily. And he goes. Now let's see what he does.
Good dual push. Straight over the shoulder. That's then wiped out. It's another wild game. 5 minutes in and we've already lost 2 teams. Martin said he was enjoying all the pull-ups. Well, it's continuing. It's a public match. We have a bit of a weird and wonderful circle to kind of throw it all in the mix as well. Hate to bring it up, but unfortunately, I have to. It's our job. Raise your edge. 1 point in 4 games. Oh, boys. What is happening? What is happening? Bottom down the table as well. Still not the... there are teams lingering at the same height. We've got to point them out as well. Haiku, 3 points. Nuclear Penguins, 3 points. Get a bit of a jump up there when we go towards 13th and 12th. Wildcats and Etiquette, 16 and 18, respectively. But no, it's... gaps are actually already starting to be built, and that's kind of what's scary. When we look at the actual table overall, when you see in teams like Omark and Tempest TSM, 125, 93, 90, and then you work your way down to the bottom, granted, they have days in the bag. I'll kind of give you that one. Tempest is playing today, for example, and they're still on 93. Raise your edge, 14. Haiku, 18. There's huge gaps being formed, Lauren, and this puts so much pressure on these teams to perform next week.
Yeah, I mean, for now, I think we're seeing maybe a split of 3 different bands or 3 different tiers. You've got your kind of top tier. You're looking at Omakan, Tempest, TSM, Liquid. You know, this, I'd say, around that. EIQ even. That's mad, isn't it, to think that? But you've got kind of the top band. I'd say cut that off around... I'd say around 70 points. I'd say maybe even higher, maybe 85. Then you get your middle tier, which obviously this is A and C, so some of these teams are still fighting out, with less games played, right? So that's fair. You got your middle tier. And that bottom tier, to me, I'm a bit worried about Ents and people like that in Raise Your Edge, because they're the names that, bring a lot more attention, and they're just sadly not doing what's required. And I'm looking at Na'Vi's rotation here. I don't know if this is a normal rotation for them. Are they actively avoiding BL in this? If we look at Na'Vi, they're heading north of Pachinki. They're going quite far out of their way, which we wouldn't normally see them do. And Northern Lights, just knocking each other on the way through. But yeah, very northern approach from Na'Vi. I'm not surprised that they play passive on this circle. They normally do. This is a very traditional look for Na'Vi. It's something we've grown to know being a very common factor. But I didn't realize that they swung this far north. This might be a very common approach, and maybe I've just missed it, and now obviously I'm paying more attention to it.
People are slowly but surely making changes as well, especially with how many different things are now available, viable terrain to work with and play with. You will see switch-ups and you will see micro changes here and there. Also, with the mindset of Na'Vi, it could be a matter of try and stay alive, get better than 16th. I am interested to see how the tilt factor plays into that, because I'd certainly be annoyed if I went down in such a horrific but hilarious style. So we'll see if they do go after them in any way, shape or form, or if it's just business as usual. I feel Na'Vi being the players that they are, it's business as usual. But certainly when it goes up against a fight versus Better Luck next time, there'll be no love lost at all.
Ooh.
That is one nasty, nasty circle. Good lord, there is more water than land. What is that? Thankfully, there's 2 teams already dead.
I don't know.
make it a bit easier.
Yeah, just a touch. I mean, there's going to be a lot of teams very nearby. I guess the hillside off of Stalber can house potentially 2 teams, if not 3 at this point. You're going to see crashes, though, and with the depths being split up, they're in maybe, I think it might have been a 2-2 or maybe a 1-1, you know what I mean, split across. They're going to get crashed. You can take the cliffside as well. That can house maybe 2 teams. arguably 3 if you're being passive. Lipovka can get teams in it. You have the double compound up on the hill. Here's a, ooh, that was a pull-up. Nuclear penguins. That's a new one. Pangling. Pingwing. I've said the name too many times. I told you this was going to happen. Haiku's turned up. And the pangolins on the other side. Waiting around. Scooby holding the right. Hell screaming the side. And they've been relegated to the lesser side house. The guest house, not the conclusion.
Death from the toilet. Doesn't check the corner. At least gets the knock. There's no push yet. I expect Zoff to come round and just put the nail in the coffin, which he does. We have to look outside of this, though. Teams that are going to be working around this one. There is so many bullets being just laced towards these buildings. Good God. ETG adepts all just hammering down upon this building. All these bullets you can see just peppering the wall. None of these are from the players outside. It's everyone just surrounding them. Well, he just killed them all. He actually just killed them all. I don't know how.
How'd you do that, Zoff? Show me the magic.
Oh my!
They just forgot a window
what
existed.
angle.
That's very unfortunate. That's very
That's nice,
unfortunate. I mean, yeah, you're happy if you're Zoff, aren't you? But goddamn. Oof. This is a fun game. We've had some fun games. Am I having fun in PUBG? What is this feeling? What year is it?
It's Sunday.
I don't know.
It's Sunday. We're all allowed to have fun on a Sunday, Lauren.
Get up, Pots. It's Sunday. No, one apart from like northern English people. Not me going further north. They try to avoid the southern side, and now they've been met by, I think it's the Misfits down there. Yeah, it is. So the Misfits are there, Ents are there, Red Zone are up there, and Raise Your Edge. Now, Kemba getting a lot of attention. He needs some help here, since, covering fire to come in, maybe tone down all this attention put towards him. And Senya a little open there. Did find one for it though, so he slowed down the roll coming out from the Misfits, gonna kind of temper what they were building. And now you're seeing on the kill feed. I'd love to see better luck next time. Just yeet it up north, just like sup Na'Vi.
Surprise!
They won't, because it'd be a really stupid thing to do. They're perfectly fine around mansion, but one just got in their car. I was praying. But for now, I think everyone's actually in the circle. Na'Vi's probably the closest to the edge, but everyone's found a way in.
Edging closer to Raise Your Edge. Zenberry, another one to fall on the side of the Misfits, and then it all came down to Senya getting out the car. He did say he overstepped the bound just a little bit, but it was more than enough to get the heal off and also get a knock, so keeping Kemba alive. Big shift towards that northern edge. Sticks up there, so at least they're safe for now. Now Na'Vi can open up and continue what they started. First one falls, 2 simultaneously. And one's wrong. Oh, no, it's not going well. One more player standing. He's in the car. He's like, I'm sorry, boys. It's just, they're just too strong. They're annoyed. I want nothing to do with them. Yep.
Yeah, angry CIS players, man. There's something about it. You just don't really want that. Na'Vi are normally like the most like level-headed, just like stoic in nature. Just get the job done. They're the classic, right? That's what you expect from them. But it's a little fiery, little spice to the mix. They've added some paprika. Not too hot, but they've added some color to it. So go off. I mean, that's a lot of spice. I live in Germany. These Germans just don't understand spice. I've been struggling. I've had to put Frank's hot sauce, Tabasco. It's a rough life out here, Rich. Speaking of spice, Zoff, the man. He's not a mild. He's not the mango and lime. He's that black label sort of approach, right? So that man just got his 4 kills, I think, before. And Noki this time removes the penguins from having more fun. I call them pangolins. I'll call them anything I want, but they did pretty well before. And Adept's gonna just snap that one away. Tempest, winners from last game, moving into the circle here. Do they only have 3, or am I missing one of them, or is there another in the car? I might be missing out on one there, but maybe they lost out on someone earlier on. It looks like they are down to 3, so that could be a problem. FaZe currently in 6th. Definitely saw a little bit of something clear. Bit of an MVP before, and an MVP again, potentially. Back hands Uber.
Yeah, he stepped up to the right challenge at the previous one. Ended up helping him out to get the win, but we've seen him several times now just firing on all cylinders. Knocks all over the place, and I suppose they haven't taken this fight because they know they have members of FaZe Clan who have been put out of place here. Wookie Wookie going down early. It doesn't really make it any easier for them. Tempest, 93 points overall, second place on the total leaderboard with still 2 games to play. There's a potential challenge. They hit triple digits here alongside a couple of other teams. Plus one at the moment, chasing Omega Esports' top score of 125 points. Uber crawling, begging for help. Fuzzface says, no, I'm sorry, pal. Flips too close for me to get any kind of shot. And then nice. Good call from the IGL. Okay, we've done damage here. Let's back away and reposition. Spyro, last player from Northern Lights. That all comes off the back of the mess that happened down in Nova. It wasn't even a fight. It was just a mess. Self-mutual destruction across both teams. Double drop has come in for Regia Reg. And when I say double, they're literally on top of one another. So they've been gifted 2 crates, and they're all geared up with level 3. Your central circle. This is the time, gentlemen. You have the gear. You have the position. You have the guns. Give us a win. Just give us a win. Reset the mindset. Get at least, I don't know, 5 kills. Make it a 15-point match. Set the tone going into the final map of this weekend.
Alright, ETG. First try and make the move through the 2 guarding teams. You have Adepts over there, you have Penguins. Both of them watching this and raise your edge, your kind of like final marker. That's the southern, just, you know, as the crow flies approach. BL, gonna try and pull up towards the Penguins. Better luck next time. Obviously, Na'Vi are after their head, bit of a price on their scalp, but for now they're avoiding them. Adepts have managed to find ETG though. They pull up not as safe as they'd like. FaZe going to make the run, but that's slightly further to the east, so it's Adepts and Tempest who get to put the shots down towards them. Where do they go? Where do they find Gustav off the bike in towards a hut? They are looking for anything. Gustav actually been found by Nalo and insta-flush. That's a big loss.
Again, we do have new terrain to play around here. There's a lot more dips and balls that you can work with. Vehicles being put up and exploded against the rocks just to give them something to work with. Smokes down as well. Tommel. He gets a cheeky dink here onto one of the players on FaZe Clan. It might be the ghost symbol for Tempest to remove them from that position and utilize it themselves. Death from above. Na'Vi. They're getting in position here. Just lay the hammer down. Gonna lay it down hard, to be honest, because they're going to work in their way up the hills. They're going to respond to this one, so if they're not careful, they won't expect it. Best of luck. Look at that, straight round the corner. Lean peaks, wobbles, gets the job done. Swings back and forth. Watching these pro players with the guns, how they just jiggle things is incredible. Daji tries to get out, but the nades just keep on coming. There's the first knock, best of luck. Nail Coffin. Can he see it done? He knows it's in the smoke somewhere. Holding on by a mere breath of fresh air. Burn him out, best of luck. Go on. Get it in there. Oh, yes, I missed him. How is he alive?
He's a very lucky boy to be alive, but I need to kind of bring the focus back to what the bigger picture is here for Na'Vi. Kemba is doing a great job of trying to keep Na'Vi safe because Red Zone are actually closing in towards the back lines of them. They're sweeping from north to west, kind of anti-clockwise. Now we are seeing Better Luck next time making their push towards the Penguins. Nice start already. Arctic's going to find Scooby. Zorf, though, the window magician, instantly finds kills through windows. That's the only way you can get kills. That's it. It's his one big strength. They picked him up. They put him in a house. He's a god. Faultlessly is going to be trying to make the rush towards the compound. Zorf is still there. And looking for more, potentially. Fate has found Hellscream. So again, Better Luck next time, one by one working down the Penguins. Zorf is now your last man alive.
Raise your edge, pushing Na'Vi back. Seen a kill come out in the kill feed, so at least they're holding ground for now. 2-1-1. Udyr and Monkey, it's, yeah. It's a little scary if one of them goes down, because certainly no res going to be available. Don't ask me how this solo player's still surviving. Maybe not for long if that nade's on point. He's still alive. You lucky, lucky man. He's drawn attention, though, so we'll see if Monkey's actually punished for this by best of luck over on the opposing cliff face, because if he focuses too much and does tunnel visions looking for 1 point downhill, but I kind of understand it. We know that they need as many points as humanly possible in this round. Right, see, put out position. Goes for the heal. You can see the injection coming through. Molly goes down. Fuzzface will be reading the info and sending it back. See if he can somehow stay alive off this one. Avoids all the fire and the flames. Squeaky goes down from a different angle of the nade. Right, see, things have not been going great for FaZe Clan.
No, I see. They've had a rough run here. I mean, credit to them for making this far, but I think Ensign is kind of more willing to self-destruct for it too. Redline trying to go full force in. They were again one of the teams in the south. Most of the teams in the south have kind of lost out here. Adepts having to move up. They found at least a foot into the new circle. Raise Your Edge continuing to go from strength to strength where they should be. They are in prime position. And it was Red Zone who went directly towards them. And now they've lost their life. AT going to try and put us some numbers to FaZe hit. Oh, he didn't quite get the flush. That would have been quite nice for them to maybe get a little bit more going. But we lost out in FaZe. And did Ents survive as a collective? I think they still have Diggory and Tixu standing at the moment, so they're still okay. Red Zone have 2 of their players. Na'Vi, are they down to 2 or do they have 3? I think it's just 2 for them. Having a look here. Yes, just 2 for Na'Vi. In the south, you still have better luck next time locked into those buildings. And you have Adepts sitting on 4, so Adepts in a good spot, Raise Your Edge in a good spot. And, well, Tempest, yes, they're on 3, but not exactly bad form either.
Ember still holding down in this
Feels good, dude. Feels good.
whole area. Yeah. It's
Guessing
surprising
Na'Vi
how many
just
people
got
just home to that, but I suppose it is a safety net. At least you know you can't be shot from anywhere surrounding you, and everyone's going to be looking at an uphill struggle. Tempest still playing Edge. Adept still can't him out just yet. 4 standing for them. Spyro, we'll see if we can be this really nasty dagger in the back for Na'Vi. Besto's not looking. That should be Spyro's easy frag. But he has to catch him and kill him straight away. So keep an eye on the kill feed, see if that one goes down. Oh no! From range. Tundo sees him and accidentally keeps Na'Vi in this one. They've now given away the position. Raise Your Edge circle. 2 up front, 2 behind. High ground, low ground, and all the main points of compounds, or whatever you want to call them. Even the where we can kind of see now disconnected Shiv and Nail up where they're sitting. It's another one of those dugouts. You can't go inside it as such. It is blocked up. But it does give you more cover than there was ever here before. On the previous one, on the other side, you do have a compound. So you can work this. I've seen teams park cars up. A Tempest pushing this? I mean, if they are, it's a really, really good run because there's nowhere else to go, right? Yeah, if they go for this, I respect it.
Oh, Kleb's just off on one. Kleb's just making a straight up push towards Diggory. If he'd landed that, it would have been so much more security for the rest of Tempest. They wouldn't have to worry about them so much because Ents are just kind of off to their right in the east. They could have focused towards Raise Your Edge or maybe Red Zone, but sadly they've been slowed down. Now, Red Zone have found Tixu for them, so that's a little bit of help, but Kleb's still on the hunt for Diggory. Sat in that smoke waiting. That's nice. That's controlled. Good little lean. Nice little spray. And now they've got to keep working forward. They can't stop there. Now Na'Vi, again, churning through that big CIS machine. Just trying to work it out between Kemba and Bestlock. That's all they've got. Raise Your Edge holding their territory and keeping control of the central island or like area, not island, but, you know, position that they hold. So Tempest were their biggest threats initially. They were working from the east. They've already knocked one. That's going to instantly hinder this. But 9 kills for Na'Vi. Big performance.
Only goes down to try and get the reposition. You can just see the player on fire. But even while he's on fire, it becomes enough of a nuisance to draw some attention. As for Rex to say, okay, I'll happily take that one, Udia. Again, all knocks coming in from the side of Raise Your Edge and frags, and this is given their position. Having the little aerial tower and also moving around the back. The Harry Potter tower gives an aerial view of all these fights. Oh, that could have been amazing, but he has to go for the reload. If it's quick enough, he might be able to get him. Shiv's on the back line as well, so this will be another free frag for Raise Your Edge. Kemba extremely low, extremely damaged. Is forced to try and stick it, and I don't blame him. There's no way he can really survive that one. 2 players running at you, go for the fight. Does lose out. Adepts goes down in 3rd. Level 3 gear in abundance. Nail up holding the back lines on his own. Your number 2 team, number 1 in this lobby now, going up against the bottom. 3 versus 2, man advantage and level 3 gear in the hands of Raise Your Edge. If they separate, if they kill Nail up and even this one up, because he is separated from the rest of the team, things then get a little bit more dicey. Have they let this slip away?
Ooh. I want to say no. I want to look at where the circle is currently and say, Razor Edge, hold that big line, right? They've cut it in half. Tempest, kind of more centralized, concentrated towards the middle. Now, they have no real information on the other 3 players left alive. They've taken down 1. Yeah, it's a shame it was Nailed Up. That guy can be a beast, but he's not had a big performance yet. Now the first bit of contact comes in. That's from Shiv. Good damage. That's going to force Tempest away. They're not going to really come out on this side now. They're going to have to be a little bit more careful if they want to do that. It's forcing it into the kind of eyes and the information of Monkey and Urdir as well. So for now, if you're Shiv, your main goal, don't let them push you, for 1, which they shouldn't be able to. Look at that big field. But for 2, do not get picked. Don't over-peek it. It's not worth it. You're trying to force Tempest into a less than ideal scenario where maybe Urdir's position could complement Monkey's. Or that's the scenario you're creating. So if you're not aware of that, you need to be now. So Monkey better be ready, because by all accounts, that's what's, Tempest are being kind of led to do.
See how this kind of works out. There's no Orm amongst them. I also haven't seen the sniper rifle yet. Nice pick, a bit lovely at this point. Still with an AUG and I think and a Groza. Some nasty up close and personal weaponry. Clip's going for the angle, while the other two try and force the fight from up high. It's all these 6 times what are doing the damage though. And the thing is, they can, for Razor Edge, they can afford to do this because they have the level 3 helmets. You think how strong that is. It's the strongest piece of armor that you can get in the game. They have the capabilities. I've only just realized they've got to bleed him 15 times on the back of that thing as well. See through to space.
I mean, look at Tomil's gear in comparison. He's got level 1 helmet, his vest is half trashed. But, Rich, sometimes it's not the numerical number, it's how you use it, So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think all of them at least have like a 3 vest. I swear to God, I think all of them are at least somewhat 3'd up, which is ridiculous. But Tomil shows them how it's done. As said, maybe there's more than what we expected. He almost followed up. I thought that was a headshot all day of the week towards Urdir. Yeah, this is Razor Edge. Like, okay, you thought you had everything. You thought you were going on. You're still going to land these shots. Pixel flushes Monkey. We're into a 3v2, and suddenly Tempest are saying, guys, don't get ahead of yourself. We're still here. Look at our gear. It is broken. Clip did have 3s, but they're all red. Their gear is garbage at this point. But they're doing everything they can. They're working hard for this. And again, the circle now against them. Tempest, nothing's going their way, apart from the fact they just got that kill. And Shiv has got himself pretty isolated here. I don't see how he's going to make it out of this situation.
You brought that up, I was about to say. I don't really see... It's the guy in the Harry Potter tower for me, because it's only one window they can really see through. I get it that he's holding Pixel against it and up against the tree, but what's he doing to the other 2? I suppose this comes down to Shiv holding his own. The knock onto Clip's going to be good. That man is an absolute monster. To remove him from this is pretty damn big and makes it that much harder. But they're slowly but surely working. I mean, if they even go for the res, that... Oh...
That's so good. It was off the back of that dink they got on Urdir, and it's like, all right, this is it. Time to actually push up. We see our advantage. Let's go on it. Molly's going in. Urdir is under, severe scrutiny, and I think it's just spread towards him. He should be able to get a heal off. He is so lucky to be alive. They're going to get maybe a misread on this, considering maybe they'll think, okay, I'm not too sure about how these mollies are going to spread. We'll keep that in mind. He couldn't have left. Surely he could not have left this building. Tomil and Pixel are about to run past. Oh no, maybe it was a misread. Now Tomil's just out in the open. Middle of a field, he just has to take the fight. Pre-flash first. Leaves the corner 15 times. He can't even see it that close. But knock knock, who's here? Peekaboo, it's Pixel. And now a 2v1. Where is Shiv in all of this? He's seen it all happen. He's seen Pixel. He's trying to climb up to the top. What is going on this game? And now Shiv in the 1v1 against Tomil.
Comes down to this. You 2 AKM users. Who's going to come out on top? 1 versus 1. Shiv's gear definitely advantage. Does he know where he is? Probably not. Neither of them do at the moment. The first time I say about Tomil on the AKM, he doesn't have it. M4. Level 1 helmet, damage vest. Once that vest goes, he'll get some aim punch as well. Tomil's definitely not in the better position. Wait. This should be Shiv's fight to
the
win.
Circle. I think it's Tomil's. Shiv has to cross towards him to get to the center point. Tommel's just outdone him on the rotation. But you're right, pound for pound, it's gotta be Shiv's, right? All yours, Rich.
Waiting game begins. Is anyone going to go for aggressive? I don't know. A lot of pressure on Shiv here. Given the fact that they've had all this time in the world, I'm questioning what Pixel were doing trying to jump on top of that tower, to be fair. Well, certainly would have won it if it had been a 2 versus 1. Acrobatic performance did not pay off. The blue, it's here. Shiv's going down low. Has been seen. Damage made. Will Tommel go for the run here? Will go for the reposition? Doesn't chase the kill. Obsta goes more central. Now he knows that Shiv has to come towards him. Flashbangs towards the rock. A little bit too far. 3 times
27
changed
bullets,
over
Rich.
as well. Has to make every single one count. He's holding. For now, there's the look. More damage done as well. These level 3s not paying off. It's time to move instantly. Switches to the red dot. Creeping slowly but surely. The red... Ooh. Again, another first stage straight off the back. Still on. Round the corner we go. That's a copious amount of damage. AKM does the jump. It's actually Tommel. Comes out on top. 11 kills. And another win. Tempest, what is this roster?
I'm so happy to see that. Like, Tommel then just, like, he had nothing in his favor, right? Literally nothing. Level 1 vest. No, sorry, level 1 helmet, garbage vest, under a mag of ammo. He had, you know, in the M4 rather than the AK, which he normally uses, his meds were pretty bad, no utility. And then the other side, you had everything, right? Like, good positioning, his readjust to, you know, get center point to make Shiv have to kind of come towards him. Super well done. What a good game, though. That was a fun ending. I really like that one.
Yeah, we've seen some great games of Erangel. Yeah, we've only got one more left, Lauren. It's been a fun day so far. I'd say it's the final day of the weekend.
Yeah, it's been mad. It's been good so far, boys and girls. We're gonna head to the desk and they can break that down some more. And please, if we're gonna interview Tempest, get Tommel on the desk. Get him on the. All right, just get it together, James. I believe in you. Make it happen.
Actually fantastic stuff. I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Niza can floof, apparently. She's excited too, as we just witnessed an insane 1v1. We felt it was Raise Your Edges all the way, but in the end, it gets taken away from them. Avenger, Toby, let's take a look at the highlights here, but I'll start with you, Avenger. That last moments was just clutch by Tommel.
I love how Pixel just tried to throw it, though. Like, that was perfect. That was great. I would like to see more of that. No, jokes aside, amazing 1v1, amazing play by Tommel. Really coherent and really map aware. Like, the map awareness from him there is so good to see, and him being able to clutch it there, super well played. Unfortunate for Raise Your Edge, of course, but they were in a position to win this. They had every opportunity to win this, but unfortunately they only got a second place. They doubled their points, though. It's a good start for them to get this going. Let's see what they can do in the last game.
Torf gets a massive 4 kill there, as well as the rest of his team. And obviously, and when we're taking a look back at all of this, you can see some of the kills coming in from Tempest. But Toby, I think this does bear repeating from yourself, as well as maybe your opinions here. Raise Your Edge had every card in their hand, and they weren't able to play it.
This was literally PUBG trying to help Raise Your Edge in all ways possible. When they have the circles, they had 4 crates land on their compound. Everything was going their way, and I know the guys, they're all great players, they're really, really nice. Yep. I'm not trying to be rude, but they massively threw that one. It was great play by Tempest. You got to give them credit for a nice, I mean, they did everything right that Raise Your Edge did wrong. They played it together, they spread out, but never more than they could cover each other. If I'm gonna go on a limb and say if Raise Your Edge can't win those games, then I don't think they're gonna get a single win this tournament.
They may not. Of course, I think one of the crucial kills in all of this was Monkey going down, Avenger. Do you think that really opened things up for Tempest to be able to get the angles that they wanted?
There's multiple things. Like, Naleb should never have been in a front position in a 4 versus 3 situation. Not even to get info. Like, they had the upper hand in that. They should have played 4 versus 3 with a back like to it, stayed around the edge here. And then even with the 3v3 situation, Monkey tried to have an off angle. I like that, but it just didn't work out as they like as it could have. They had a lot of smokes as well, Tempest, so they really made it work. They put themselves into a position and constantly try to put themselves in a new spot that had a new angle on them. So it really worked out well for them. Super well played by Tempest. 21 points as well.
Very big indeed.
Rage Edge, they were just too impatient. They wanted to get the game over with. You told me, Tommel, if you had proned on that, you have a ghillie suit. That is what the ghillie suit can do. If you're proned on that tree, you have the flank angle. Just wait. I mean, there's no reason for him to start running around. The only reason they saw him is because he started jumping for info. There's only so many places they can be. Nalo just got killed from that exact like fortification bunker entrance thing. Just wait for them. I mean, they were just playing way too impatient, and that, I mean, goes to me to show that their late game presence just haven't been there this tournament at all. And it's unfortunate because it had, as you said in the beginning, James, their name written all over it.
Yeah, we see their clip once again sitting atop some of these numbers. Zorf was able to do a lot because of the 4 kill that we had.
And Molly Man.
Are you...
the cannonball in the middle.
Exactly. He looks so proud. He looks so proud. And he should be, to be fair, after that performance. But we're going to hear from Clib once again. Hello, Clib. Congratulations. Another win. Back-to-back. Very well done. I've got to ask you guys straight away, did you think you guys were going to be able to win that kind of final situation going up against Raise Your Edge? Talk to me through all of that.
I mean, honestly, we didn't feel like it was 4 versus 3 because they had so much space and they didn't really react to like where we came in from, and they just gave us space that we needed to take, and all of a sudden we kind of had the advantage. So no.
How loud was Tommel at the end?
Very loud. We all were. We were whispering until he and then we started screaming.
You guys have usually record, right? You guys usually record your comms. I'm looking forward to some highlights here. I have one more question, Clip. The comms going into this, like in the very late game, how are the comms like? Are you guys still super hectic? I remember some of your comms. Are you still super hectic, or have you calmed down a little bit and it's the most information going on rather than let's go and let's effing go and stuff like that?
It really depends on the situation. Like once we need to get info on where people are, we usually speak a bit more chill, but once we actually start fighting, it's just kind of screaming and it's hyping everyone up to do the best.
I gotta ask you, Clip. Now, I mean, one thing is that you guys go crazy when all the wild things happen, but I think we can say, I don't want to call you a new lineup, but a newer lineup than some of the other teams also playing in this tournament. The way that you guys were going, as soon as you got nailed down and you got control of that bunker entrance, the way that you were splitting out, because I was seeing you guys split and I was seeing Raise Your Edge split, and Raise Your Edge, they kept their splits in ways where it was very hard for them to defend each other. They had Shift caught behind the rock, they had one caught in the, I think it was Udyr caught up inside the Wizard Tower, but the way that you guys were doing it was like you were separated, but there was always this kind of connection in between you. That type of communication and team play is really hard to do. So is it something that you have practiced on specifically, like to spread out but always make sure that you have the backup?
I mean, we try to play in trading range always, unless someone goes for a play, and it's something where we practice in scrims and in GLL, and all of a sudden it just works out for us. Like we always go with enough space for not us to get naded and for us to still be able to trade. So that's how we played.
Okay. 3 in a row, maybe coming up, Clip.
Perhaps.
We'll see. All right, good luck, my friends, and congratulations. Great win there. Moving forwards. That is Clib from Team Tempest. All right. We have Erangel Remastered. What's up, Avenger? What did you say?
It was a Danish phrase of good luck.
Ah, okay. I see. And we have no break as well, so we are carrying on fully through to our next game here. Gentlemen, now is the last opportunity for all of these teams to really get some points on the board. There are some teams that really need to do so as we take a look at the overall standings. Raise Your Edge moved up 2 places. Very good for them, but they've still got a bit of work to do here, Toby. So do a few other teams to try and get themselves into that top 16 for next week to, try and keep their chances good.
Yeah, and I mean, I think across the board, the teams that try to push into this second circle from the south, they in each their respect played it well, because surprisingly many teams actually made it into Circle 3 as well, which I wasn't expecting. So they made space where there were none, but also on the receiving end of it, teams were really good to back off and say, we don't have to take this cluster fight on the edge right now. We can wait with that for the next circle, knowing that, I mean, you want to progress as far as you can into the late game. So kudos to all the teams that tried to push into that from the south, and for the teams on the defensive end we saw with Razor Edge. It was a shooting gallery for them, right? It was a turkey shoot, just sitting in the compounds and tagging up and getting kills. Great play by them too.
Of course, that final fight really dominated the message that we're sending out here, Avenger. But there are other things that you took from that last game, because I'm trying hard to remember what happened, but all I can remember is this Tempest versus Razor Edge fight, the 1v1, everything going on. What did you make of the last game?
So, I mean, the last game, I want to first say though, like, we have one more game to go, and after that we're gonna be done. We're talking about like halfway. We have Istanbul Wildcats at 51 and Etiquette at 45. So like our hypothetical cutoff with 110 to 110 points is like very close to being true. Like the with 51 points and 50, if we double that, it's gonna be 102 points. So like it's gonna be there, and a lot of the teams are actually getting close to it. Omaken is already there, Tempest is already there, and a lot of the other teams that have one more game to go are already up there. So curious to see that. No, from the last game though, with such a hard shift in the second and the third circle where it has so much water still, it's always hard to play. And I always look into how the macro is, and so like the majority of the teams try to move south, and there's a lot of space in the north. I was surprised not to see more teams try to move into a northern position, maybe on the position pull up above Razor Edge as well, because it's actually a pretty good kind of third party position. You could do that because they're spreading out so much. So surprised to see so many teams taking the same decisions and going to the southern side of the circle here.
That makes a lot of sense. I guess there are moments up where, you know, closer to Stauber where you can work down from. Toby, going into this last game, do you have any rebuttal to that, or do you want to talk about the next game?
I mean, I just want to say one thing. This game we just saw would have never happened on the older Rankle. Thank you, PUBG, for making playable areas, and because that was just an open hill before. Now there's trees, there's a bunker there. You couldn't have done anything had like that. Would have been Razor Edge winning it 2 circles prior to what we saw there. Thank you, PUBG, for making a Rankle a great place to be.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, and there's plenty more places on Erangel Remastered that we might be able to see going into the next game. It's the last game. Sims and Pansy, take it away.
You know what? If the games have been anything to go by so far, it's going to be brilliant. It's going to be good fun. We've had great starts, great finishes. Man, I freaking love casting this game. Like, we know, you know, if you're part of the PUBG community, we've had highs and lows. You know, it's been there's been moments. I mean, I would be lying if I said that I haven't been disenchanted at times and frustrated, but it's because when the game goes right, you see what can happen, and it's been so damn good. I mean, it's been super, super exciting. Rich, what's been your highlight so far today? Was it the Na'Vi moment? Yeah, what's really stood out to you?
I think it has to be that 1 versus 1. There's two sides of it. You see in Razor Edge, this team that we know and love, and we know what's capable of, being given the circles, being given the crits, being given every damn opportunity to solidify that win. But the progress that we saw coming out from the side of Tempest to work the way up, work the way to that position, I mean, it was definitely a bit of a blunder for the one player to be trying to yeet himself on top of the wizard tower, I feel. Shouldn't have happened. Should have stuck his feet on the floor. I get the ideology behind it. I understand what he was trying to accomplish, but with
the
something
theory
like
is
that,
fine. The execution.
Yeah. Yeah, there's I kind of mentioned it in the broadcast, and then Martin also mentioned it, that Naileup was definitely disconnected from the rest of the roster. That was the one weakness in the armor where everything started to fall apart. And then Udyr, it was just, for me, the limited amount of vision that he had. There's only one angle that you can get off of that wizard tower. You know, you're providing, I get it, you're locking down one player in the woods, but when everyone else is forcing onto the backside, Shiv is literally left to do the job. And he did a damn good job. I'm going to give it credit where it's due. He definitely did a good job by knocking one and getting the flush onto it. But you can't beat out a 1 versus 1 scenario like that in unwinnable odds, in my opinion, on the side of, and I appreciate where the circle was and how the movement had to become, but it was like Shiv was literally there 20 seconds ago, and then all of a sudden Tommel's there, so they switched positions, but with a 1 helmet and a trashed vest, and we know you get the aim punch that kicks in when that vest breaks, it just smashes. Your gun goes flying into the air. It's almost unwinnable odds on Tommel's side, but he still comes out on top. Today's just been fantastic, and once again, it's to also mirror what the desk and what Toby mentioned at the end. Erangel Remastered is absolutely fantastic to not only watch but cast as well. It feels fresh, it feels new, and it's just refreshing. Like, there's been a lot of games that we've done throughout PEL. I think we all kind of said, and even people on the internet were saying it, you could notice it. We were all starting to get a bit repetitive. We were all starting to become a bit, dragging us heels a little bit, and it gets to that point because we keep seeing the same things, the same issues, the same rotation, the same teams winning. With this, it does feel like it's a bit of a new game to us.
It's been good, dude. I'm happy. I've got a smile on my face. I'm just, having a nice time, dude. I'm excited. I'm gonna play some Minecraft after this. Really, enjoy myself. It's a good time, Quarantine sucks, but overall, we're making the most of it. Everyone's
It's
playing
nice to be
video
working
games.
again. I must say that from my perspective as well. It's actually nice to be kind of working again. Not even from a monetary perspective. Just nice to be
Money
on the mic,
fans.
being able to get with his team again. We're kind of saying before, it feels a little bit like the PEL roster. We're back there doing this stuff, and it's just nice to be working again. It's nice to be watching video games again from a competitive side.
Yep.
I will say this: that I am a bit of a public basher, and I play a lot of publics in PUBG, but there's only sometimes, and I get what you're saying with the frustration. Sometimes it's like little things because you want to see the game succeed and you want to see things be, certain aspects be done better. I think that's the frustrating part of things. But getting on and playing this, it makes you want to play. It makes you want to boot up the PC, get the boys on, and just start smashing some public games. There's nothing better than it, especially on a late night. Like, even for the meme value, the things that happen in PUBG are weird, wild, and wonderful.
I mean, we're about to see a DP fight, so here we go. The dinner plate's out. You love to see it. Oh man, this is good. Not for the Wildcats, and it's awful for the Wildcats. It's great for Raise Your Edge though, and I mean, after the last game, they need a little something. They need a little sugar on the top of the cake, There's Rupture flushed out. Shiv's gonna get it, and that's a nice little point. It's a point. And they need those little points right now. They need a lot of those little points. I mean, they're on 30. So they need a lot of those little points. But they're doing their best. They're getting better. And, it's not impossible. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. They could try and recover, down the line. But, if it's anything to go by, this will be a lot of good stuff to look over. You don't learn as much from your victories as you do your losses. So for them, they can watch over these last couple of days and just try and review it. Go, okay, let's fix it up. Because, as much as we were very much all in that honeymoon period of this roster being like, oh, these guys are sweet, they've got this, great synergy, they've got that super aggression we saw during that DreamHack tournament, we all fell for it. But the honeymoon period is a real thing when it comes to certain teams and certain lobbies. It can really make it very hard to execute that same aggressive playstyle. Because an aggressive playstyle is a wonderful thing when all your players are hitting their shots. The aggressive playstyle does not work, and if you don't have that fallback plan of being more strategic and maybe having more set pieces, it's like it's in many other games, other FPS games, like Counter-Strike. It's all good and well to have like 5 aim stars, but they're never going to win the major when they can't do the well executed sight hit with a good in-game leader. So for them, they have to get that balance right, and that's still a work in progress. I can imagine for Raise Your Edge to get that balance right, and I hope they do, because we saw great things out of them when they did get the pacing correct. But into this. The penguins are swarming. The penguins are at the beaches, and the Wildcats are terrified of the penguins. That's about all I got. There's nothing else I could really kind of do between a penguin and a Wildcat.
Alive, to be honest with you, but it's not happening this time round. It's singled out, and they all just swarm and flap their wings, and away we go. They're out of it. They're done. They've got the trap. They're trying hard, to be honest. Northern Lights on the ridge line doing a fair amount of damage as well. Third party galore. Get inside, pull your head in. I think it's always good to get your values and approach. I mean, you've been doing FPS for some fair amount of years now. You can kind of break down those things, what it takes to be a good team and what parts go into it. I think we're starting to kind of see that with Tempest. I mean, don't get me wrong, these players, I don't know too much about Clip, but it feels like since the addition of him to this roster and since everything's just going well for them, you got Wookie, who's the marksman, Tommel, who's starting to also come into his own now. Like Besiktas, I don't think ever really saw the best of him on that roster. It didn't massively play aggressive. There was always quite a lot of slow periods, I want to say. And I honestly think Tempest was not a team that I expected to see do fantastically well at DreamHack. They did. And now, lo and behold, look at this. We're 3 days in, and they're literally touching on Marken's record from day number 1. Like, 125 points. If they get the win here, potentially, they could break it.
Yeah. It's eyes on, right? It's the last game. Anything can and will happen the next God knows how long. We've got already Tixu losing his life, bit of a flush there, caught out, and oh, Northern Lights are pushing this. They're gonna press the issue. Tixu's isolated. Rustamar's like, I'm sorry, dude, I'm out. I gotta go. I got other things. I've got business to attend to. Poor Tixu gonna be called off. Not much to be done about that. And he's gonna reconsolidate with the other Finns on the hill.
Can't help but want Squeaky to do well. He's the nicest person I've ever met. He's just a really big beacon of positivity. You just want to see him perform well, but things again, friends. Yeah, they're a damn sight better than what they are for Raise Your Edge at the moment, but it's another team that needs to step up. They need to step up to that badge, the team that they're playing for, the name that they brand that represent what they've done in previous tournaments. It needs to be replicated. Once again, we have to kind of set the tone here. There is still another full weekend of group play left, so we do all this again next week. It's a big old slog we have to get through. 16 teams advance to the grand finals. It's the first one I've seen of a 32 game, something ridiculous group stage.
Yeah.
So to be able to get through that and then go to a finals in a best of what is going to be a best of 18, it's a little different. There'll be no holds barred. But at least you know you kind of cut the fat, right? You've out of that group stage, you do have the best of the best in Europe going into it. That those grand finals will be pretty damn hot.
A moment. Just kind of taking stock of this. I mean, the circle was pretty open for most people. That's why we haven't seen too many big fights or any big losses. I know a couple of teams have lost out and played, but it's not been, huge casualties. Na'Vi is probably the first fully committed fight, and obviously they could easily skirt south if they wanted to. They're just taking their time here, and they might opt to do that. The circle's moving now, and they can just move south, kind of in between school or even further south, wherever they fancy. I'm not worried about how Na'Vi mentally approaches games ever. I feel like they're a very collected group of people. So even if they lose, here or there, they'll be fine in the long run. I think they've shuffled slightly to the south. They can slot in near Red Zone. They're just up on towards Potato Hill. Not exactly on it, but close. Outside of that, with Haiku and the 2-2, until there's a hard shift, this circle is the most comfortable you're going to get.
There's a certain part of me, like, we come to next week and we're on another Sunday, and maybe Navi's up there. Maybe Better Luck next time isn't, and they're on the cusp of qualifying. You just see Na'Vi just drop on them. Bit of punishment, something like that. We have seen it in a few other tournaments before where there's been a bit of bad blood and some BMing here and there. Yep. Like, that could still play a factor as we go into next week, and something we will remember and keep in mind. You're right about the circle. It's steady away. Lost a couple of players here and there along the way, but nothing too major. Raise Your Edge. Centralized. Fair's usual place for them. Red Line. Same place for them. From the previous round, this was Mutual Destruction. Up alongside that dirt road, that dirt track. Tempest downwind of them. Somewhere that you usually see Liquid lingering around between these two compounds, this one and the one across the road. Shelter. And then the hillside, we'll see the Penguins just bopping few and far between. Digger is just shooting around, clearly trying to peacock people away if anyone wants to come down from Yasnaya. Northern Lights have got a read on them from across on the field. Let's have some fun. Let's see where we're going. Let's see who's safe and who's not. Hard shift. There we go. Now you're not safe. Na'Vi, Red Zone, Ends, Haiku, Northern Lights, Wildcats. All got to move. Tempest might be just a hop, skip, and a jump. Maybe they jump into the farm presence because WP are actually moving away from it. It actually, Lauren, could be an identical circle to the one that Tempest won originally in the first game.
It could be, couldn't it? It's leaning that way. I mean, not sure. Yeah, Tempest are going to slide into farm, so they're probably pretty happy with the territory they've gained. But this is the northeast of the new circle. Northern Lights, Haiku, the Wildcats, or what remains of the Wildcats, the two players there. Now just one of the two of them's just turned that around. You're going to make that much noise, you better be ready to back it up. But Northern Lights are like, alright, well, you're going to let us know where you're at, we'll happily take you on. And now, Red Zone on the move. We've got Na'Vi, this is out in the western side of the northwest, you might call it. Depths on the move as well, they're all going to be coming past each other. You see a couple of shots popped off, might even see a loss here. Sunzy going to have to opt to go into the blue, not ideal, but it's not the worst in the world. Everyone else, kind of in that more centralized area. Tempest locking down the entirety of farm. That's a big bit of land if they keep it. You can imagine this will go north. There's still a bit of water in the south side of it. And Redline getting pressured. Big nade from Fast Rail.
Yeah, they'll probably press on that one and get the flush. The rest of the team will disconnect and run further afield down the hillside. See if they can find him. No idea where he is. He's out on the balcony. Just hiding away. Oh, come on. You've got to find him, boys. You know he's in here. I mean, he's dead either way. There's no getting a revive on it. Might be able to bait one out, though, onto the balcony. Imagine this.
It'd be a bit of a treat, wouldn't it? Oh, Marv. Oh, no. They found another window. And another pull-up. So, Tempest have their first challenger. How's it going so far? Bit of a 1-for-1 trade out. No third party actually connecting yet. A couple of pot shots, but it's not actually coming through. We are seeing Pixel watching the cross. So Tomil, although obviously Noct is somewhat safe because they can't push across, but Lolita could maybe find an avenue of approach. They can't secure this. So this was a very wide split. I mentioned they were trying to gather all of farm, which, hey, it can be done, but it's hard to control all of it if you do get rushed down. Tomil now eliminated. They've lost vision on it. Pixel, I don't know if he's going to be able to back away from this too comfortably. That's a bit of an open run. It can be done, but it's not great.
Yeah, that's the thing with farm, right? Because it's so big. You need to be able to hold, basically, with all four of your team in there. There's no way to control unless everybody's inside of it, which they're not. But thankfully, Circle is favorable to the previous two that have took a different compound. It is on the edge. We'll see if Tempest stay there and fight these battles that will come the way from the eastern side. Because in the center, we've still got these major compounds. Redline, WP sharing it. Down to the south, Debs will just chill. No real reason to go hunting at this moment in time. Ents, Na'Vi, raise your edge. Everybody has to come down eventually. And unfortunately, FaZe Clan is there. Top of the hill, cresting away. All you boys magnetized to this point, you're dead.
Oh, Gustav. Coming his way now. See Squeaky doesn't get the initial shots he would have wanted, but Ubers has landed. That's Rustamon gone. Diggory's a little off to the left, and everyone else from FaZe is having success. Oh, Gustav sadly couldn't get the shots through. That would have been very clean for that. Squeaky still standing, can do a bit of work back, but no. Uber, 80, control it. It's all theirs. Don't go near FaZe's hill.
I can see from the map that, given that fight that's just happened, Raise Your Edge have opted to not use vehicles. Same with ETG, same with Na'Vi. Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath. There's so many teams that have to come. I've just noticed on the eastern side as well, they're up in the north. Penguins, Northern Lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams have to come into the circle and FaZe Clan it bang in the middle of them all. Daji hits the deck. AQ, a bit of a response from earlier on. Speaking of responses, there is one there onto Kemba. Nades will start to come from the side of Na'Vi. Razor Edge stabbing them in the back, though, on the opposing side. Northern Lights working up the hills against the Penguins. Penguins also falling victims. This is a good fragging game potentially here for Razor Edge, and keep all 4 players up. Keep an eye on that kill feed. Try and count how many frags they pick up. Senya, best of luck. Have to move forward. Blues on the back. ETG standing. Very broken, but still there. They can't get the reses. They could just try and ruin Navi's game. Let's go hold. Damn good shot. Forces the heal as well into the head. Shiv, another one, onto Spyro. More points in the bag here for Razor Edge, but I can see on the map they've got a second team turning up to the fight. Razor Edge have to consolidate themselves, get healed, and take a second fight straight off the bat. They'll be damaged, they'll be bruised and battered. Are they ready for it?
I'm not sure at this point. They've tried to bring everything back together. Razor Edge little by little working forward. Udyr still has the DP. I don't know what to make of that. But if it works, I guess. Nades going back and forth. Penguins. Oh, nice shot from Zorf. Again, Zorf being maybe the standout from the Penguins. As the Nades even found Nailup. That's a big bit of work from one individual player. I think it's just Monkey alive for Razor Edge now. And while this all happened, Team Red Zone under fire from afar. It was a good couple of teams piling in, but it looks like they are done for. As Razor Edge might be next. Na'Vi suffering a similar fate. Shiv's been flushed. It's gone north. This is a big circle for FaZe Clan. Looking else, I'd say FaZe just because they control that whole northern plateau portion.
Oh, no. All right, Razor Edge, you're done. That's your weekend over. You can go and have a bath, have a beer, do whatever. Just watch the VODs, look it through, and return next week with your heads held high. Need a better performance than that. 33 points by the end of it. It's not good. It ain't gonna cut it, unfortunately. FaZe Clan, another team looking to maybe hit treble digits here. Top of the hillside, they've been accepting all challenges so far. There's not many left though now. Could say the Penguins might have to come their way on that eastern side. It's a really good northern shift for them. You remember when it finished up last though, eventually that hillside, the plateau, doesn't become favourable if the circle's not up there. You have to run an open embankment. You're very exposed and prone to all the shots from below you.
This
Tempest
they might, but right now I need to see if they make it past the first hurdle. They've already lost out on Wookie Bookie. What the hell is going on?
Was that a drive-by? Oh, he's in the window.
I don't think he can get away. Clib's got him. Clib just got manic with that. And sadly for Clib, he loses his life for it. This has been a little too sloppy for Tempest. This wasn't going to be the win. I think the last one was. And Go Black just kind of pinned in. Haiku have lost out as well. No one's really won in this. That's the thing, right? No one's actually walked away going, nice. That's the good approach. Tempest have lost out. A couple of points here and there. You'd say FaZe probably is the happiest one with how this has gone so far. All 4 alive in the north. You do have Bellinug next time. You do have the Misfits still standing. The Penguins losing out on their last couple of players. The southeast side is very scrappy. You've just got like bits and pieces of teams that are left over.
FaZe will utilise the height advantage they've been presented with. There's also a crate up there as well, so one player's getting geared up. Not sure what gun's in it. See if it shows FaZe. Oh, it looks like they haven't gone for the gun if Uber's actually taken the crate and just left the weaponry. Fair enough, whatever works. Haiku go down instantly. They remove another team. Petulins, God knows how, has made it to a shack and he is still alive. Red line. Still chewing. 3 in a building. Happy as long as for now. What does the circle do? Oh, it's a G-core circle, Lauren. FaZe someday. This is how we expected maybe to see a win out of them.
Oof. Oof. Come on, Uber. I just want to watch this. Can we just watch this, Cam? See if Uber... I love that he checks the tower. Like, when did you last find someone up those towers? It's a good time. Did you leave the shot? Whoa, I want to see these land. It's just such a scary sound, right? It's like they've already got the hill. They've already got the circle. the game's just like, give him a norm. No, we can't give him a norm. That'd be unfair. Give him a norm. Just got it all,
Brenda
dude.
just
They've got it
kicks the
all.
door in. Give him an all.
The West is certainly not resolved its conflicts yet either. They're both waiting on each other to make those moves, and the first one's made. Zembri catches Kissick. So already, better luck next time. Have lost out on that little bit of speed they might have gone with towards the circle, but both of them do have to face off against FaZe potentially. Whoever works it in, faultlessly, has tried to do the good teammate play here, get his buddy back on his feet. Does he make it in? No. Kissick just falls to their feet, and better luck next time. Have just lost out on getting ahead of where they could have been as FaZe now looks their way.
Yeah, there's going to be multiple waves of fire coming their way, rather unfortunately. I'm seeing a lot of crate guns in play. MAC-14s, AWMs, Groza here and there. A lot of level 3 gear going to the last one. A couple of teams can put it to better use on Major Edge. Gustav takes down Artie. Might have been the man with the legend with the 4K in 4 minutes, but this time he's dead. 16 alive, 15 individual players. Do FaZe Clan realise what's happening from better luck next time? Do they have the full information of where Fate and Faultless they are? I would assume so, seeing the lines of fire on the map. Different angle though, and the problem with that area, it's exposed to fire from down low. FuzzFace puts the nail in the coffin, that's another team done. FaZe carry on strong. Redline still with those 3 players in that front building though. They are a problem for rosters that need to come down from the hillside.
They could definitely be a threat down the line. They've just been like, they got 3 kills. It's not bad. They just haven't been like lighting it up, right? Like I was kind of expecting to see something a little bit more punchy out of them there, but maybe just wait until endgame. For now, FaZe still fine in the north. We've got to see that next circle. See who gets put out. There is that big kind of middle ground where no one wants to walk past 8C, getting a glimpse of 2. Information will be shared out, spread out between them. Uber obviously does not want to go down here. He is the ultimate raid boss, and look where that circle's just cut. It's literally in the area that all these teams just aren't really wanting to go towards. It's the basin of the hill. It's going to be very hard to find position around this. Maybe one team can get there.
We'll see if Fastro can do anything with this M24. It's still a decent sniper rifle. Yes, it's not necessarily the meta that we're used to, but a good pick here. Take one down, force the other one onto the res. Maybe then move up towards the house. There we go. Now he's forced to heal. Not quite the knock, but it does durability damage down. I'm on red alert, maybe even forces them to stop peeking windows. Marv still with that that close in a turret. Okay. That's the fully automatic MAC-14 coming into it. So he's actually using that as the AR then. Yeah, we spoke about it yesterday. M24 on the back for the long range, and then just using the MAC-14 close range.
Ooh, it can work. Technically, it can work. And Fastro has to make it work here. That's not going to do it. Down he goes. FaZe going to get one of those 2 points, but now you have the Wildcats being really slow and cautious in the forest. You have Redline holding that house still, but the Wildcats aren't in the new circle, so they do need to move up. I think Uber or Gusta, who's watching that side? I don't know if anyone's actually watching that side too cleanly yet. They might not be too aware of it. Maybe focus towards the players in it. I think it will be maybe Uber eventually, but he's got to be careful. There is a ridgeline that they can stay behind and kind of occlude vision. And they know that they're in the house beyond that. So they've got good information. I just want to know how much they know about the Wildcats' position here.
Who enters the fight first? They're going to be able to be seen here by FaZe. I mean, Uber's there for good reason. He's the anchor on top of the hill. Keeps a watchful eye on what's going to happen on this eastern side. That's not with that shot. Was just tagging them all up and just after cleaning them. Finally have to run from the sifting air of the buildings. Nades up, and away we go straight into the smokes up against the blue. Not really anywhere else we can go. Finally, we get one on screen. That's the end of that chapter. Last 2 players standing, 16 kills. Oh, FaZe. Oh, this is big boy numbers, this.
Yeah, this is scary, isn't it? Old Wildcat's not feeling so wild. Just prone down, creeping around. Like, please, just let's see if we can get to that hill. Let's see if we can get up there without being spotted. I think Gustav might see them. Yep, there it is. Gustav gets contact. She created, gets some damage, and now everyone piles in. She created somehow managing to make a decent run. Fuzzface hit the reload. But while it happened, BSD is now your last one standing. No, BSD. There's not much more to be done. It's over. It's done. It wouldn't be a Sunday without an 18-kill game and FaZe with a win.
Yeah, 28 points is going to be one standard to set. Like, we've kind of seen this a few times before where teams go out with a bang. That really is a bang. To round out the weekend with a 28-point game, it sets a standard. And I'm hoping now everyone's kind of got the feet on the floor. They're going to be given an opportunity, a chance to look at the lobbies, look at the VODs, see what happened, see what went wrong. I'm expecting next weekend to be even more feisty. It's been a wild ride, I will say that. We've seen some ups, we've seen some downs, but there's no chances now to kind of drop the ball. You've only got one more group stage happening next week, and you know the strengths and weaknesses of not only the lobby of yourselves as well. You got to come in all guns blazing, otherwise you're not making that finals.
Yep. Big points brought up there, and I'm sure the desk will expand on that. But guys, thank you for joining us at home over with us too. At least we've had an incredibly good time casting PUBG. Today seemed like one of those crazy days. I think it's just like one of those to put in the books and remember. So thank you for joining us, and I'm sure the desk will wrap up what we just saw and the whole day in general and what we can expect going forward.
That's right, as Rich would call it, it was a big banger from FaZe as they were able to get themselves the victory here with 18 kills. That's a record here for the tournament so far. Very impressive stuff. Let's take a look at the highlights of this game. Also wrap things up. Martin, that is massive from FaZe.
It's good to see them step up here the last of the day. Like, it would have been a very disappointing day for them, I would say, if they didn't finish off this game like this. 33 points, I believe, in 5 games is significantly below average what you would usually expect for them, but nice to see them really step up here in the end. It's I feel like the confidence just came in here in the end, and they were like, you know what, guys, we're sitting in a top 5, top 6 already. Let's turn it on and just show everybody what we're made of here.
Yeah, Toby, thoughts?
No, I mean, I agree completely. The way that they were being proactive non-stop, like, they never shied away from a fight. Once they got the first couple of knocks and kills in, they knew, like, if we make this our game, it will become our game, and they succeeded massively in doing so. They never really looked too much. Like, you saw Uber, he never looked towards the south, only at times when they knew, okay, right now we have kind of a safe space. Up on that northern side, there's no immediate threats from our side. Now we can focus down south. It's exactly actually what Elgiganten should have done against FaZe yesterday. So I guess it might be a good one for them to know how to beat the team on top, and then to also, of course, beat the team on top yourself.
Yeah, very much so. We're seeing some of the kills coming in here from FaZe.
I do not hear James anymore.
I don't hear James either.
James is gone.
Well,
Interesting.
It's our desk now. No, but overall, like, they had control in the north here at Tobin, and it's just nice to see them in the end also kind of hunting for the frags and just trying to clear it out. 18 kills. It's pretty rare you see that, like, such a high amount of kill game, but I guess it came to the amount of control they had in the north, right?
Exactly. I mean, the majority of their engagements, with very few exceptions, were third-party engagements. So when you can rack up so many along the not early, but like mid to late stage of the game, and then to finish it off, having the high ground, being able to push down and get all the kills there, it looks good for them. And I think they're gonna actually tie up. They should be tied with Omarken at 125 and actually get into first place as well off of the kill lead.
Yeah, that's
really?
massive. Very well done there by FaZe with that 28 points there up towards the top. My PC decided to just, I don't know what it did. It pulled a pixel trying to get on top of the Harry Potter, I suppose. But we have FaZe up towards the top there. The top 3 in terms of kills coming in. Fast Rail as well making a performance here. Some wide peaks from him. Pardon?
And again, to see him up, we saw him with 5 kills earlier as well, so nice to see him really step up today.
A lot of damage coming out from AC Uber and Gustav as well. Great stuff. Ivers, Nail Up making an appearance here. It's not in the easiest road for Raise Your Edge, and they look, but he makes an appearance as well, and they got some good points on the board at the end of the day. We have Uber ready from FaZe, who's going to be joining us once again, just like the end of yesterday as well. Hello, Uber. You finish off the day with another win. You got to feel good about that.
I mean, yeah, again, 28 points game. Always.
Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad.
So coming into today overall, how do you feel your performances across the full day for the last day of the week?
I mean, it's decent. Still work on mistakes, and it works for us. We're trying to play more greedy, getting more kills, getting more fights. So yeah.
Okay, Martin.
What are you guys gonna do, like preparation for next weekend? Like you're gonna be rewatching stuff. Like what do you do between games in the weekend, and what do you do between like weekends to weekends where you have a tournament format like this?
We're just practicing, playing public games, and talking about the past games, like what we did wrong.
Okay.
Coach does a lot of work, like about votes and like where team drops, how does it rotate usually. So he helps us well.
Kobe?
I was thinking, how now you've played against all the teams that there are to play in this tournament. How does the two groups play differently? Like, how was yesterday, for example, different than today? Was there a different dynamic in the games, or was it the same?
I don't think so. It was good seeding, and every like team is really good, so it's nice to compete.
Okay,
Nice.
well, any last kind of shout outs to the fans or anything like that you want to do, Uber, or?
Yeah, thanks for being supportive to us. FaZe up.
FaZe up. All right, thank you very much. Congratulations on your win. Good job. We'll see you next week.
See ya.
Bye bye.
That is Uber, a man of many words here for the end of the day. I think, again, they're probably not 100% happy with how the day has gone. Their FaZe, of course, they expect absolute excellence, especially a guy like Uber, who is a lot of people considered the best player in the world for a long time when it comes to PUBG, Martin. I think that's probably fair to say here.
That's very fair to say. I mean, you've been the poster boy of some of the very big tournaments a few times, and then lived up to it. Nations Cup, like multiple FaZe winners. Like it's good to see him again here, and good to see them step up again here in the last day. I mean, I think it's fair to say that if they didn't have such a good game here in the end, it would have been a disappointing day for them. But with this 28 points, they move into third place, 115 points. So with that, I would say that they're definitely secure, so they can play next week however they like. But obviously, they're going to play as good as they can. Like they're going to take it as practice. They're going to take this as how they should be playing in the final.
Yeah, of course, Toby, they've got to remember, like, even though they're almost guaranteed qualified, 16 of these teams are still going to be the teams that they're playing against in that final round, which all the money is on the line in.
Yeah, once again, Toby proves that he can't do math on air. That's
fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, you said 125. Yeah,
I said 125, but it's all good. It's all good. I don't think anyone heard that anyway. No, I mean it's right. I mean, the thing to me though that stands out with FaZe in this example, because there are many teams. I mean, you can take it down to Bedlock next time. They also had a good win today. It wasn't an 18 kill win, but they also had a good win. We've had this discussion before, but this just shows it, because FaZe has had those two really good games, one today, one yesterday. And other than that, we don't really have a lot of games where we go, oh yeah, remember what FaZe did there? Oh yeah, remember that FaZe did there when they got 4th place? That doesn't really happen. But that's because they do, like, they get their 5 point somewhat top 8-ish placements. When they don't get placement points, they get 6 kills, they get 7 kills. It's everything that works around your big wins. Like those big wins are kind of the icing on top. It's all the games that you don't win. As long as they aren't 0, 1, or 2 point games, but you manage to get them to 5, 6, and potentially even 7, then you will be up there. You don't even need to win to be up there for the most part.
Yeah, definitely. If you look at today, 7 kills, 5 kills, 7 kills in another game. So they've all constantly accumulated while this has been going on. Of course, we are back Friday, and we will be playing out our matches between our next groups, of course, as we have 6 games each day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, coming up as well. So we're on a bit of a hiatus for a few days until Friday, and we've got lots to go on. But of course, not only is this team, all this money, of course, for the teams, but there's also money for charity as well. $100,000 going to charity, but you can also contribute if you check down below the Twitch stream right now and click on that big button and then follow the instructions on how to donate. It's for a very, very good cause indeed here, as the world's in an interesting situation, but esports keeps on plugging. Thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you very much, Toby, here, as we are done for the day, done for the week. We'll be back on Friday, same time, same place, for more PCS.